Chapter 76, Dinner with the Nine-Tailed Foxes and Saying Goodbye. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. In the evening of the last day of Kyoto Academy's school trip for the second years, James, Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora were sitting in the dining hall of Yasaka's residence. In front of them was a table full of Kyoto-style delicacies. Throughout the day, Yasaka and Keno accompanied the group to see the sights of Kyoto. With Keno bringing liveliness to the trip and Yasaka telling interesting anecdotes about the various locations, the sightseeing tour was quite enjoyable and informative. Rias, Sona, Akino, and Flora found themselves annoyed at Yasaka's constant teasing/flirting with James, though. As it was mostly harmless, like Yasaka occasionally wrapping one of her tails around James' arm when there were no humans around, the girls let it pass without much of a fuss. Even now, Yasaka was using one of her tails to rub James' back, as he was seated to her left at the dinner table. With Keno to her right, Yasaka consciously made the illusion that the three of them were a family, and the girls, once again, were annoyed by her antics. "So, today is your last night in Kyoto, huh?" Yasaka said wistfully. "Yeah," James said with a nod while using his chopsticks to bring some vegetables to his mouth. "I kinda missed the rest of my peerage." "Oh, I've forgotten to ask, how close to full are your peerages?" This time, Yasaka directed this question to not only James but Rias and Sona as well. "Well," Rias said with a finger on her chin while she thought. "I have my queen, Akino, here. I also have a knight, a bishop, a rook, and a pawn that used up 6 pieces." Sona was the next to answer after Rias. "My queen and one of my bishops are here," Sona said while gesturing to Tsubaki and Rhea. "I also have another bishop, a knight, and a rook." Shortly after Sona, James answered Yasaka as well. "2 of my pawns came with me to Kyoto this time," James said while gesturing to Flora and Iam. "Back home I have another pawn, 2 knights, a rook, and a bishop." "It would seem you've all made great progress in completing your peerages at such a young age," Yasaka said with a smile. "As far as young devils go, you are all very impressive." "Thank you, X3. James, Rias, and Sona bowed their heads politely as they accepted Yasaka's praise. Then, Sona's eyes glinted with mischief just before she spoke. To be honest, if it wasn't for James, Rias would have one less piece. While James would have another bishop, or possibly a queen, in his peerage. "Sona!" Rias shouted in panic. Noticing Rias' reaction, Yasaka and Keno's curiosity were piqued. "That sounds like quite the interesting story," Yasaka said with mischief and curiosity swirling in her eyes. "I wonder if it would be all right for me to hear." "Sona." Rias' pitch rose as she found this story quite embarrassing. Ignoring Rias' protests, Sona looked in Akino's direction as this story tells of her tragic past. Getting a nod from Akino, Sona nodded as well and began the story. "Well, Akino, Rias, queen, was born to the Haimjima clan of the 5 principal clans. I'm sure you've heard of them." Sona began by prefacing the story with that information. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yasaka gestured for Sona to continue. Then, Sona went on to talk about how Akino's mother fell in love with one of the cadre of the Grigori and gave birth to Akino. Then she briefly mentioned how the Haimjima killed Akino's mother and how Akino was forced to wander Japan alone for nearly a year. How she grew to hate her father and fallen angel heritage. And finally, how she was found by the Haimjima and fought for her life. Throughout the story, Yasaka and Keno exclaimed sadly because of all that Akino had to go through as a child. Then Sona shifted the focus of the story to the fact that Rias had schemed to take a vacation with James alone. Underworld, Satan territory, Lucifer estate. Sneeze. In a magical laboratory, Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa sneezed while seated and looking over the results of an experiment. I feel like my existence was forgotten again," Heinrich said to himself. Shaking his head to drive away the thought, he returned to his research. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. Then, just as Akino was about to be killed, James appeared before her among a cloud of cherry blossom petals. Sona explained excitedly, as this was her favorite part of the story. After that, James single-handedly defeated nearly half of the Heimjima clansmen in under 2 minutes, bringing an end to the conflict. Wow! Oni-chan is like a superhero. Keno shouted excitedly. Showing up just in the nick of time. Like Ichigo on Sokayaku Hill. Yes, that is quite the impressive feat for an 11-year-old boy. Yasaka said with praise. As it turns out, James stepped in as a favor to Rias. Sona said, revealing the secret right away. However, instead of being grateful for James' favor, Rias ordered James to negotiate for Akino's release. Hearing that, Yasaka and Keno shot skeptical glances in Rias' direction. In response, Rias covered her blushing face with her hands and lowered her head. "Oh, Satan, kill me now," Rias said, wishing a hole would open in the floor so she could jump in it. "Rias," James said in a gentle tone. Hearing James' gentle tone, Rias raised her head with hope in her eyes. Oh, how she wanted James to comfort her. When she saw the gentle smile on James' face, her hopes began to bloom. Her hopes were crushed immediately, however, when James spoke once again. "You'd better pray to someone else," James said, still smiling gently at Rias. "Your Siscon brother would never kill you." Bang. With her hopes crushed, Rias let her head fall to the dining room table, with enough force for all the plates, glasses, and cutlery to tremble for an instant. As Rias was dying inside because of embarrassment, everyone else laughed at her plight. Then, Sona finished her story. Lucky for Rias, James replied to the order with, "If I do it, I'm taking the girl for myself," Sona said, doing her best to imitate James' annoyed tone. Then, James took Akino back to the underworld for medical treatment and in the end managed to talk Akino into using her fallen angel abilities and letting go of her self-loathing. "Oh my, that truly is impressive," Yasaka said, genuinely impressed by James' actions at the age of 11. "I wonder how you managed to alleviate the trauma that caused Himejima-san's self-loathing." Hearing Yasaka's question, all the girls' eyes lit up, even Rias, who still had her face hidden by the table. "I don't mean to be stingy," James said with a smile. "But I think that should stay a secret between Akino and I." Maintaining his smile, James winked at Yasaka, who blushed slightly and turned her head away. Seeing Yasaka's reaction, everyone, excluding Keno, was shocked. It's starting to look like all the teasing was more than just a joke. Everyone thought simultaneously. Ahem. "So, I was unable to see your battles against the rebels." Clearing her throat, Yasaka spoke quickly to change the subject. "Would you mind telling me the story?" Seeing Yasaka's embarrassment and her attempt to change the subject, the group smiled wryly. To not embarrass their host any further, they recounted the process of their battles in the order they arrived at James' side. So, Tsubaki was the first to speak, followed by Rias, Flora, Sona, Akino, Rhea, and finally Ayam told her story. As she took her opponent away from the main battlefield, this was the first time any of them had known the details of Ayam's battle. "I've had my doubts ever since I accepted you into my peerage," James said with a wry smile. "But I'm convinced. I got quite the addition to my peerage. It's just too bad your personality isn't as impressive as your skill in battle," James thought to himself. Even though James kept that last part to himself, Ayam still saw the look of pity in his eyes. Because of that, her cheeks reddened, and she began to squirm with pleasure. Seeing this, Yasaka was confused. "Sarutobi-san, are you all right?" Yasaka asked with a hint of concern in her voice. "You don't have to worry," James began to say as he waved his hand dismissively. However, he was quickly interrupted. "James, I don't think you should finish that sentence," Tsubaki said while adjusting her glasses. "Huh? Why not?" James asked in confusion. "Because you'll just make the situation worse," Rhea said with a giggle. James then shifted his gaze to Ayam, and facepalmed immediately after seeing her. Currently, Ayam's breathing was heavy, and she was hugging herself with a sloppy smile on her face. Also noticing Ayam's state, Yasaka's confusion could not be hidden. "What's wrong with her?" Yasaka asked, concerned about Ayam's well-being. "You really don't need to worry about it," Rias said, sounding tired. "Rias is right," Sona said after taking a sip of her drink. Ayam is a high-level pervert who enjoys James' abuse. As she explained, Sona placed a silencing barrier around Keno that lasted only as long as it took her to explain Ayam's condition. Oh my! Yasaka said in amazement. Then, she looked at James and spoke. It must be hard on you. Smiling wryly, James replied weakly, I'm getting used to it. After that, the dinner continued. The group chatted in a lively atmosphere until the students' curfew neared. Then, James and the girls bid Yasaka and Keno goodbye, with Yasaka and Keno promising to see them off at the train station in the morning. The next day, 11 a.m. At Kyoto Station, the students of Kuo Academy second year were gathered on the platform waiting for their train to arrive. With them stood two beautiful blondes. One a fully grown voluptuous woman and the other a young girl whose facial features favored the first. These blondes were, of course, Yasaka and Keno. And as they promised, they were here to send off James and the girls. Sniff you have to promise to come and visit. Keno said tearfully while hugging James around his waist. Don't worry, I promise to come visit again. James said with a smile while patting Keno's head. I'll come back for winter break. And I'll bring Mom with me, too. Era, it seems my little fox has grown quite attached. Yasaka said with a smile. I hope you do bring your mother with you next time you visit. I would love to meet the woman who raised such an outstanding son. While Yasaka and Keno continued to talk with James, the other girls were huddled together and whispering as they stole glances at the trio. She's got it bad, doesn't she? Flora asked while looking at the interaction between James and the mother and daughter. Looks like it. Rhea said in response. Yeah, all that teasing was definitely more than just simple teasing. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. And now she wants to talk to Auntie Leona. Rhea said with a pout. Is she looking to get permission to pursue James? Like, for real? Fufufu. Keno giggled with a hand covering her mouth. This should be interesting. I can only imagine the fun we could have if she joins. Rias, Sona, Rhea, and Flora looked at Keno with exasperation. Why is this train taking so long? Tsubaki said impatiently. With that, Rias, Sona, Keno, Rhea, and Flora's conversation paused. They could not help but turn their attention to the love-struck, bespectacled beauty standing next to them. Then, in unison, they all spoke. Tsubaki, you're so cute, X5. Immediately, Tsubaki was pulled from her thoughts as she looked at the five girls smiling at her sweetly. Eventually, she noticed that even James and Yasaka were smiling at her the same way as James whispered into Yasaka's ear, undoubtedly telling her about the circumstances around Tsubaki and Siyu Chulin. Seeing all their sweet smiles, Tsubaki blushed all the way to the tips of her ears. At that moment, a broadcast over the train's PA system notified the passengers that the train to Kuo would arrive momentarily. This, of course, brought more tears to Keno's eyes. And luckily for Tsubaki, it turned everyone's attention to the coming farewell. Keno received a round of hugs from James and the girls with promises to visit again. Then, Yasaka hugged all the girls goodbye. With James as the only one remaining, Yasaka stepped toward him and wrapped her arms around him and squeezed tightly. This, of course, also squeezed Yasaka's enormous breasts against James' chest. I'm looking forward to your next visit. Yasaka said coquettishly. And I would love to host you and your mother, properly. Then, before releasing James, Yasaka pressed her lips against James' cheek, leaving him stunned. Not only James, but all the girls and a lot of his classmates were stunned. Then, Yasaka released him and stepped back with a shy smile and a blush on her face. She then took Keno by the hand and spoke. You should hurry onto the train, you don't want to miss it. Yasaka smiled as she spoke. Or maybe you do. Winking at the end, Yasaka stunned not just James, but all the boys in the student group as it was a bit too much for a group of high school boys to handle. Then, Rias, Sona, and the girls grabbed James and dragged him into the train while giving Yasaka the stink eye. As the train doors closed and it began to pull off, Yasaka ran a finger across her lips and thought to herself. I really hope you come back soon. Chapter 77, The Best Way to be Welcomed Back Home, R18. Chapter 78, Issei's Sacred Gear Awakens. Human World, Japan, Kuo. 2 weeks have passed since the second years came back from Kyoto. In these 2 weeks, James, Rias, and Sona began pushing their peerages even harder in training. However, unlike the rest of Rias' peerage, who trained under Rias' supervision, Issei has been training with James. As James had noticed that Issei's sacred gear was emitting dragon aura, Rias asked James to train her new pawn. Issei's sacred gear, however, has still yet to awaken. So, James and Drake decided a more scat-hack-like method would be implemented. And today is the day for it. Today, a Saturday, James took Issei out into the mountains to push him past his limit. James and Issei, both dressed in their gym clothes, stood opposite each other while James spoke with Drake inwardly while taunting Issei. "Are you ready?" James asked Issei as they both stood in a clearing surrounded by trees. "If I said no, would you let me go home?" Issei asked nervously. "Nope." James replied as a bloodthirsty smile found its way onto his face. "You better put everything you have learned to use, Issei, or there is a good chance you will die." "Wait. What?" "Die?" Issei asked with fear in his tone. "Ha." James laughed without losing his bloodthirst. "I said there was a chance. Now, take your stance. Laying it on a little thick, aren't you?" Drake asked. "Probably." James replied internally. "But I'm expecting this to be great stress relief. So, I'm kinda letting myself go a bit. Just make sure not to break him." Drake said while shaking his head. "That's the last thing I'll do." James said with an inward grimace. "Satan knows I don't want to hear the tantrum Rias will throw if I break one of her toys." "Ha." Drake laughed loudly at the thought. "I think it would be fun to see from the outside. The problem is I've always seen them from the stage." James grumbled internally. "Oh, he's starting to finally raise his guard. This will be fun." Feeling nervous because of the smile on James' face, Issei slowly took a standard Muay Thai stance. As soon as he was ready, James disappeared from where he stood with a burst of pure speed. Issei had yet to reach a level that could deal with the flash step. When James reappeared, Issei's fist was already heading toward his face. Calmly, James redirected Issei's jab with his forearm, causing the punch to graze his right shoulder. Without losing his rhythm, Issei followed up with a right elbow aimed at James' jaw. Tilting his head back slightly, James avoided the strike. Taking advantage of the shift in James' viewing angle, Issei threw a low kick with his left leg aiming to slow James by striking his right calf. Expecting Issei's follow-up, James raised his right leg and positioned it to block. The pain from his shin striking James' knee throwing off Issei's rhythm, finally. At that moment, James began his offensive. Lowering his right leg quickly, James raised it into Issei's abdomen, causing him to bend over James' knee due to the force. After lowering his leg again, James sidestepped to the right and swung a powerful left hook to the same spot. Boom. Cough, Issei sprayed a mouthful of saliva and all the air in his lungs after receiving that punch. After that, James stepped back and gave Issei the space needed to recover. As Issei greedily sucked air back into his lungs, James spoke coldly. "What the hell was that, Issei?" James said with a scowl. "I thought I made it clear before we came out here that this would be true battle training." Pant I know. Pant, Issei said between ragged breaths. "Then why the fuck are you holding back?" James shouted angrily. "Or have my compliments about how much you've improved gone to your head? Or maybe you think you're such hot shit that you can put up a fight against me while holding back?" Pant no, that's not. Issei tried to explain in a panic but was quickly interrupted. "Just stand the hell up and come at me for real," James said while taking his stance. "You better come at me with the ferocity you would attack one of those strays you've been hunting with Riri and her peerage, or the chances of you dying are gonna go through the roof." Issei, struggling to breathe, stood up and took his stance again. James could see the struggle between fight or flight swirling in his eyes. Issei, to his credit, pushed the fear he was feeling down and charged at James with his hands up. Then, when in range, he threw a jab that James evaded by tilting his head to the side. Without retracting his left arm, Issei followed that with a right straight, which James evaded by tilting his head back. Then, Issei used both outstretched hands and wrapped his fingers around the back of James' neck. Not bad, but instead of leaving his left hand extended, he should have stepped in to facilitate the clinch. James thought briefly. Then, when Issei's fingers were locked, he pulled down with both hands and raised his right leg, knee first toward James' face. James, using both hands, blocked Issei's knee strike, then raised his arms with force, dislodging Issei's clinch. When he straightened up, James threw a combination of punches and elbow strikes. Jab, straight, left hook, and straight. Issei was able to block these blows with his raised guard, however James then threw an uppercut that split his guard and landed on Issei's chin. Disoriented from the blow, he was slow to react to the spinning back elbow that followed. Receiving the elbow to the chin, Issei stumbled backward. After shaking his head a bit to get his wits about him, Issei looked up to see that James was throwing a roundhouse kick with his left leg. Quickly raising both arms to the right side of his head, Issei successfully blocked the kick. However, the force behind it sent him flying. After crashing into the ground, Issei stood up quickly while struggling to breathe. "Are you trying to kill me?" Issei asked with difficulty. "My head would have popped right off if that had landed." "Well, if you don't want that to happen, don't let it hit," James said smugly. "Now, quit your bitchin' and put your guard back up." Issei, feeling himself growing angry because of James' flippant attitude, raised his slightly numb arms. Then, while circulating his demonic energy, he raced toward James. "Good, looks like you're finally ready to put in the effort," James said with a smile. "I thought I'd accidentally kill you before you decided to take this seriously." Then, for the next 5 minutes, James and Issei exchanged fists, elbows, feet, and knee strikes. After 5 minutes, however, James began to raise his output. At the 10-minute mark, although Issei was not fighting evenly, he could still keep up and counterattack. After 15 minutes, Issei could still follow enough to guard and counterattack occasionally. When 20 minutes had passed, Issei could only struggle to guard himself. After 25 minutes, about a quarter of James' strikes were landing. After a couple more minutes, after taking so many of James' heavy blows, Issei's fatigue was making it so that his body could no longer keep up with his reaction speed. "Is that all you've got, Issei?" James said as he landed a left hook to Issei's abdomen. After Issei hunched over because of the blow to his stomach, James clinched and raised a knee toward Issei's face. Frantically, Issei put his hands between his face and the knee strike. When James' knee landed on Issei's hands, to Issei's surprise, he was lifted off the ground. In that instant, he flung his left leg at James' torso, thinking that he would get a moment to recover when James dodged. James, however, was not having it. Instead of stepping back out of the range of the kick, James sidestepped to his right. As Issei's kick lost momentum, James grabbed his leg and drove the younger boy into the ground on his back. Boom. Cough. Once again, Issei was left breathless at James' mercy. This time, however, James had no intention to retreat and let Issei gather himself. Taking advantage of the fact that Issei was completely disoriented from the takedown, James positioned himself in a full mount. Seeing this, even in his foggy thoughts, Issei raised his guard. James then began to rain down punches. As he did, Issei did everything he could to dodge and block the incoming flurry of. "I think now would be a good time," James thought to himself while throwing punches at the downed Issei. "Are you sure? If your timing is too early, he'll just break," Drake said nonchalantly. "I'm going in," James said, confident in his plan. "Well, I guess that's all you got," James said with disappointment in his tone. "I guess a harem would be too much for you, after all." With that, Issei's swollen eyes opened widely. James could see the flames of anger raging inside. "What the hell are you talking about?" Issei roared, taking a fist to the face in the process. "How does getting the shit kicked out of me have anything to do with having a harem?" "Ha!" James cackled while continuing his barrage of punches. "Do you think weaklings get to have harems? Wake the fuck up." Issei was surprised at James' outburst. During that surprise, 2 more punches landed on Issei before he was able to get his guard back up. "Why do you think only high-class devils and above have harems?" James asked sarcastically, because it takes a certain level of strength to protect your women. But then again, maybe you're into that. I guess you like NTR, huh? Hearing that, Issei imagined having his harem in the future just for someone stronger to come by and steal his women. Worse still, his imagination showed him an image of that same strong person fucking his women in front of him while he could do nothing about it. At that moment, Issei felt as if something inside of him was waking up. And it definitely was not a fetish for being cuckolded. At that moment, Issei was covered in a dark luminance and the pressure he released began to skyrocket. Once this phenomenon began, James jumped away from Issei. Fuck that shit! Issei roared indignantly. As the dark radiance vanished, Issei stood and roared once again. Hayate Issei is not and never will be a cuckold. When Issei stood, although his attire had not changed, he was now sporting a pair of pitch-black scaled gauntlets that covered his forearms. On the knuckles of each hand, two claw-like blades extended forward. A substance that resembled waving shadows extended from the knuckle of his middle finger, up the back of his palm, wrapped around a bright blue jewel embedded in the back of his palm, then running up the rest of the gauntlet. So, it was him. Drake said with nostalgia in his tone. So, you know who that aura belongs to, huh? James replied inwardly. That's right. Drake said with pride lacing his tone. That aura could belong to none other than Skyadram, the Shadow Dragon King. Skyadram. James thought in confusion. Never heard of him. Skyadram usually kept to himself. Drake said, the nostalgia returning to his tone. His favorite thing to do was to slip into a shadow, then take a nap. I don't think he ever interacted with humans or any other beings for that matter. Other than that little hobby of his. For some reason he liked teaching magic to children every once in a while. Sounds like a pretty chill dude. James thought. Then how did he end up in a sacred gear? No clue. We'll just have to ask, if his soul is, Drake started to say, but he cut his words short. Who the hell are you? Issei shouted to a voice that only he could hear. Huh? Skyadram. Shadow Dragon King. What does any of that shit even mean? Well, I guess that answers the question I was about to ask. Chapter 79, Shadow Dragon King, Skyadram. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. An hour has passed since James finished helping Issei awaken his sacred gear. Currently, James, Rias, and her peerage were at her mansion in Kyoto. This being Issei's first visit, he was surprised to see that Rias was hiding two more cute girls. Namely, Kaneko and Gasper. Even though everyone else knew that Gasper was a boy, they thought it would be funnier to let Issei find out on his own. Everyone except for Gasper, that is. Issei, why are you looking at me like that? Gasper asked nervously while hiding behind Kaneko. Because you're, like, super cute and I was wondering if you'd like to join my future harem. Issei said with a perverted smile. Why would I want to join your harem? Gasper asked in confusion. Because I, Hayate Issei, will be the greatest harem king in history. Issei declared with vigor. I think James' knee has you beat. Kaneko said blandly while munching on a cookie. Minor details. Issei said while waving his hand dismissively. Besides, just because James Senpai is popular at school doesn't mean he'll have a harem. Oh, poor child. Keno said with a smile. James already has a harem. What? How can this be? Issei asked in disbelief. They must all be human, right? Nope. Keno replied with a smile. They are all supernatural, and I think you've met most, if not all of them. Pausing for a moment, Keno began to tap her right index finger against her chin while she thought about which of James' girlfriends Issei had met. After thinking for a moment, she concluded that Issei had met them all. Now that I think about it, you have met them all. Keno said with a smile as she looked back at Issei to see his reaction. Really? Issei asked as his expression morphed into one of shock. Who? And how many? Let's see. 5. Keno said, pretending to struggle with her memories. 5. Issei said while stumbling backward and gripping his heart. And who are they? Keno paused again, then she raised her left hand, which was balled into a fist. Then with her right index finger, she began to raise a finger on her left hand as she stated names. Well. First is Flora, then Mizor, and then there's Mocha. Vice President Sona is one of them, too. And the last one is. With each name that Keno rattled off, Issei felt like he was being stabbed. The damage he was taking almost felt physical. Ever since the day he had scoped out all the hottest girls with Matsuda and Motohama, he had been fantasizing about getting those girls into his harem. Luckily, Keno had not named any of his big-boobed goddesses in that list of names. With that realization, Issei regained a bit of his spirit and was ready to hear the last name. The last one is? Issei asked with his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. Fufufu. Keno giggled in her signature way while covering her mouth with a hand. Then, she lowered her hand, pointed at herself, and spoke. Me. Hearing that, Issei felt like half of his world had been destroyed. He did, however, realize why James gave the impression that peeping on the girls' locker room in the MMA club would be worse than expulsion and police intervention. But, to think that Shitori Sona. No, Sona Citri, that Ice Queen was one of his girlfriends as well. And then there was the news that one of his two big-boobed goddesses was also already in his hands. Issei felt his heart was about to break. Keno, however, had no intention of stopping. Seeing Issei's expression had flipped her switch completely. On top of that, Keno began to speak, pausing until she was sure she had Issei's attention again. There's a chance that a blonde nine-tailed fox with boobs even bigger than mine will be his sixth. Boobs, even bigger than Keno-san's. Issei froze just imagining it. Before Issei could fully process that information, Ria said something that made his mind almost melt down. If you're talking about future editions, why didn't you mention me, Keno? Rias asked with a pout. After hearing Ria's question, Keno's smile grew wider and the sadistic glint in her eyes brightened. As she looked at Issei, she could see the illusion of his body turning to stone. Then, as a breeze blew, his body crumbled to dust and was blown away. Nice job putting the nail in the coffin, club president. Keno said while raising a thumb to Rias' unintentional assist. Huh? Rias was confused. In that confusion she asked. Keno, what do you mean? Sitting off to the side, James and Yuto simultaneously took a sip of the tea Keno had served not long ago and shook their heads. Kaneko continued to eat her cookies while not paying any mind to the perverted idiot as she tended to call Issei ever since he joined Ria's peerage. And Gasper panicked at seeing the lifeless look in Issei's eyes. Eventually, Issei came to his senses and asked his next question with desperation. That devil. Issei said while pointing at James. Half-devil. James corrected. Hasn't laid his hands on Kaneko-chan and Gasper-chan yet, right? Ignoring James' interruption, Issei continued with his question. No. James said after taking another sip of his tea. You're free to try your luck. Hearing that, Issei's eyes lit up. Then, he turned his thirsty gaze on the younger devils. If you try, Kaneko said with a cold gaze. I'll rip them off and cut it into mincemeat. At Kaneko's cold declaration, not only Issei, but James, Yuto, and Gasper also pressed their thighs together and covered their crotches with their hands. Then, Issei noticed the actions Gasper took and asked with confusion. Gasper, why did what Kaneko said scare you? Issei asked while tilting his head in confusion. Why shouldn't it? Gasper asked, also tilting his head in confusion. It was much cuter when he did it, though. That would scare any boy, right? With that, Issei's eyes opened even wider in shock. Then, he raised a shaky hand and pointed a finger at Gasper. Are you telling me, you're a boy? Issei asked, horror evident in his gaze. Yeah. Gasper half stated and half asked, unsure of what the issue was. At that moment, blood seeped from between Issei's lips. At the same time, the life in his eyes began to fade. Before Issei lost consciousness, a blue circle lit up on the back of his right hand and an angry voice came out from it. Hey you little shit. Skyadram roared in anger. Get your shit together or I'll find a way to kill you myself. That voice caught everyone's attention. Then, from a green glow on the back of James' left hand, Drake's voice could also be heard. Ha! To think I'd meet you again like this, Skyadram. Drake said with excitement. Drake. I never thought I'd hear your voice again, either. Skyadram said nonchalantly. The pigeons, crows, and bats did quite the number on you and Albion, huh? Ugh, don't remind me. Drake said tiredly. Because of them, I have been plagued with 2 curses. What are you talking about? Skyadram asked with curiosity. First, I was actually winning against Albion, thanks to the treasures I borrowed from Tiamat. Drake said with frustration. Before he could continue, however, he was interrupted. Gore. Skyadram growled angrily. Tiamat. That damn bitch. What happened between you and Tiamat? Drake asked curiously. That crazy bitch is the one that killed me. Skyadram replied angrily. Why? Drake asked, having forgotten the story he was telling, now completely invested in Skyadram's. Not only Drake, but everyone in the room was interested in the story that the former Shadow Dragon King had to tell. Even Issei had recovered from his heartbreak enough to focus on the story. Well, you remember how back in the day I used to raise children and teach them magic, right? Skyadram asked, nostalgia evident in his tone. Yeah, I never understood that hobby of yours. Drake replied. Well, I don't know either. Skyadram said. From his tone, everyone present could feel that he would be shrugging his shoulders if he had any. Anyway, around 400 years ago, when I was training my favorite of all those I had raised, Rogue. All the young devils were surprised to hear that a dragon would remember the name of a human from that long ago. Drake, on the other hand, knowing the Shadow Dragon King's personality, quickly interrupted. I know what you're about to do, Skyadram. Drake said sternly. And I implore you not to. What do you mean, Drake? James asked curiously while looking at the glowing green spot on the back of his left hand. Skyadram gets lost in his nostalgia quite easily. Drake said exasperatedly. Especially when he gets to talking about one of his so-called children. All the devils nodded in understanding. At that moment, Skyadram was giving off the vibe an old person has when they start to talk about the good old days. None of you appreciate the value of a good story. Skyadram muttered in disappointment. Ahem. Anyway, one day, about 400 years after you and Albion were killed, Tiamat came by to brag about a new treasure she had found. She said something about replacing the ones you lost, Drake. Just then, James felt Drake's soul shudder inside the boosted gear. Anyway, while she was showing it off to me and the young rogue, the boy sneezed. Skyadram said, his mood falling the further into the sentence he got. No, he didn't. Drake asked while holding in a breath. He did. Skyadram replied in a depressed tone. He did what? Issei asked impatiently. Stop stammering like you're trying to be mysterious. The room fell silent at Issei's outburst. When he looked up, Issei noticed everyone looking at him like he was an idiot. Why are you all looking at me like that? Issei asked while scratching his head. You know, I feel kinda sorry for the Shadow Dragon King. Kaneko said with a look of pity. I guess being forced to study more won't make someone smarter, huh? Rias asked Keno. I guess not. Keno replied. My condolences. Drake said to Skyadram. I miss Rogue already. Skyadram said, clearly dissatisfied with his host. Clap. Following James' clap, James spoke to get everything back on track. We can debate Issei's level of idiocy at another time. Hey! Issei shouted. For now, let's finish Skyadram's story. James said with a smile. Also, I want to hear what Drake's second curse is. Once again, Drake shuddered in his sacred gear. Like I was saying, Rogue sneezed on Tiamat's new shiny treasure. Skyadram said, agreeing that he needed to finish his story. Anyone who knows Tiamat can guess what happened next. But, for those who do not, I will explain. Everyone, except Drake, focused all their attention on Skyadram's story. That crazy bitch lost her shit. Skyadram roared angrily. Just because of a little snot that could be wiped off, she lost it, completely. During her rampage, I was able to teleport Rogue to safety, and I thought I would be safe if I hid in the shadows. But no, that crazy bitch bathed the area in her chaos karma flames, killing me in the process. After a few moments, Skyadram was able to get his emotions under control again. Then, he continued his story. After that, I felt my soul was being pulled away from the cycle of reincarnation. Then, everything went black. Skyadram said with melancholy in his tone. Then, the next time I regained consciousness, I was in this sacred gear, the Shadow Claws. I've never heard of this sacred gear before. Ria said while thinking to herself. I wonder if there's any information about it in the library at home. That's not surprising, Red. Skyadram said. This is the first time I have ever awakened. Because I do not like interacting with others, I have never lent my power to any of my hosts before. So, does that mean I'm special? Issei asked excitedly. I mean, why else would you awaken for me? Sorry, kid, but no. Skyadram said flatly. I only awakened because I felt the aura of an old acquaintance from the guy who was beating you like you stole something. Oh, that would be me. James said with a wide smile on his face. Anyway, now that we know Skyadram's circumstances, it's time to get back to Drake's story. This will affect you too, partner. Drake said in a depressed tone. Like Skyadram said, I lost Tiamat's treasures when Albion and I were killed by the 3 biblical factions. I lost the treasures Tiamat lent me. And because of that, Tiamat has made a habit of killing my hosts over the centuries. The room fell silent for a few moments after Drake finished. Then, James spoke. So, basically, because of you, if I ever meet Tiamat, I'm fucked. James asked with a deadpan. Yeah, pretty much. Chapter 80, What are your plans for winter break? After Issei awakened his sacred gear, the Shadow Claws, time continued to move forward. Shortly after that event, the midterms came and went. After that, the rest of the term went by without any issue. Occasionally fighting stray devils and taking trips to the underworld were the only things the group did other than train and go to school. Today, on the last day of final exams, James was visiting the Occult Research Club room. Sitting on one of the 2 sofas in the room, James was flanked by both Mizore and Mocha. On the opposite sofa, Yudo sat while drinking from a cup of tea prepared by a Keno, while Issei sat next to him staring at James with jealousy. Adjacent to the sofas was an elegant mahogany desk, behind which Rias sat while handling paperwork. Standing behind Rias, Akino was ready to respond to any requests her king may have for her. After several minutes of working on the paperwork in front of her, Rias set her pen down and stretched her arms over her head. This, of course, emphasized her enormous breasts. Issei was naturally drawn to the sight. Seeing that, a bit of disgust flashed through Rias' eyes, followed by disappointment when seeing that James was not spellbound like her pawn was. Shaking her head to rid herself of that feeling, Rias turned to James and spoke. Sorry to keep you waiting, James, Mizore, and Mocha. When I was the one who invited you to stop by. Rias said as she picked up the cup of tea on her desk. Anyway, what are your plans for the winter break? We'll be taking a trip to Kyoto. James answered nonchalantly. Lady Yasaka and Keno asked us to bring in the new year with them. Damn it, another one is going to beat me to it. Rias muttered to herself. Fufufu. Akino giggled while covering her mouth elegantly with a hand. Don't worry Rias, you'll be able to challenge Riser soon. Your 18th birthday is right around the corner. I wanted to challenge that bastard during winter break, though. Rias said while pouting. No later than spring break. Well, them's the breaks, Riri. James said while wrapping his arms around Mizore and Mocha. Seeing James' actions and how happily the girls leaned into his embrace, both Rias and Issei stared at them enviously. Noticing the jealousy in Rias and Issei's expressions, Akino feeling a sadistic pleasure decided to make the atmosphere even more volatile. From her place standing behind Rias, she made her way to the sofa James was sitting on and sat in James' lap while wrapping her arms around his neck. Once she was comfortable, Akino looked at Issei with pity. Her expression saying that this is something he will never attain. Seeing that, Issei fell from the sofa to his knees while blood seeped from his lips. Akino's mental attack was converted to physical damage, or so it would seem, for the aspiring harem king. After getting the reaction she wanted from Issei, Akino turned a smug smile in Ria's direction. Seeing that, Ria's hair began to sway and rise with the absence of any wind. "Okay, I think that's enough," James said with a smile while patting Akino on her butt. "If you push her too far, I'm not gonna stop her when the power of destruction starts flying around the room." "Fine. Akino said with a pout. "You always mess up my fun." "James." Rias cooed while smiling at James as he came to her rescue. "You should know by now, Akino," James said while looking directly into Akino's eyes. "Only I can tease Ri. James." Rias drawled while pouting. "Anyway, what are your plans for the winter break?" James asked as he turned his attention to the crimson-haired beauty. *I* will keep training," Rias said with determination. "I think my cousin said he wanted to visit while we were in the underworld, too." You mean Serorg, right?" James asked while stroking his chin. "It's been a while since I saw him." Upon hearing the unfamiliar name, Issei was the only one who had a confused look on his face. Noticing this, Rias decided to explain who Serorg was to her ignorant pawn. "Serorg Bale is my cousin on my mother's side," Rias said, beginning her explanation. "He's the current heir of the great king house of the Bale clan." "Oh, he got the position of heir back?" James asked, happiness in his tone. "Anyway, something else to add about Serorg, he was born without the Bale's bloodline ability, power of destruction. So, it's even more impressive that he has become the clan's heir again." "Again?" Issei asked curiously. "You see, even though Serorg is the firstborn of the current Bale clan head, because he was unable to use the power of destruction, he was exiled in all but name," Rias said with a hint of frustration in her tone. "However, with an extraordinary amount of physical training, he raised his power to a point that he is considered the strongest young devil in the underworld." "Does that mean he's stronger than James Senpai?" Issei asked half out of curiosity and half in a gloating tone. Well, Rias was unsure how to answer that question. Thinking that Rias did not want to damage James' pride, Issei put on an insidious smile. Then, when he turned to look at James, his expression turned to one of pity. "Well, don't worry about it, Senpai," Issei said, doing his best to hide his smile. "There's always someone better, but as long as you work hard, I'm sure you'll reach the top, one day." While Issei was smiling proudly at the self-perceived burn, everyone else was looking at him like he was an idiot. Then, Akino, Mizore, and Mocha's expressions turned into those of disdain. "Your small-minded personality is the reason you'll never have a harem of your own," Mocha said mercilessly. Issei felt as if an arrow stabbed into his heart when he heard that. Not even smart enough to realize that Rias was struggling to explain, not save James' pride. Mizore said with disgust in her eyes. Once again, Issei felt the sensation of physical damage from Mizore's words. "Issei-kun, you really should listen to the end when someone is talking," Akino said dismissively. And once again, Issei felt blood seeping from between his lips. Sitting next to him, Yuto patted Issei on the shoulder sympathetically. Then, feeling slightly bad to see her servant insulted like that, Rias decided to explain. However, before she could open her mouth, James explained instead. "Well, in a sense, calling Serorg stronger than me isn't wrong," James said with a smile. "He is physically stronger than I am, after all." "But you know that's not what they mean in the underworld," Rias said exasperatedly. "If I remember correctly, your win-loss record against Serorg is 6-4, right?" "That's what Serorg would say it is," James said with a chuckle. "But he and I both know that it's really 6 wins for me, 3 wins for him and a tie." "Seriously?" Issei asked in disbelief. "If that's the case, no matter what, you've won more times than he has. So why would he be considered the strongest young devil in the underworld?" Hearing that question, everyone looked at James with a bit of concern. While James' expression turned into something savage. "It's simple, eyes," James said with wrath in his tone. Those bigoted highborn fossils can't stand the fact that the strongest member of the younger generation is a dirty half-breed. Just wait, I'll show them what power really looks like when I start participating in the rating games. With his anger getting the best of him, James unintentionally let his aura wash over the Occult Research Club's club room. When they felt the pressure James emitted, Rias and Keno's eyes opened wide. Advanced level, ultimate rank. Rias muttered in disbelief. Keno could not even speak due to the surprise. You were only intermediate level in Kyoto, right? Rias asked confusedly. Asterisk I guess the cat's out of the bag. James said with a wry smile. I still don't have full control of my new power. So, I haven't announced it. Hold on, James. Rias said while placing a finger on her forehead. Have you always waited until you have perfect control of your demonic energy before announcing your level publicly? Yeah. James said with a cunning smile. Those bigoted highborn fossils would come up with some excuse to get rid of me if I improved faster than even your brother did at the same age, right? Asterisk unfortunately. Rias had to agree. Plus, my brother may have helped them. His pride is the highest in the underworld. Well on sometimes. And only for the strangest things. Anyway, I'd appreciate it if you all kept this to yourselves until I'm ready to reveal it. James asked with a smile. Naturally, no one had an issue with keeping the secret. After talking for a little while longer, the group decided it was a good time to head home. Human world, Japan, Kyoto, yokai subdimension. Shuna, Cheyenne, are you sure about this? Yasaka asked the pair of Oni standing before her in the meeting room of her residence. Is it true that Youngman is the one who gave the order not to kill? Shuna, a graceful, beautiful female Oni standing at 5 feet 1 inch, 1.55 meters tall with wavy pink hair, hot pink eyes, 2 marrow porcelain horns protruding from her forehead, very thin, almost non-existent, eyebrows, and an appearance comparable to a 16-year-old human girl, asked about the order of events on the day the Oni rebellion was stopped. According to what the injured soldiers and Alaverus-san's allies reported. Yasaka replied with a nod. But I must remind you, I was trapped behind the barrier around this very residence at the time. So, I do not know firsthand. I understand. Shuna replied with a nod. If it is true, then this is the only way I can think to repay his kindness. Even if he was just trying to not cross the line. He would have been well within his rights as the appointed protector of Miss Kenu if he had killed every one of the Oni rebels. Asterisk if that is your decision. Yasaka said with a sigh. Then, she turned her attention to the other Oni in the room. And what about you, Cheyenne? Cheyenne, a beautiful young female Oni standing at 5 feet 7 inches, 1.7 meters, with a noticeably curvy figure, light purple hair, large purple eyes, a narrow black horn protruding from her forehead, and an appearance comparable to a woman in her early 20s, smiled happily in response and spoke. As Princess Shuna's personal guard, I shall follow wherever she may go. Cheyenne said proudly. And that's where the problem lies, Cheyenne. Yasaka said with exasperation. If you choose to follow Shuna this time, you will have to dedicate your fealty to another. Hearing that, Cheyenne's proud smile froze. Then her expression turned into one of confusion and slight fear. Then, Cheyenne turned her eyes to Shuna. In those eyes, Shuna could see the fear of what would be considered willfully breaking her oath to fealty to Shuna. Smiling wryly, Shuna told Cheyenne exactly what she did not want to hear. It's true, Cheyenne. Shuna said gently. If you choose to follow me into Alaverus-sama's peerage, then your loyalty to me would have to be lowered to second, at best. Alaverus-sama's orders would supersede my own. With that, Cheyenne's expression changed to resemble that of an abandoned puppy. Tearfully, she hung her head and did not know what to do. Having expected something like this, Yasaka decided to speak to the 2 young Oni women. Well, Alaverus-san and his family will not arrive until December 30th. So, you have approximately 2 weeks to reconsider your decisions. Yasaka said in a patient tone. I suggest you take this time to really think about your futures. And with that, Yasaka picked up the cup of tea from the side table next to her throne, signaling that this conversation had come to an end. Chapter 81, Failed Experiments and the Long Road Ahead. December 30th. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Standing outside the torii gate that leads to the yokai subdimension are Yasaka and Keno, both dressed as shrine maidens. With their yokai traits hidden, they look to be no more than a voluptuous, beautiful, blonde shrine maiden and her daughter, a shrine maiden in training. Standing with the mother and daughter are two female oni, also with their yokai traits hidden. Shuna, wearing a white kimono with gorgeous red embroidery and a red kimono skirt that is held up with a red obi, and Cheyenne, dressed in a white button-down shirt with the upper half of the buttons undone, which revealed a good portion of her sizable breasts, a deep purple blazer, a matching pair of slim women's slacks, and a pair of black high-heeled boots, were also waiting for the arrival of James, his mother, Leona, and his peerage. "Mommy, how much longer till Oni-chan and Oba-chan get here?" Keno asked for the umpteenth time while tugging on the sleeve of Yasaka's kimono. "Easy, sweetie," Yasaka said with a wry smile. This Alaverus-sama and his mother must truly be wonderful people if Miss Keno's attitude toward them is any indication. Shuna said with a smile. "I think that remains to be seen," Cheyenne said uneasily. "Don't be fooled by a good first impression, princess." Well, if they are able to fool a child with proficiency at the initial level in the use of senjutsu for over a year and a half, I doubt there would be much I could do to see through their ruse, Shuna said while smiling wryly. Then again, keeping up that kind of deception for that long would be virtually impossible, would it not, Cheyenne? Indeed, it would, Cheyenne admitted begrudgingly. Not that Cheyenne has anything against the Alaverus family. It really comes down to her wish to follow Shuna. Although she is honor-bound to follow Shuna wherever she may go, just the thought of swearing fealty to another does not sit well with her. So, she attempts to find a way to dissuade her princess from joining the peerage of the young half-devil. Meanwhile, looking down at her wristwatch, Yasaka replied to Keno's question. "It's 11:59, so if they aren't running." At that moment, a magic circle appeared on the ground to the left of the quartet. As it rose from the ground, 7 figures were revealed. When the magic circle reached its zenith and James was revealed fully, the magic circle vanished. After a moment, James, as the leader of their group, greeted Yasaka's group. "Lady Yasaka, good afternoon." James nodded with proper noble etiquette. "I'm glad to see you well, Alaverus-san," Yasaka said with a smile. "I'm also glad to see you are doing well." Before the polite greetings could go on any further, Keno had lost her patience. With a big smile on her face, she dashed toward James and Leona. "Oni-chan, Oba-chan, I missed you. Keno said as she jumped toward James and Leona. Wrapping her arms and tails around James and Leona, she pulled them both into a hug. Already bored with the etiquette and decorum, Leona hugged Keno back. James also hugged her back while smiling wryly and apologizing with his eyes. Yasaka was also smiling wryly at her daughter's behavior. Not that she could blame Keno. After living with the Alaverus family for more than a year, separation hit her hard. Shuna and Cheyenne were quite surprised by Keno's behavior, however. The happy smile on her face was dazzling. Although she always seemed to be smiling happily whenever they had seen her in the past, when she saw James and Leona, her face lit up like festival fireworks. Eventually, Yasaka decided that she had to finish the pleasantries. That way, they would be free to act more casually. "Keno, Alaverus-san." Yasaka began to speak, but "Yes, X2." In response to Yasaka's call of Alaverus-san, both mother and son responded. The atmosphere froze in awkwardness for a moment. Then, James and Leona began to laugh simultaneously. Then, once again, simultaneously they said, "Jinx." Then, they both began to laugh once again. With that, the awkward atmosphere was not just broken, it was completely shattered by the playful mother-son duo. "Sorry. We have a weird sense of humor to most people," James said with a smile. "But, Lady Yasaka, I think it would be better if you referred to me as James from now on. Also, I'm sure that my mother would prefer it if you referred to her as Leona, as well, as she is originally from the US. "Yes, I see your point," Yasaka said after a moment of contemplation. Then James-san, Leona-san, welcome to Kyoto. "Thank you, Lady Yasaka," James replied with a smile. "It's wonderful to be back." "Thank you, Lady Yasaka, for the warm welcome," Leona also replied with a smile. Then, with her smile turning slightly mischievous, she continued. I would love the opportunity to get to know you. For some reason, Yasaka felt a bit uneasy when she saw that bit of mischief swirling in Leona's eyes. A moment later, she shook off the unease she felt, then spoke once again. I see some new faces in your entourage, Yasaka said while looking over the group of young people behind James and Leona. Do I finally have the honor of meeting your entire peerage? Unfortunately, there are still 2 who are back in Kyoto, James said with a slight smile. I have to keep vigilant over our base of operations after all. The truth of the matter is that Dante simply did not want to travel to Kyoto. Feeling uneasy about Dante being there alone, James asked Lady to keep an eye on the Tsundere son of Sparta. James also commissioned her task as a mission. I'll do the introductions either way, James said with a smile. After that, James took care of introducing his peerage. Unlike the introductions from back when he was younger, he did not make the mistake of trying to introduce someone he had never met. Internally, he patted himself on the back. That's kind of pathetic, partner, Drake commented. Shut up. On the other hand, Yasaka and Shuna were surprised by the lineup. To think James had the last known Yukiana, the reincarnation of Ireland's Son of Light, a fabled Shinso vampire, if the rumors from Europe are true, a martial arts genius, and the heiress of the Sarutobi clan of the Satori ninjas. His quality as a leader must be something special if all these people obey him harmoniously. Lady Yasaka, if you wouldn't mind, how about introducing the 2 lovely ladies next to you as well? James said, trying to shake off the embarrassment he was feeling from his short conversation with Drake. Oh dear, where are my manners? Yasaka said with a wry smile. Allow me to introduce you to Shuna, Princess of the Oni, and her personal guard, Cheyenne. It's a pleasure to meet you, Princess Shuna and Dame Cheyenne, James said while bowing with the proper etiquette of a noble. As I'm sure you have heard, my name is James Alaverus. But I would appreciate it if you would just call me James. Very well, as you wish, Shuna said with a graceful smile. And I assure you, the pleasure is all mine. Pleased to meet you, Cheyenne said in a neutral tone. Now that the introductions are out of the way, why don't we go inside and take a break? Yasaka suggested. Perhaps we could speak over a cup of tea to get to know each other. No objections on our side, James replied with a jovial smile. Then, Yasaka opened the gate to the yokai subdimension. After which, everyone followed her through. Human world, Japan, Kyoto, yokai subdimension. As it turns out, when war is not being waged, the scenery in the yokai subdimension is really quite a sight to see. The night sky filled with stars, the houses lit up with a combination of candlelight, lanterns, and soft electric light, the street vendors hawking food and magical items, and the well-lit area around Yasaka's palace made for a beautiful combination of ancient and modern culture. Seated around 2 tables in Yasaka's reception room, James, Leona, and James' peerage were enjoying a few cups of tea with the 9-tailed foxes and Oni ladies. Seated at the smaller of the 2 tables were Yasaka, Leona, and Shuna. Yasaka and Shuna wanted to hear more about James from the perspective that only a mother could have. At the other table, all the others were seated. The most eye-catching thing about this table, however, was that James was currently covering his face and trying to block out the stories that could be heard from the first table. I remember when he brought back his first potential peerage member, Leona said with a nostalgic smile on her face. He was only 11 and he brought Mizor back with him. And boy did he get carried away. He introduced Mizor with no issue, then he went around introducing everyone in the room. At the end, he gets to Tsubaki. Lady Yasaka, you met her while they were here on the school trip. Anyway, so, James starts his introduction to Tsubaki. Then he realizes he had never met her before. The laughter of everyone except James rang out. James, on the other hand, was looking for a crack in the floor that he might be able to slip into. Then, Siyu Chillin, who was enjoying this the most, chimed in. Didn't the same thing happen when I was introduced, too? Siyu Chillin asked with a shit-eating grin on his face. Oh, that's right, Leona said as if she had just remembered that incident. Instead of Tsubaki, though, it was Kaneko he didn't know, that time. Ha, good times, good times. Seeing James suffer, Siyu Chillin loved every second of this. Mizor, Mocha, and Flora tried not to, however, they could not help but laugh along with everyone else. Ayam, on the other hand, was looking at James enviously. Oh, how I would love to be humiliated like that in front of James-sama. Ayam muttered to herself as she blushed from the thought. Eventually everyone noticed the strange atmosphere around Ayam. When they did, Shuna and Cheyenne were the most confused. James, on the other hand, thought now would be the perfect time to try something new. So, James stood from his seat and began to walk toward Ayam, who by now was writhing around while hugging herself. Before James could perform his little experiment, Shuna asked the question that was on her mind. "Is Sarutobi-san all right?" "Oh, princess," Leona said as she began to explain about the perverted Satori. "That girl is a super high-level pervert. A masochist the like of which you have never seen." Asterisk gasp, asterisk is that true? Shuna asked in disbelief. To think the well-respected heiress of the Sarutobi clan was such a deviant. At that moment, James had reached Ayam's side. Ayam, so far into her own fantasies of humiliation, did not even notice James' approach. Then, James gently wrapped his arms around the writhing Ayam. And in a caring tone he spoke. "Ayam, are you all right? Do you need help?" Suddenly feeling James' warm embrace and hearing his gentle tone, Ayam froze. With her eyes wide open and mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water, after a moment or two, she fainted. Ayam's mind had overloaded from all the new stimulations and sensations. "Damn," James muttered. "I guess that experiment was a failure." "Experiment? Failure?" Cheyenne asked confusedly. "Yeah," James said with depression in his tone. "You heard my mom mention that Ayam is a pervert, right?" Cheyenne nodded in response, but she still asked. "But what does that have to do with an experiment?" "Well, I've been experimenting on how to calm Ayam down from her masochism-induced, how do I put this?" James began to explain, then stopped as he could not think of the proper term for Ayam's condition. "I think the word stupor would be appropriate, James," Flora said with a smile. "Yes, she definitely goes into a stupor," James said with realization. "Thanks, Flora. Anyway, I've been experimenting ever since she joined my peerage. To date I've failed 93 times. Looks like you've got a long road ahead of you, James." Everyone in the room thought simultaneously. Chapter 82, A Sense of Entitlement. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. "Well, I guess I'll take Ayam somewhere to rest," James said as he lifted the unconscious Ayam into his arms. "Kunu, sweetie, could you show James to the guest rooms?" Yasaka asked as she turned her attention to her daughter. "Also, why don't you show him around while you're at it?" "Okay," Kunu said excitedly as she stood from her seat. "Come on, Oni-chan, let's go. Let's go." Smiling at the energetic little fox girl, James secured his hold on Ayam then followed Kunu as she left the room. "Lancer, I think you should go with them," Leona said with a smile. "Huh?" Siyu Chulin exclaimed in confusion. "I think now would be a good time for us to have some girl talk," Leona said, maintaining her smile. Then, a hint of mischief flashed in her eyes. "Unless you'd like to participate." Seeing the mischief in Leona's eyes and feeling the lady's stares prickle his skin, Siyu Chulin shook his head frantically and spoke as he hurried to follow James and Kunu. Once James, Siyu Chulin, and Kunu were gone, the atmosphere in the room changed. Slowly, Leona lost her smile as she ran her gaze over the three women she had just met today. Even though Yasaka and Cheyenne were more powerful than Leona, they both felt uneasy from her gaze. "Now, I think it's time to get down to business," Leona said as she placed her elbows on the table and interlocked her fingers. Then, as she rested her chin on her interlocked fingers, she asked. "So, Lady Yasaka, would you mind if I asked, why did you bring these two to meet with my James?" Yasaka, impressed that she had been seen through so quickly, felt a little uncomfortable with the way Leona was talking to her. However, she also understood the weight of a mother's love. She would probably be even more overbearing if she knew that someone had ulterior motives for her daughter. And it could not be denied that there were ulterior motives behind Shuna and Cheyenne's wish to meet with James. Shuna was also feeling uncomfortable from Leona's gaze. She felt as if she was being seen through. as if all lies would be exposed. As the princess of a race of yokai, she had been taught not to reveal her everything, regardless of the situation. However, her instincts were screaming at her that keeping secrets would not end well for her in this situation. Cheyenne, on the other hand, was growing angry at the disrespectful tone the woman in front of her was using to speak with her princess. "Leona-san, I can assure you that there is no," Yasaka said, trying to de-escalate the situation. However, before she could get far, Cheyenne had reached the limits of her patience. "How dare you take such a disrespectful tone when addressing the princess, commoner?" Cheyenne said, while standing from her seat. "Oh," Leona said without much interest. "You mean the princess of a people whose entire fighting force is still alive because my son allowed them to be?" Hearing that, Cheyenne's anger only grew. Noticing this, Leona finally looked in her direction. "I would suggest you sit down and not do anything stupid," Leona said calmly. "I did not come here with hostile intentions." "Cheyenne, sit down," Shuna said calmly. "Everything Leona-sama has said is true, even if it is unpleasant to hear." "But, princess, Cheyenne tried to object before being cut off. "Cheyenne, that's enough," Shuna said, a little more sternly. With that, Cheyenne reluctantly closed her mouth and took her seat once again. Meanwhile, Mizore, Mocha, and Flora were stunned into silence by Leona's change in attitude. Not to mention the pressure they were feeling from her. Even if it was not directed at them. "That's the real Auntie Leona, right?" Mizore asked while looking at Leona with awe in her eyes. "I think so," Flora replied unsurely. "It's crazier than what James told us before," Mocha said with confusion. "Right," Flora said with disbelief in her tone. "I would have never thought things would be like this when her switch flipped." "Yeah, James' stories didn't do it justice at all," Mizore said while shaking her head slowly and smiling wryly. At that moment, Leona looked in the whispering girl's direction. As her eyes left the three Kyoto natives, her atmosphere changed back into her usual jovial, teasing demeanor. "What's wrong, girls?" Leona said with a big smile and mischief swirling in her eyes. "Nothing. Nothing at all, X3. This is unreal," the three girls thought simultaneously. "Who is Auntie Leona, really?" With that, Leona turned her attention back to Yasaka, Shuna, and Cheyenne. Her atmosphere turning back to the no-nonsense atmosphere she had just a moment before. "So, would it be too much to ask to have my first question answered?" Leona said as she narrowed her eyes. ****, the truth is," Yasaka said as she decided to just tell the truth. However, she was interrupted before she could even begin. "Lady Yasaka, I think it would be best if I explained," Shuna said calmly with a smile on her face. Hearing Shuna interrupt Yasaka's explanation, Leona turned her gaze in her direction. Then, she raised an eyebrow as she saw the calm smile on Shuna's face. It seemed, relieved for some reason. Needless to say, Leona was curious to know why that was. "Please, go ahead," Leona said while gesturing for Shuna to continue. "The truth is, after hearing that James-sama and his companions were the ones who defeated the rebels inside by Kotengu, I was curious," Shuna said calmly before taking a sip of her tea. After setting her teacup back on the saucer, she continued. "Then, when I heard that he also ordered to spare as many of the rebels as possible, I wished to join his peerage to repay the grace of sparing my people." Before she could explain further, Shuna was interrupted by Cheyenne slamming her palm onto the table. "Princess, why would you willingly subordinate yourself to another?" Cheyenne shouted angrily. "You are princess of the proud Oni tribe. The proud Oni tribe who had more than 70% of their fighting force defeated by one man," Shuna said in rebuttal to Cheyenne's outburst. "This will be the last time I say this, Cheyenne. Sit down." Dejectedly, Cheyenne sat once again. "For a reason like that, James would never accept you into his peerage," Leona said calmly, having not paid any attention to the other Oni woman's outburst. Shuna nodded her head in agreement. Then with a sweet smile she spoke. "To be honest, if he had been the type to accept a reason like that, I would have most likely retracted my offer," Shuna said while raising a hand to her cheek. "But after meeting him, I knew that he was different." "Oh." Leona raised an eyebrow in interest. You could tell that from the short time our group has interacted with you. I'm not sure how much you know about yokai. Shuna said, not answering Leona's question directly. Yokai who use senjutsu, to be more precise. I'll admit, not much. Leona admitted. I haven't been part of the supernatural world for very long, so, most of what I know is related to Devil Society. I see. Shuna said while nodding understandingly. Well, one of the abilities senjutsu users gain is the ability to feel the emotions of those around them. And, after sensing James Sama's emotional state, I was surprised at his cheerful aura. It feels strange to describe a devil like this, but he feels like a ray of sunshine. Well, James is only half devil, but I know what you mean. Leona said with a slight smile. Smiling in response, Shuna continued. Also, when I found out about his peerage and its members, I could feel that as a leader, he seemed special. Shuna said with a smile that morphed into an expression of determination. It made me feel as if James Sama was someone worth following. You're quite the good judge of character. Leona said with a brilliant smile on her face. Hearing that, Mizor, Mocha, and Flora nodded in agreement. I will not allow it. Cheyenne shouted angrily. As the princess' personal guard, I will not allow her to subordinate herself to someone else. And who are you to decide for her? Leona said scathingly. As a bodyguard, your job is to protect her, not to decide for her. I'm amazed you still have a head on your shoulders for overstepping your boundaries so many times. Knowing that what Leona said was correct, Cheyenne's anger grew once again. Unwilling to admit her wrongs, she locked her killing intent onto Leona. Surprisingly, Leona was unbothered. Before she could make any other moves, however, she froze. Why? Because, resting on her right shoulder was James' katana, Okairu Sakura. I'd suggest you calm down, Dame Cheyenne. James said in the coldest voice any of those present had ever heard from him. Then, like Leona had before him, his demeanor changed to his usual cheerful attitude when his attention turned to his mother. Mom, what happened? Yeah, they really are mother and son. Everyone thought when they saw the quick change of expression. Well, the short version is that Princess Shuna wishes to join your peerage. Leona said while gesturing to the surprised Shuna. Then, gesturing to Cheyenne, she continued. And her bodyguard is against it. Oh, I see. James said, maintaining his smile. And why was she aiming her killing intent at you, Mom? Because I let her know about herself and she wasn't happy to hear the truth. Leona said with a shrug of her shoulders. Cheyenne lowered her head, growing angrier because she could not refute Leona's words. So, she's a short-tempered musclehead. James said as he withdrew his sword and sheathed it. A moment later, Konu and Siyu Chulin entered the reception room. Seeing the tense situation, they were confused. They, however, proceeded to take their seats quietly. So, why are you so against Princess Shuna joining my peerage, Dame Cheyenne? James asked curiously as he also took his seat. Because she is against swearing fealty to another. Shuna answered instead of Cheyenne. She is unwilling to make another her target for protection. As she intended to follow me into your peerage if I joined it. To that, Leona sneered. This woman thinks too much. Leona said without sparing Cheyenne's feelings. Do you really think you could protect James from anything that he couldn't handle himself? Once again, though unpleasant to hear, Leona's words were true. James, an advanced level, ultimate rank being, outclassed Cheyenne, an advanced level, high rank being, by an entire rank. Besides, you seem to misunderstand something about my son. Leona said with a smile. He doesn't require your fealty. Though he couldn't avoid getting it from Iam. Mom's right. James said with a smile. Although you'd have to renounce your oath to Princess Shua, there's no reason she couldn't remain your primary target for protection. Hearing that, Cheyenne opened her eyes wide. But why would I have to renounce my oath if I do not have to swear fealty to you? Cheyenne asked in confusion. Because my orders would still need to be followed over hers. James shrugged as he answered the Oni woman's question. As the king, I'm the leader or commander of the peerage. So, I can't have any conflicting orders among my subordinates. Cheyenne, nodding in understanding, contemplated Shuna's decision once again. But you made one more mistake. James said with a smile. Cheyenne raised her head in confusion and looked at James. You just assumed I would accept both of you into my peerage. James said while looking at the princess and her bodyguard with a deadpan. Why does it feel like you were choosing to join my peerage and not appealing to me to accept you into it? At that moment, Shuna and Cheyenne froze. Shuna, as a member of the Oni tribe's royal family, was used to everyone around her catering to her wishes. And Cheyenne, who had been protecting Shuna for the last decade or so, never considered that anyone would deny her request. So, for both of them, the thought that James might not accept them into his peerage never crossed their minds. Slam. You wouldn't dare. Cheyenne said after slamming a palm on the table and standing up. However, she was forced to stop. James, with his eyes narrowed, released his aura. With his aura released fully, a red armored tekka with golden accents and a green jewel adorning the back of the hand appeared on James' left arm. Boost. Believe me when I say this. James said with a bit of coldness in his tone. There is little I, James Alaverus, the Red Dragon Emperor, dare not to do. And unfortunately for you, denying the request of a princess from a tribe of people I could destroy single-handedly does not fall into that category. Seeing James' display, Yasaka was shocked. Keno thought James was cool even if a bit scary. Leona felt proud of how her baby had grown up. Siyu Chilin felt as if he had fallen further behind. And Mizora, Mocha, and Flora were excited. Shuna and Cheyenne, however, were terrified. Especially Cheyenne, she finally realized she could not afford to antagonize the men in front of her. And the revelation that James was this generation's Red Dragon Emperor made it even worse. Then, James retracted his aura, dispelled the boosted gear, and put on a friendly smile. After all that, he spoke. Besides, my peerage is more than just subordinates to me. They're family. James said with a smile. I know next to nothing about you. Why would I accept you into my family? After stopping to think for a moment, James continued with a slightly put-off expression. And before anyone mentions I am, she was quite the weird exception. At the same time in one of the guest rooms of Yasaka's residence, the unconscious I am shuddered and her face reddened. Chapter 83, after taking some time to think. Human world, Japan, Kyoto, yokai subdimension. The evening after the tea party, Shuna and Cheyenne were in their shared guest room. While Cheyenne was stomping around the room angrily, Shuna was sitting by the window, quietly gazing at the night sky. That boy is unbelievable. Cheyenne said with displeasure in her tone. To think he would deny your request, princess. Did he really do anything wrong? Shuna asked in response, without turning her gaze from the night sky. Of course, you are the princess of the Oni tribe. Cheyenne said angrily. You deserve to be treated with more respect. Finally, Shuna turned her attention to Cheyenne. When she did, she spoke softly. Cheyenne, do you remember what my father used to say about respect? Shuna asked before turning her gaze back to the night sky. Cheyenne stopped to think back on what the former chief of the Oni tribe used to say about respect. After not hearing an answer for a few moments, Shuna turned back to Cheyenne and answered her own question. Father used to say that no one deserves respect. Shuna said, the words spoken softly. Respect must be earned with your actions. Cheyenne lowered her head as if she had just been scolded. After a moment, Shuna spoke once again, and Cheyenne raised her head to listen. Also, you are mistaking respect for obeisance. Shuna said. After a moment of silence, she continued. You must remember, James-sama is not an Oni, my status as princess means nothing to him. Just as his status as a high-class devil means nothing to you. At that moment, Cheyenne finally recognized her mistake. As Shuna very rarely leaves the tribe, Cheyenne has not left the tribe much either. Therefore, other than other yokai leaders, she subconsciously looks down on those of other races and tribes. Seems like you finally understand. Shuna said with a slight smile. I must admit, I had fallen into the same mindset as you, Cheyenne. I never once considered that James-sama would reject my request to join his peerage. It would seem I have become far too used to things going my way. Princess. Cheyenne mumbled, not sure of how to console Shuna. Don't worry about it, Cheyenne. Shuna said as the smile on her face brightened. This will give us both the chance to grow. If you say so, princess. Cheyenne said, still a bit uncomfortable with the situation. Either way, Shuna said solemnly, the first thing we need to do tomorrow is apologize. In another room in Yasaka's residence, Leona was sitting alone with a bottle of wine. After finishing her current glass, she reached for the bottle. However, before she could wrap her fingers around it, a fair-skinned, slender hand grabbed it, then filled her glass. Following the hand to its source, Leona saw Yasaka holding the bottle with a glass of her own in her other hand. I hope you don't mind some company, Yasaka said with a smile. Drinking with someone is always better than drinking alone, Leona replied, also with a smile. With Leona's agreement, Yasaka poured herself a glass of wine and sat across from Leona. Placing the bottle between them, Yasaka spoke after taking a sip of the wine. I'd like to apologize for Cheyenne's actions, Yasaka said, not beating around the bush. And I didn't expect them to not understand that they would be seeking James-san's approval. You have nothing to apologize for, Lady Yasaka, Leona said before taking a sip of wine. Then, she continued. Actually, you should probably apologize to James for not telling him about them beforehand. To Leona's slight reprimand, Yasaka blushed slightly without losing her smile. I tried to visit James before coming here, Yasaka said with a wry smile. But the door was locked and the room was eerily quiet. So, I decided to come back later. In response, Leona giggled. Then, after taking another sip from her glass, she spoke. Those kids sure are energetic, aren't they? Leona said with a mischievous smile. It feels like just the other day when we walked into his bedroom the morning after he lost his virginity. Did you really? Yasaka asked curiously. You just walked in. Sure did, we found him and Keno, the queen of Rias Gremory who you met during their school trip, cuddled together, naked in bed. Oh, my. Yasaka said, the blush on her cheeks deepening. I think I'd like to hear that story in more detail. Unfortunately, I don't have the kind of details that you want, Miss Cougar, Leona said with a giggle. I know you know it's rude to comment about a lady's age, Leona-san, Yasaka said with a wry smile. Besides, if I'm going to pursue a younger man, it's something I'd like to not have brought up all that often. Okay, I'm sorry, Leona said, raising her hands disarmingly. But I wasn't talking about your age per se. I was just commenting on the fact that you are older than James. I never thought I'd be interested in another man after my husband died, Yasaka said wistfully. Especially one so much younger than I am. I know what you mean. Sort of, Leona said with a smile. My husband is almost 600 years older than me. Yes, that's quite the age gap, Yasaka said in astonishment. Well, you would never guess it, Leona said with a smile. He was just like a blushing schoolboy when we met 25 years ago. Oh, that's another story I'd like to hear, Yasaka said with a smile. Smiling in return, Leona told Yasaka the story of how she and Cassiel met. And with the help of alcohol, they traded many other stories through the night. The next day. 7 a.m. Waking up early after an intense night, James found himself buried in naked bodies. With Flora hugging his right arm, Mocha on his left, and the more petite Mazur sleeping on his chest. Doing his best not to wake the girls, James slipped out of bed. After taking a quick shower, James left the room and began to wander. Eventually, James found his way to the dining hall. Upon entering, James immediately saw Shuna and Cheyenne drinking tea. He assumed they were waiting for their breakfast to be brought out to them. So, as if yesterday's events did not happen, James walked up to their table and greeted the young Oni women. Princess Shuna, Dame Cheyenne, good morning, James said with a bright smile. How are you two this morning? Hearing James' voice so suddenly, Shuna and Cheyenne flinched. However, they regained themselves quickly. With a smile, Shuna turned toward James and returned the greeting. Good morning, James-sama, Shuna said with a smile. I'm doing well. How are you? Good morning, Cheyenne said with her head down. I guess Dame Cheyenne doesn't welcome me, James said after seeing Cheyenne's reaction to his presence. Hearing that, Cheyenne panicked. After a night to think about it, she realized how terribly rude she had been the day before. Because of that, she was feeling apprehension about meeting James and Leona today. That, of course, made it hard to make eye contact with James when he showed up next to their table. Because of the panic, she stood from her seat and spoke much louder than she intended to. "No. That's not it." Cheyenne shouted unintentionally. "I just don't know what to say." After shouting the beginning of her explanation, Cheyenne's volume began to lower quickly. By the end, if it had not been for the fact that James was at the ultimate rank, he would not have been able to hear her muttering. "Well, if you're worried about what happened yesterday, you shouldn't," James said with a shrug. "It's true you were disrespectful. However, I understand where you're coming from, Dame Cheyenne. It's your duty to protect your charge's honor." Hearing that, Cheyenne exhaled a sigh of relief. However, her sense of relief did not last long. "But if you ever direct your killing intent at my mother again, your head will fall from your neck faster than you could realize it was gone," James said in a frigid tone. Before long, James reverted to his cheerful demeanor. Then, he asked Shuna a question. "If you don't mind my asking, Princess Shuna," James began while looking at Shuna in curiosity, "why would you, a princess, want to join my peerage?" In response, Shuna repeated the initial reasons she told Leona the previous day. And hearing that, James replied just as Leona said he would. "If you want to join my peerage as repayment for sparing your tribesmen, then I'll have to refuse," James said with a shake of his head. "Your mother said you would answer like that," Shuna said with a giggle. "Well, Mom does know me the best," James said with a smile. After a bit of laughter, James and Shuna both fell silent. Eventually, Shuna took a deep breath and looked at James with resolution in her eyes. "Like I said, originally, I wanted to join your peerage as repayment for sparing my people," Shuna said solemnly. "But to be honest, if you had accepted that offer, I probably would have had second thoughts and tried to retract the offer. And if I were the kind of person that would have accepted you into my peerage for your initial reason, you would have doomed your tribe to annihilation," James said in a tone just as solemn as Shuna's. "What do you mean?" Cheyenne asked, unable to stay silent any longer. Not bothered by Cheyenne's interruption, James explained why their tribe would have been destroyed. "If I was the type of guy that would accept you into his peerage as a way of repayment, that would mean that my pride was high enough to believe that your life was equal to the act of keeping your tribesmen alive," James said before pausing to give the two Oni time to digest his words. After a moment, he continued his explanation. "If my pride was that high and you decided to pull out of the deal right after making it, what do you think I would do?" With that, Shuna's eyes shot open. Then, she began to shiver in fear of what could have happened. Then, James smiled brightly and spoke once again. "Let me give you a piece of advice," James said with a friendly smile. "Devils take contracts very seriously." Although Cheyenne was not completely sure what happened, she was sure that because James was the way he is, they dodged a bullet. Then, she looked at Shuna with concern. The revelation behind James' words hit her much harder than it did Cheyenne. After a few moments, James spoke once again. "Now, since that was your initial reason for wanting to join my peerage, I would assume that your reasons have changed," James said with a smile. Taking several deep breaths, Shuna was able to calm down after a few moments. Eventually she got herself together enough to speak about the new reason she wished to join James' peerage. "When you arrived outside the subdimension, your presence drew me in," Shuna said with a serious expression on her face. "Then, you began to introduce your peerage. Knowing a bit about those you had gathered, I came to the conclusion that you were a leader worth following." Taking a deep breath, Shuna paused for a moment before continuing. "And then we were able to hear your mother tell stories about your private life, which made you seem more approachable." Shuna smiled briefly as she spoke. Then, her expression became solemn again as she continued. "And finally, you showed off your power, and it was awe-inspiring to see someone of the same generation with such power. Not to mention, you are also the Red Dragon Emperor." Then, Shuna stood from her seat and stepped forward. When she was in front of James, she fell to one knee, surprising both James and Cheyenne in the process. "Princess," Shuna said in shock. "I, Shuna, princess of the Oni tribe, humbly request of you to accept me into your peerage." Shuna said respectfully with her head bowed. I am proficient with Jujitsu, and using my Senjutsu to heal. Then, Shuna fell silent. After a few moments, James replied. *I**you two are really good at going at your own pace, aren't you? James said exasperatedly. Raising her head, confusion was visible in Shuna's eyes. I told you yesterday, didn't I? James said with a smile. My peerage is like my family. I'll have to make sure you're a good fit for the family before I accept you. Chapter 84, Fox Girls Are So Cute. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. Shuna's head was lowered. In her impatience to join James, she had forgotten what he had said only a day prior. Don't worry, I'll have plenty of time to observe you while I'm here. James said to the crestfallen Oni. I'll be staying here until the 3rd of the new year, after all. Hearing that, Shuna raised her head slowly. When she saw the warm smile James was wearing, she calmed down slightly. After that, she rose to her feet and returned to her seat. Then, James took a seat at her and Cheyenne's table before speaking. I hope you don't mind if I join you. James said after the fact. But I really don't like to eat alone if there are other people around. Once again, Shuna's nerves started to get the better of her. Not paying attention to this, James turned to Cheyenne and asked a question. So, Dame Cheyenne. James said before he was interrupted. Could you stop with the title? Cheyenne said while looking away. I'm more comfortable with just being addressed by name. If you insist. James said with a shrug. So, Cheyenne, I noticed when I looked at your hands, but are you a swordsman? Surprised, Cheyenne hid her hands under the table. She did not know why, but she was feeling shy. Knowing that James had seen her calloused hands was making her blush. Either way, she knew it would be rude to not answer, so she just pushed on and answered his question. Yes, I've been training with the Odachi since I was a child. Cheyenne said without making eye contact. Cool, one of my dad's knights also uses the Odachi. James said with a smile. So, I've had a lot of practice against that kind of swordsman. Really? Cheyenne asked in surprise. Outside of the races with high physical strength from birth, it's rare to see Odachi wielders. Yeah, now that you mention it. James said as he stroked his chin while thinking. Seeing that, Shuna giggled involuntarily. Then, James and Cheyenne both turned their attention to the pink-haired girl. Shortly after, Shuna began to panic. Before she could speak, however, James spoke with a wry smile. You think I look like an old man, don't you? James asked. No. Shuna stammered, afraid to offend James. Calm down, princess. James said with a smile. Or rather, Rias Gremory of the Gremory House always says that, too. Do you mean the crimson hair ruined princess? Shuna asked in shock. Yeah, she's been telling me that I look like an old man when I do that since we were 8, or so. James said with a chuckle. She still gets a kick out of it even though I mostly ignore it now. After that, the trio continued to chat until their breakfast arrived. While they ate, they continued the small talk. Eventually, Mizore, Siyu Chulin, Mocha, and Flora came into the dining hall. The conversation got livelier when the 3 girls joined them at their table. James noticed that Shuna was beginning to loosen up as well. Cheyenne on the other hand was just having fun talking about the fights they had all been in and training. After another short while, Kuna came into the dining room with Yasaka and Leona. The 2 mothers were clearly hungover. Seeing this, James, with a mischievous smile on his face, shouted his greeting to the new arrivals. Kuno, Mom, Lady Yasaka, good morning. Shouted James with a hand waving in greeting. Good morning, James Onaikan. Kuno shouted back in excitement. Ugh, X2. In response, Leona and Yasaka grunted as their heads pounded even harder due to the decibel count. Then, as they drew near, James could feel his mother's glare aimed at him. Which he replied to with a bright smile. How are you 3 doing this morning? James asked in a more normal tone when they were close. Good. Kunu answered with the same level of enthusiasm. We should go see the festivals in the city, today. Sounds like fun. James replied while patting Keno on the head. What do you girls think? Turning his response to the girls at the table, Mizore, Mocha, and Flora nodded their heads in agreement. Cheyenne looked at Shuna, as she would follow her princess wherever she decided to go. Shuna, on the other hand, was unsure. She was nervous knowing that James would be observing her. Finally, with determination in her eyes, she nodded as well. Yay! Keno exclaimed happily. All the Wani-sans are coming, too. That's right, Keno-chan. Mizore said with a smile on her face as well. We can play just like we did when you stayed at our house. Aha. Keno nodded in agreement. So, that means I'll have to make sure Mizore doesn't get the two of you into trouble. Mocha said while shaking her head. What do you mean by that? Mizore asked with a huff. I'm the perfect role model. If constantly playing pranks on unsuspecting victims makes you the perfect role model. Mocha said dismissively. Yeah, like that one time you took Keno to, Flora said, beginning to tell one of the duo's exploits, only to have her mouth quickly covered by Mizore. Okay, you don't have to mention it. Mizore said nervously while glancing at Yasaka out of the corner of her eye. Oh, is that why my little fox has been more mischievous since she came back? Yasaka said with her eyes narrowed. Ugh. Without trying to defend themselves, Mizore and Keno lowered their heads. Yasaka, however, had no intention of reprimanding the duo. In fact, she was happy that Keno was acting more like a child of her age. She had always been so busy that she did not have as much time as she would like to spend with Keno. Seeing how happy Keno was, Yasaka was also happy. Unfortunately, the hangover was wreaking havoc on her. Noticing that Yasaka grimaced, James stood from his seat and walked to stand between Yasaka and Leona. Then, he placed a hand on each of their heads. Using his healing Kyoto, though it worked more like the mystical palm technique in Naruto, James began to rub the two women's heads. Leona immediately put on a relieved expression and enjoyed the feeling of her hangover vanishing. Yasaka, however, felt quite bashful. As James rubbed her head, his hand would brush against her ears, which is a very intimate act in the Kitsune tribe. Yasaka managed to keep a neutral expression, however, the wagging of her tails was a great indicator of how much she was enjoying James' petting. Eventually, Yasaka noticed the girls looking at her with either smiles or bewilderment. Then, she realized that she had lost herself in the pleasurable feeling. Luckily, none of the girls said anything to make the moment awkward. However, this moment was eventually brought to an end by Keno's innocent words. Mommy likes it when James Onaikan rubs her head, too. Keno said with a smile. With that, Yasaka reddened like a tomato. Then, with all the speed she could muster, she dashed out of the dining hall. While Keno was confused, Mizore, Mocha and Flora smiled sweetly in the direction Yasaka ran off. Whereas Shuna and Cheyenne were surprised to see the leader of their faction running away while blushing like a schoolgirl. James and Leona, on the other hand, had similar mischievous smirks on their faces. She's so cute, Leona said. Yeah. James replied. This is gonna be fun, the two said in unison. After that, breakfast went on in a lively atmosphere. Shuna and Cheyenne were able to apologize to Leona, who accepted easily. Then, with a lot of small talk and the energetic atmosphere Keno brings with her wherever she goes, Shuna was able to loosen up even further. And as she did, James was able to form his initial impression of her personality. She's a kind girl. James thought as he watched Shuna and Cheyenne interact with his three girlfriends. As a princess she was quite pampered, though. She should be able to get used to not being catered to in time, if I bring her with us, though. Looking at James' expression, Leona could more or less figure out what he was thinking. Then, she leaned closer to her son and whispered. If what we see now is her real personality. Leona said with a smile. She'll, no, they'll make great additions to your peerage. I was thinking the same. James said with a smile on his face as well. Eventually, breakfast came to an end and the group got themselves ready to leave. Meanwhile, Leona and Yasaka decided to stay behind so they could talk. Not to mention, Yasaka also had some work to do pertaining to the New Year's celebration. When the youngsters left to enjoy the human world's New Year's festivities, Leona and Yasaka sat in Yasaka's office to talk while Yasaka handled her paperwork. So, what was that all about earlier? Leona asked with a teasing smile. Without looking up from her paperwork, Yasaka replied, I have no idea what you're talking about. The faintest shade of red showing up on her cheeks as she spoke. Oh, I'm talking about the way you ran away from my James like a blushing schoolgirl. Leona said as her smile broadened. I'll go out on a limb and guess that you don't know much about kitsune culture, right? Yasaka said as she set aside a finished document. Leona could only nod in response. I thought so. Yasaka said with an embarrassed smile. Then, she continued. Touching a kitsune's ears and tail or tails in some cases is considered quite an intimate action. It's something we only allow family and people we consider special to do. The more she spoke, the redder Yasaka became. Eventually, her blush had extended down her neck. Leona, however, had finally realized why she reacted like that in the dining room. So, you were embarrassed to be seen like that in front of Princess Shuna and her bodyguard? Leona asked, as she pieced everything together. Yes, you're right. Yasaka said with a nod of agreement. Even though I'm not embarrassed to show my affection to James. Letting my subordinates see me like that, though. I can see how that would be embarrassing. Leona said with a nod. Then in a serious tone, she continued. But I have to say. Hearing Leona's tone, Yasaka focused on what she had to say next. You're so cute, Yasaka-chan. Leona said with a mischievous smile. Bang. In response, Yasaka let her head fall to her desk. Then, she raised her head, slowly, and began to speak. Now, I see where James got his mischievous personality from. Yasaka said with a deadpan. To her surprise, however, Yasaka saw Leona with an expression that suggested she had been wrongfully accused. Did I say something wrong? Yasaka asked in puzzlement. I can see why you would think that, but it's actually the exact opposite. Leona said with a wry smile. Seeing the disbelief on Yasaka's face, Leona spoke once again. When he was 6, while playing with Rias and Sona, James fell into a coma. He was unconscious for 3 days. And we never found out why. Hearing that, Yasaka was shocked. She would have never imagined that something like that would have happened. Leona, of course, told Yasaka the official story. The heavily watered-down version. But as they say, discretion is the better part of valor. Luckily, James woke up on the 3rd day. Leona said with a smile. Then, a wry smile replaced her happy one. Ever since that day, James' demeanor had changed. Changed, how? Yasaka asked curiously. Well, before the coma, James was a soft-spoken boy who disliked seeing people upset in the slightest. Leona said, remembering the good old days. After he woke from the coma, however, he began trolling the people around him. It was never malicious, though. Yasaka's mouth opened wide. She was having trouble imagining the outspoken boy she knew as someone soft-spoken. Over the years, he infected those close to him with that trait as well. Leona said with a smile. Seeing Yasaka's shock, Leona changed the subject. Anyway, I only told you about James' past like that because I've decided to let you pursue my baby. Even if James having an older girlfriend makes me a bit uncomfortable. Processing that she had somehow gained Leona's permission to be with James, Yasaka's lips formed into a breathtaking smile and replied. Thank you. Chapter 85, A Short Date with Yasaka. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. After a full day of exploring the festivals set up by the humans of Kyoto, James, Mizore, Siyu Chulin, Mocha, Flora, Ayam, Kunu, Shuna, and Cheyenne returned to Yasaka's residence. When they did, they found Leona and Yasaka waiting for them dressed in kimonos. You two look gorgeous. James said as soon as he caught sight of his mother and Yasaka. To James' compliment, Yasaka smiled brightly as a light pink dusted her cheeks. Seeing Yasaka's reaction, Leona could not help but tease. My James, you've become quite the sweet talker over the years. Leona said with a teasing smile. Look at the way you make Lady Yasaka blush. With Leona calling attention to it, Yasaka's blush deepened. Embarrassed, Yasaka glared at Leona. Turning her attention back to her daughter and the young adults present, Yasaka spoke as well. It's about 9 p.m. now. Yasaka said before explaining tonight's plan. I want you all to be ready to go to the festival in the subdimension no later than 11 p.m. After that, we'll spend time at the festival until midnight. Then we'll make our way to the shrine of Amaterasu where Kunu, Shuna, Cheyenne, and I will pray for another prosperous year. After that, we can play games and eat as much food as we want. Leona said with a smile. Games. Kunu and Mizor cheered happily. Food. Cheyenne also cheered at the same time. Everyone else just smiled at the three girls with sweet smiles. Also, I've had my staff prepare several kimonos that would suit each of you, if you choose to wear one. Yasaka told her guests. I was wondering where Mom got that kimono from. James said with a hand on his chin. Yeah. Mocha said, agreeing with James. I would have never been able to picture her in a kimono before tonight. It looks good on her though. Siyu Chillin said purely out of admiration. Unfortunately for Siyu Chillin, Leona would never miss the opportunity to tease him. Oh my, Lancer. Leona said with a feigned expression of shock on her face. Are you hitting on this married woman? What would Tsubaki do if she saw this? Playing along with his mother's foolishness, before anyone knew when, James was holding his smartphone in his hand with the camera activated. Oh, don't worry, Mom. James said with a shit-eating grin on his face. We'll be able to find out, no problem. Seeing the two men show the mother and son were putting on, Siyu Chillin ignored them without hesitation. The others, however, were shocked at how quickly James and Leona were able to sync up for their little joke. Is that normal? Shuna asked Flora. Unfortunately, yes. Flora replied in exasperation. How did James get his phone out so quick? Mizor asked, still not able to see through James' sleight of hand. Seriously, I would have thought he used magic. Cheyenne said with her eyes spinning in confusion. But I don't feel any energy fluctuations at all. You all should really just learn to let it go. Mocha said with a faraway look in her eyes. It's not worth the headache you'll get from trying to wrap your heads around James and Auntie Leona's pranks. Shuna and Cheyenne looked at Mocha with concern after seeing the distant look in her eyes. Meanwhile, Mizor and Flora looked as if they received enlightenment from Mocha's words. Siyu Chillin, on the other hand, was looking at the fellow members of the peerage in disdain. Did it really take you that long to figure out that you have to just not pay attention to them? Siyu Chillin asked. Does it matter if you had already figured that out, Siyu? Mizor said with a frown. You're still the one that gets riled up the most by James teasing. Siyu Chillin could only frown silently because what Mizor said was true. Seeing Siyu Chillin's frown, Mocha also decided to join in bashing him. Mizor, how many times have we discussed this over the years? Mocha said in a mock reprimand. You know he doesn't like that, you should call him by his name, right Satanta? Seriously, that really did stop being funny years ago. James, Leona, and Siyu Chillin said simultaneously. Hearing not on Siyu Chillin but even James and Leona telling them their favorite joke was not funny, Mizor and Mocha were stunned into silence. Seeing the girls' expressions, the rest of the group felt a little bad for them. At the same time, they were trying not to laugh at their misfortune. Seriously? Mizor said, almost pleading to hear a different answer. It's not funny. Are you seriously asking that? James asked with a deadpan. Also with a deadpan, Leona continued from where James left off. Do you two have any idea how many times you've made that joke since the day James received his evil pieces? At that moment, Mizor and Mocha looked as if their souls had been sucked out. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a bath. James said, already done with the topic of how unfunny Mizor and Mocha are. With that statement, Mizor and Mocha miraculously bounced back from their depression. I'll wash your back. Mizor, Mocha, and Flora said simultaneously. Absolutely not. Leona said with a giggle. If any of you three help him, you'll end up late. Fine. The girls responded in unison. With that, the group broke into groups to get ready for the evening. James, after a bath, returned to his room and looked through the selection of kimonos. One in particular caught his attention. A simple black kimono with intricately embroidered cherry blossom petals on the cuffs and collar. After selecting his attire, James called a servant to make sure that he was wearing it correctly. After being dressed properly, James made his way to the living room of Yasaka's residence. When he arrived, Yasaka was sitting alone, taking a last-minute look over some paperwork she brought with her. "I expected you to be the first to arrive," Yasaka said after noticing someone enter the room. "But it's not even 10:30 yet." James, on the other hand, was unable to answer for the time being. His eyes were glued to the woman in front of him. Yasaka was wearing a yellow kimono with black accents, a black obi, and a black haori. Although the clothing was elegant and beautiful, that was far from the reason James was tongue-tied. Instead of what she was wearing that left James speechless, it was how she was wearing it. Yasaka's kimono and haori were open above the obi, to the point that her shoulders and a generous portion of her enormous breasts were exposed. Seeing James' current state, Yasaka smiled because she was able to captivate the young man so. Then, she slowly stood and walked toward him, sensually switching her hips as she moved. When she was an arm's distance from James, she placed her right hand on his cheek and smiled. "I guess you like what you see," Yasaka said with a seductive smile. Then, she leaned in close and whispered into James' ear. "Or, maybe you'd like to see more." James' eyes widened and his breath hastened. Simultaneously, he covered his crotch with his hands and turned around. Seeing his reaction, Yasaka giggled. Then she stepped back and apologized. "I'm sorry, James," Yasaka said with a smile. "But when I saw that mesmerized look, I couldn't help myself." James, after taking a few moments to regain his composure, turned around to meet Yasaka's gaze. This time upon seeing her, he was able to appreciate her beauty instead of gawking, again, like the perverted idiot in Rias Peerage. Then with a smile, he spoke. "I'm sure you are aware of how explosive your body is, Lady Yasaka." James began to explain, however, he was cut off. "Just Yasaka," Yasaka said firmly with a pout on her face and her hands on her hips. "She's really cute when she acts like that." James thought to himself. "I got your mother's permission," Yasaka said proudly. Although James was not surprised that she had gotten Leona's permission to pursue him, he was surprised that she was able to get it so quickly. Although she is usually carefree, James knows that Leona is fiercely protective when it comes to his well-being. Raising his hands in surrender, James did not feel it was necessary to argue about a polite form of address if Yasaka insisted on something informal. "Okay, Yasaka." James capitulated with a smile. Then continued his earlier explanation. "Like I was saying, ahem. I'm sure you're aware of how explosive your body is, Yasaka. And I wasn't expecting to see so much of it exposed when I stepped into the room." Once again, Yasaka giggled. Then, she began to explain. "Tonight is the one night of the year I allow myself to let go a bit," Yasaka said with a slight blush. "And tonight, instead of drinking a bit in public, I decided I'll use the boldness I've allowed myself for tonight to seduce the young man I'm interested in." Once again, James' eyes widened. Then he smiled and spoke. "Well, maybe I'll just let myself be seduced tonight," James said with a playful wink. Not expecting James to tease her back so quickly, Yasaka blushed and smiled bashfully. Then, she turned toward the door and spoke quickly. "Well, how about we go ahead and make a mini-date out of it?" Yasaka said without looking at James. "Leona and Keno can lead the rest of the group, so we could." Yasaka's words came to an abrupt end when she felt James' much larger hand wrap around her own. "I'd be glad to have some alone time with just the two of us," James said with a smile while holding Yasaka's hand. Smiling in return, Yasaka wrapped her arms around James' arm, pressing it between her breasts. Amazingly, half of James' arm seemed to get lost in Yasaka's mountains. Trying not to let his attention be drawn to the heavenly feeling wrapped around his left arm, James took his first step toward the New Year's festival held by the yokai. Not long after leaving Yasaka's residence, the couple could see many street stalls set up along the road to the shrine where the yokai prayed to Amaterasu. There were food stalls, game stalls, stalls selling souvenirs, and any other the couple could think of. Deciding to just enjoy their time, James and Yasaka made their way down the street arm in arm as they drew surprised glances from the citizens of the subdimension. So, what do you want to try first? James asked while looking around. After not getting a response for a few moments, James turned his head toward Yasaka. When he did, he saw her staring at a stall that looked like a shooting gallery. When he followed her line of sight more closely, he saw that she was looking at a stuffed fox doll. You want me to win that for you? James said with a smile as he moved his lips right next to Yasaka's ear. Let me guess, you want to give it to Keno. Kia. Yasaka yelped in surprise after hearing James' voice from so close. That was surprisingly cute. James said with a teasing smile. Yasaka blushed furiously, which caused many of the men who were focusing on the couple to go into a daze. Eventually, Yasaka was able to calm down. Then she looked at James with a pout. Stop teasing me. Yasaka said quietly. James only smiled in response. Then, he led Yasaka to the stall with the fox doll. No, wait, James. Yasaka said, trying to stop James from spending his money at the stall. James, however, did not listen. He simply read the sign that stated the rules. 3 shots each time, huh? James said after reading the rules. Then, he took enough money out of his wallet to play twice and handed it to the bird yokai running the stall. Thank you for your patronage, sir. The stall owner said with a smile as he received the money. James, you have to be careful. Yasaka said as James received the rifle from the stall owner. Then, she explained how the game really works. Those rifles fire compressed energy. So, not only do you have to knock over the doll, but you have to control your energy enough to not destroy the prize. I know. James said calmly as he lined up the shot. I mean that kinda makes sense at first glance, doesn't it? The problem is that kind of control is rare. Yasaka said. Most people win by luck, alone. Pa. As Yasaka finished explaining, James fired 6 shots at 6 different prizes. To her surprise, he managed to win all of them. She was not the only one surprised, though. As the couple had been drawing quite a bit of attention, many people saw how James effortlessly won 6 prizes from the stall with the lowest win percentage. Amazing. Yasaka muttered in surprise. Then, she turned to James and asked. How is your control so amazing? James just kept smiling as the bewildered stall owner handed him the 6 prizes. I'll teach you my training method later. James said with a smile. Then, James handed Yasaka 2 fox dolls. With one being bigger than the other. Why 2? Yasaka asked in confusion. The little one is for Keno, and the bigger one is for you. James said while holding Yasaka's hand. They're just like the 2 of you. A mama fox and a daughter fox. Hearing that, Yasaka could no longer contain herself and she hugged James tightly. James, of course, marveled once again at the feeling of her breasts pressed against his body. After a moment, Yasaka spoke with a slight pout. I know you won those other dolls for the other girls. Yasaka said. It makes me a little jealous that I'm not the only one on your mind right now. Sorry, Yasaka. James said with a wry smile while stroking her cheek. But I can't get something for just you in a situation like this or I'll have hell to pay later. Yasaka, having not been pouting seriously from the beginning, just shrugged her shoulders and smiled once again. Come on. Let's just go enjoy ourselves. Yasaka said happily as she dragged James further into the crowd. After an hour or so of having fun together, James and Yasaka met up with the rest of the group near the shrine and waited for the new year to arrive while enjoying each other's company. Chapter 86, What Yasaka's Been Missing, R18. Chapter 87, Lancer, Are You an Idiot? Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. Sitting in the dining hall, Leona, Mizore, Siyu Chulin, Mocha, Flora, Ayam, Kunu, Shuna, and Cheyenne sat at a long table as they chatted and waited for breakfast to be served. In this lively atmosphere, Mocha asked the question that was gnawing at her mind ever since she woke up. Hey, do you think they did it, last night? Mocha asked while tapping her pretty lips with her index finger. Who knows? Leona replied with a mischievous smile. But I'm sure we'll be able to tell when they arrive. Mizore, Mocha, Flora, and Ayam nodded in agreement. At the same time, Shuna was blushing, embarrassed by the steamy conversation the other girls were having. Cheyenne, on the other hand, was looking around in confusion. Although she was informed about matters of a sexual matter, she was not the quickest when it comes to noticing subtle subjects of conversation. Then, there was Keno, who was not educated enough to understand the topic. Unlike Cheyenne, however, Keno was the type of girl to ask when there was something she did not understand. Did Mommy and James Oniakan do what? Keno asked while tilting her head cutely. With that, most of the ladies froze. The only exceptions were Leona and Cheyenne. Leona because she already had a plan to downplay the situation. And Cheyenne because she still was unsure of what they were talking about. Oh, Keno, your mother and James were talking about becoming a couple last night. Leona said with a smile. If they decide to do it, then we would all be part of the same family, for real. Hearing that, Keno's eyes opened wide. Then, a big, hopeful smile appeared on her face. I hope they do. Keno said sincerely. That way Mommy will be happier. Such a mature outlook. The rest of the ladies thought to themselves. Meanwhile, Siyu Chulin, having not been interested in the conversation, sat with his head lowered and rested on his left palm. While thinking to himself, he let his inner thoughts leak by accident. Damn, do women know how to do anything other than gossip? Siyu Chulin muttered. A moment later, Siyu Chulin went on alert. At the moment the surroundings were too quiet. When he raised his head, he saw all the ladies, even Keno's, eyes locked onto him. Shit, did I say that out loud? Siyu Chulin asked in horror. That's right. Leona said with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Seeing the hostility in their eyes, Siyu Chulin realized he only had 3 options. First, fight. Second, run. Third, surrender. Knowing the first 2 were only shorter paths that led to death, Siyu Chulin did the only thing he could realistically do. Surrender. Psi*, is there anything I can do to make up for my mistake? Siyu Chulin asked, resignation heavy in his tone. Leona, acting as the group's leader, was the one to respond. Well, Lancer, the way I see it is you have 2 options. Leona replied to the knight's question. And they are? Siyu Chulin asked downheartedly. First, you let us beat you up until we're satisfied. Leona said with a menacing smile. I expected that one. Siyu Chulin said. And what's the second? The second is to be our pack mule when we go shopping today. Leona replied. With that, Mizor, Mocha, Flora, Keno, and Shuna's eyes lit up. Cheyenne was more into fighting, so she was mostly unaffected. Ayam on the other hand does not like being that exposed, so she was also uninterested. At the same time, Siyu Chulin shuddered in terror. Traumatic memories of when James took his high-class promotion exam coming to the forefront of his mind. If you choose neither, I'll pass the details of this conversation on to Tsubaki. Leona said, closing off Siyu Chulin's avenues of escape. Siyu Chulin let his head hang when he realized he was screwed. The ladies allowed him the time to contemplate patiently, which made the time he took to think about it feel like it was moving much slower than usual. Eventually, Siyu Chulin came to a decision. Fine. Siyu Chulin said as he stood from his seat. Then, he walked to a relatively more open area of the room and spread his arms to the sides. I choose the first option. Siyu Chulin said with lifeless eyes. If the girls were being honest, they were disappointed that Siyu Chulin did not choose option number 2. There was nothing like having someone to carry their bags while they shopped till they dropped. And with James' assets from all the manga he had sold to both the human and supernatural worlds, they could shop for a long time. I only have one request. Siyu Chulin said as he raised his head to plead. We'll at least listen. Leona said with a snort. I make no promises, though. Please, just not the face. Siyu Chulin asked sincerely. 20 minutes later, James, with his left arm wrapped by both a pair of arms and enormous breasts, and Yasaka, owner of the aforementioned arms and breasts, made their way into the dining hall. As they approached the table, they saw the ladies smiling and chatting in a lively manner. Then, they saw Siyu Chulin. The sight was not a pretty one. Left in a heap in a corner of the room, he was covered in bruised and damaged clothes. Good morning, everyone, James said while steal glances at the human-shaped lump in the corner. Good morning, James/James-sama/Oni-chan. The ladies answered in unison with unusually happy smiles on their faces. I'm sure I'll regret asking this question, James said with a wry smile. But what happened to Lancer? He said something he shouldn't have. Leona responded with a dark smile. When James looked around, he saw similar dark smiles on the other ladies' faces as well. Then, doing what he thought was best for his mental health, James nodded and smiled. Anyway, enough about the moron in the corner. Mocha asked with the spirit of gossip flashing in her eyes. How was last night? Yes, did you two become a couple? Leona asked while glancing discreetly at Keno. Then, smiling gorgeously, Yasaka answered the question as she released James' arm. That's right, Yasaka admitted while walking toward her daughter who was looking at her expectantly. Dana-sama and I are now officially together. To Yasaka's surprise, Kuno's eyes began to water after hearing her answer. Then, before she could react, Keno dashed into Yasaka's arms. Now you can be happy again, Keno said while crying happily in her mother's arms. Now you won't cry while looking at the picture of Daddy. With that, Yasaka also started to cry. She never realized that Keno had seen her during those times. Not to mention, Yasaka had put that burden down a couple of years ago. To think Keno was so worried about her, she felt she was truly blessed to have such a wonderful daughter. While the mother and daughter cried in each other's arms, James quietly made his way over to them and wrapped both in a hug. Then the two nine-tailed foxes cried even harder, happy that they now had a complete family. Meanwhile, the rest of the ladies smiled happily. The more emotional of the group, like Mizore, shed a few tears as well. They were sincerely happy for the mother and daughter. Shuna and Cheyenne also saw James in a better light due to his care. Even Siyu Chilin, who was unable to move at the moment, would have smiled if pain did not shoot through his entire body with the slightest movement on his part. Eventually the situation calmed, and everyone took their seats. Except for Siyu Chilin, that is. Then a servant brought meals for James and Yasaka. As they ate, they continued their conversations and made plans for the day. So, what are your plans for today? James asked the ladies at the table. I was going to go shopping with Mizore, Mocha, Flora, and Keno, Leona said with a smile. I'll be working on a kimono I was making, Shuna said. So, that would make you something like a seamstress, right? James asked with interest. Yes, creating clothing is something I enjoy, Shuna replied with a nod. Interesting, James said with his eyes lighting up while stroking his chin in thought. Like James said, things may get interesting, Leona said while looking at the Oni princess. Mizore, Mocha, and Flora nodded. They all knew what that look meant. James made that face when he was about to draw a new manga. More importantly, that face always led to James making quite an amount of money. Anyway, what about you, Cheyenne? James asked after ending his contemplations. I'll stay here as well, I can't be too far away from the princess, Cheyenne replied valiantly. James nodded in understanding. Then, he turned his attention toward his new lover who had remained silent. When he saw her, she seemed a little upset. What's wrong, Yasaka? James asked with concern. Hearing James' tone, everyone else at the table looked in Yasaka's direction. When they saw she looked upset, they were also concerned. Eventually, Yasaka responded. Bang. It's not fair, Yasaka exclaimed after slamming both palms onto the dining room table. All of you get to have fun and do what you want. Meanwhile, I have to meet with those stubborn old men from the council to discuss things for the new year. It's not fair. Hearing Yasaka's outburst, James and his peerage deflated. They were worried something was wrong after last night. Instead, she was just throwing a tantrum because she did not want to work. Shuna and Cheyenne, on the other hand, were stunned into silence. They could not believe the leader of the Kyoto yokai faction was throwing a tantrum like that. Eventually, James was unable to hold back his laughter any longer. Laughing boisterously, James was brought to tears. Yasaka pouted in his direction, unhappy that her new lover was laughing at her misfortune. So, you think it's funny? Yasaka asked in a huff. no. Ha ha. I'm sorry. Ha. James replied, trying to get his laughter under control. After calming down, James explained why he laughed. I was seriously concerned that something was wrong. So, when I heard that you just didn't want to go to work, I was so relieved that I laughed. Hearing the way James put it, Yasaka blushed in embarrassment. Then, James wrapped his arm around her waist. Before she could react, Yasaka had been moved from the cushion she had been sitting on to James' lap. Then, with his arms wrapped around her and pressing Yasaka to his chest, James spoke into her ear. Well, I was planning to stay here and train. James said tenderly. So, as soon as you're done, I'd be happy to spend the rest of the day with you. Whistle that was some kinda smooth. Leona said with a teasing grin before Yasaka could reply. I learned from the best. James said with a big smile and a thumbs up. That led to the rest of the room, apart from Siyu Chulin, bursting into laughter. At the same time, Yasaka hid her face in James' chest out of embarrassment. Eventually, the laughter died down and the group finished their breakfast. Then, they broke up into the groups they discussed earlier. Leona, Mizore, Mocha, Flora, and Kuna left to go shopping. Shuna left to work on her kimono while Cheyenne accompanied her, occasionally playing the role of a mannequin. Ayam decided to train like James. And Yasaka went to perform her official duties. Shortly after the ladies went to do their own things, James and Siyu Chulin were walking toward the training field for Yasaka's elite guards. So, what did you say that got the shit kicked out of you earlier? James asked as the duo walked. I said something about women only knowing how to gossip. Siyu Chulin said with a grimace. You're an idiot, right? James asked with a deadpan. I didn't mean to say it out loud. Siyu Chulin said, trying to defend himself. James could only look at him like an idiot. The thing that made Siyu Chulin the most depressed was that he could not even defend himself. Saying that aloud, even if it were accidental, would definitely make him an idiot. Feeling that James' stare was becoming painful, Siyu Chulin tried to change the subject. Anyway, what's up with your mom? Siyu Chulin asked with slight fear in his expression. Noticing his best friend's expression, James decided to leave the joke he was going to make about Siyu Chulin pursuing a married woman and trying to become his stepdad in his head. What do you mean? James asked with a frown. What happened? Even though she's only at the intermediate level of the middle rank, it hurt so much more when she hit me than when the others did. Siyu Chulin said, grimacing at the thought of the pain Leona was able to leave him in. Even more than that Oni woman, Cheyenne, with her supernatural strength. James hummed as he stopped to think. I don't know, I've only ever known her as a housewife. Like hell, that's all there is to her. Siyu Chulin shouted in disagreement. Who knows? James said with a shrug. If there really is something, we'll find out if we're supposed to know. Chapter 88, 3-month trial period. Human world, Japan, Kyoto, yokai subdimension. 2 days have passed since James and Yasaka made their relationship official. Unfortunately, James and his group were scheduled to return to Kyoto today as well. With the final term right around the corner, preparations have to be made. Do you really have to leave, Oniai-chan? Kunu asked sadly as the group stood in front of the gate leading outside of the subdimension. I wish I could stay, too. James said with a wry smile. While patting Kunu on her head, he continued. But things will be different from now on. I'll do my best to visit more often. And you can call me whenever you want to come visit us, too. Using the back of her hand to rub the tears pooling in her eyes, Kunu did her best to smile. Then, she gave James, Leona, and the girls a hug. After that, Kunu retreated behind her mother. After Kunu, Yasaka stepped forward to say her own goodbyes. It's a shame you have to leave so soon, but I understand that you have responsibilities to fulfill. Yasaka said with a graceful smile on her face. But please remember, for as long as I'm still the leader of the Kyoto yokai faction, you can consider this place your own. Well, I don't have any responsibilities, so I'll come and visit whenever I want a girlfriend to drink with. Leona said with a smile as she stepped forward to give Yasaka a hug. Yasaka returning the hug smiled wryly. I never thought I'd become drinking buddies with my mother-in-law. Yasaka muttered. At the same time, James and his peerage rolled their eyes at Leona's flaunting of the fact that she was free of any duties. The reason she was even living in Kyoto was because she did not want to be bored in the underworld. They even knew that she would disappear to drink with the ladies in the underworld whenever she found out they were free. After hugging Leona, Yasaka proceeded to hug the other girls as well. The only one who did not receive a hug from either Yasaka or Keno was Siyu Chulin. He did not mind Yasaka not giving him a hug as she was James' woman. But the way Keno ignored him hurt a bit. He spent quite a bit of time with her when she was living in Kyoto. As he was the only one who did not attend school that lived in the mansion, he became her playmate on more than a few occasions. After hugging the girls, Yasaka strutted over to James with her tails wagging. Slowly wrapping her arms around James' neck, Yasaka pressed herself against James tightly. As James wrapped his arms around her waist, Yasaka pressed her lips against his, resulting in a passionate kiss. After a few minutes, the lovers separated. After gazing into each other's eyes for a moment, James was the first to speak. Even though I know I could teleport over here whenever I want, I'm going to miss you. James said sincerely. I'm going to miss you, too. Yasaka said seriously. I'll make sure to let you know whenever I have some free time. If you happen to be free, too, then we can have some family time with Kunu. Or some time for us, if time permits. I'll be here as often as I can. James said with a nod. As long as those damned highborn fossils don't start dropping things in my lap. Speaking of that, Yasaka said, with slight anger in her tone. I'll be having a word with your devil council for denying you the credit you deserve. Oh, they'll pay for it. James said with his tone changing to something wrathful, before he quickly reined in his emotions. When a smile returned to his face, he continued. I really appreciate you doing that, though. Smiling in response, Yasaka pecked James on the lips before stepping back and returning to Kunu's side. After Yasaka retreated, Shuna and Cheyenne stepped forward. Until now, James had yet to accept them into his peerage. Shuna was surprised about that fact. Even though she understood James had to make sure they were a good fit for his peerage, she thought that she had shown her best side while he was in Kyoto. James-sama. Shuna said while she bit her lower lip in frustration. Have I not shown enough of my good qualities? Or is it that you find me lacking in some way? Cheyenne was also frustrated to see the frustration in Shuna's eyes. She was unable to understand why this young man refused to accept her princess loyalty. It was made even worse as Cheyenne was not the best at using her brain. ****, you've shown your good points more than enough. James said exasperatedly. And your skill set is great. Then why? Shuna asked frustratedly. The problem is that your good side is all I've seen. James said bluntly. You've been putting on an act the whole time I've been here. Shuna was surprised when she heard James' words. She just wanted to show her good points to someone she wanted to follow. What's wrong with trying to emphasize my good points? Shuna asked as her frustration grew. Believe me when I say this. There is nothing wrong with emphasizing your good points. James said before being interrupted. Then why? Shuna shouted as her frustration was beginning to turn into anger. Hearing that, James did not get angry. Instead, he smiled brightly. That's what I was waiting for. James said while gazing into the Oni's eyes. I've been waiting for you to take your mask off. Shuna's anger morphed into confusion upon hearing James' statement. I see you don't get it. James remarked. I can deal with someone untalented who is willing to work with the team, but all the talent in the world can't make someone fit into a team they aren't a fit for. Slowly, realization started to dawn on Shuna. And James could tell because her expression reflected it perfectly. No person is made up of only their good points. James said with a smile. To know someone and to know if someone would fit into the team, I need to see both their good and bad sides. With that, Shuna knew exactly what she had been doing wrong for the last few days. Hanging her head, Shuna felt that she had lost her chance. To be honest, Cheyenne was much easier to get a read on. James said with a wry smile. She wears her heart on her sleeve at all times. Cheyenne felt a bit uncomfortable hearing James say that about her. However, she knew what he said was true. It was not the first time she had heard that about herself, after all. I'll give you one more chance. James said. If you're serious about joining my peerage, you'll take it. Hearing that, Shuna raised her head. When she saw the serious expression on James' face, she knew he was not exaggerating about this being her last chance. So, she listened intently to his next words. Come back with us to Kyoto. James said seriously. I'll observe you throughout the third term of the school year. If at the end of the term I find you suitable and you still desire to be in my peerage, I'll add you at that time. Shuna's eyes lit up at James' proposal. Now that she knew she had a chance, she was more determined than ever. I accept. Shuna said immediately after James finished his sentence. James could only smile wryly at the princess' enthusiasm. If I find you unsuitable, though, I'll send you back to the Oni tribe. James said with the wry smile still present on his face. I'd like to extend the same offer to you as well, Cheyenne. Shuna blushed in embarrassment when she realized that she had interrupted James again. Then, she nodded at the rest of what James had to say. Cheyenne, on the other hand, after spending a little time with James and his peerage, was not so against the idea anymore. Hearing from the girls and Siyu Chulin how they were treated gave her a better idea of what to expect. With this conversation concluded, the group returning to Kyoto grew from 7 to 9. Mizore then put up an anti-recognition barrier around the group as they walked through the gate leading back to the human city of Kyoto. After a moment, a magic teleportation circle appeared around the group when James snapped his fingers. As it rose from the ground, the group began to vanish. After they were all gone, the magic circle also disappeared. Human world, Japan, Kyoto. Moments after leaving Kyoto, the same magic circle appeared in the middle of the living room in the Alaverus mansion. ****, we're back. Mizore said once the teleportation circle vanished. Yasaka's place was nice. Like, real nice. But nothing compares to being home. How fast you forget that you agreed to consider Yasaka's place home. Mocha replied to Mizore in a teasing tone. Hearing that, Mizore panicked slightly. No. That's not what I. Mizore frantically tried to explain herself. After turning her head, Mizore's words were caught in her throat. The teasing smile on Mocha's lips silenced her immediately when she saw it. Mocha. You tricked me. Mizore shouted loudly as she lunged toward Mocha. Hee. Indeed, I did. Mocha said with a chuckle as she dodged Mizore's lunge. Running away from the angry Mizore, Mocha dashed for the stairway, laughing all the while. Seeing Mizore and Mocha's antics, James, Leona, and Flora smiled. Shuna and Cheyenne, on the other hand, were confused. During their stay in Kyoto, they had seen the two girls bicker on more than one occasion. They were not so unrestrained as to run around the place, though. Seeing them like that always drives home the point that we're in our own house. Leona said with a smile while watching the girls play around. Yeah, I don't think it will take them long to get used to treating Yasaka's place like home either, though. James said as he flopped down onto the nearest sofa. As your retainers, aren't their actions unbecoming? Shuna asked, confusion clear in her expression. Cheyenne nodded in agreement to Shuna's question. She had been trained strictly in how she should act in front of others. If they were to act like that in front of others, that would, indeed, be an issue. James said nonchalantly. But there's no need for that stuffy etiquette in your own home when you're among family. Among family, huh? Shuna said, contemplating what that phrase meant, exactly. Anyway, like James said, you'll have to be yourself while you're here for the next 3 months or so. Leona said to the two young Oni women. And there's no one here who will judge you for showing poor manners. So, it's okay to just let yourself go, a bit. As long as you follow the simple rules of the house, that is. Also, I need to see how you two adapt to new situations. James said as he turned his gaze to the duo as well. So, I'd appreciate it if you did not take care of menial tasks for the princess, Cheyenne. Hearing that, Cheyenne's anger began to build. Before it could explode, James spoke once again to clarify. Cheyenne, that's something we'll have to work on for you. James said exasperatedly. Princess, you'll have to adapt to the fact that you will no longer be royalty if you join my peerage. Shuna nodded calmly to James' words, having already expected it. Cheyenne was confused at how calmly Shuna took the news, though. She just could not imagine Shuna being anything other than a princess. And Cheyenne? James said, turning his attention to the older Oni woman. We're going to have to get you to think, if even a little, before you act. Cheyenne could only lower her head while blushing in embarrassment. She knew that she tended to jump to conclusions too quickly, which could cause trouble for those around her. Then she noticed James with his head down. He was also muttering to himself. Unfortunately, she was unable to hear him. I wonder if one of Big Sis Graffia's Hell Mode crash courses would fix the problem. Even though she was unable to hear what James was saying, Cheyenne felt a chill running up her spine. I think I should try really, really hard to fix the issue James-sama mentioned. Cheyenne thought to herself, as her survival instinct activated. Shaking his head to free himself of those thoughts, James stood from the couch. Then he walked toward the stairs and began to speak. Anyway, let me show you to your rooms. James said while looking back over his shoulder. Then with a big smile he continued. And allow me to be the first to welcome you to Kyoto and the Alaverus estate. I sincerely hope that you enjoy your stay. Creators THOUGHTS Chapter 89, Kaniko's Conviction. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Yo, Drake. James said while lying in bed with his head resting on his hands. What's up, partner? Drake asked in reply. Why does it feel like time skips whenever nothing important happens? James asked, sounding bored. Drake had no idea what to say in response. I think you need to find a new hobby. If a month and a half of downtime bothers you this much, several millennia of lifespan is going to drive you crazy. You're probably right. James said nonchalantly. Good thing I'll have you to fuck with for the rest of my life. As Drake said, a month and a half have passed since the third term started. So far, not much has happened. Rias and her peerage have been training as if they were on a mission. In Rias' case, that rings absolutely true. Even though nothing big has happened, at least Rias and her peerage are getting stronger. James said with a wry smile. Just thinking about the Gremory Princess peerage makes me feel sorry for Skyadram. Drake said with a sigh. To think his first wielder would use the ability to manipulate shadows like that. On the bright side, I get to blow off some steam whenever Eyes goes too far. James said with a smile. In fact, I'll probably be getting a call about that idiot in a day or two, if the pattern holds. Ever since Issei awakened his sacred gear, Shadow Claws, and found out that he could make tentacles out of the shadows he manipulates, training for the Gremory peerage has become much more interesting. Although Rias, Keno, and Kaniko would not call it that. Issei's tentacles are hard to defend against if your ability to sense demonic power is not at an adequate level. So, it has been quite a double-edged sword. On the one hand, their abilities to detect energy have increased dramatically. On the other hand, however, Issei's sexual harassment has gotten a bit out of control. Issei even forgets the rule about not touching Keno from time to time, due to his lust going out of control. At least the Nico show has decided to take your advice. Drake said, wanting to not think of the troubles his kin were going through. And her timing was impeccable. James said as he nodded in agreement. How did she manage to decide the day before we came back from Kyoto? Instinct can be a powerful weapon. Drake said in reply. James could only nod in agreement. Marveling at Kaniko's good luck, James could not help thinking back to the day Kaniko came to tell him of her decision. Flashback. The day after James, his mother, and his peerage came back from Kyoto, the doorbell rang shortly after lunch. Thinking it weird that no one from Rias or Sona's peerage showed up the day before, James walked to the front door. When he opened the door, standing in front of him were the entirety of both Rias and Sona's peerages. Hey, how's everybody doing? James asked after he recognized the visitors. How were your winter breaks? Training was fruitful. Rias said proudly. At the same time, most of her peerage looked at Rias with tired expressions. Kaniko was the only exception. Instead, she looked at James with conviction in her eyes. I guess she made her decision. James thought after making eye contact with the young Nico show. Everything has gone well. Sona said calmly. Then, her tone turned sarcastic. Not as good as yours, though. Well, my winter break did go pretty amazingly, James said while smiling brightly. Anyway, why don't you all come in? Oh, and eyes, I think you should keep your eyes to yourself while you're here. Issei shivered a little when he saw the warning in James' gaze. He already knew that the older boy was unhappy with his behavior. He was not looking forward to spending the rest of today and tomorrow unconscious for letting his eyes wander. After the short conversation at the front door, James led the group to the living room. Already inside were Leona, Mizor, Mocha, and Cheyenne chatting and drinking tea. As everyone entered, Leona was the first to greet the new arrivals. "Hey, long time no see everyone," Leona said with a smile. "Oh, and Issei is here without any bruises on his face. That's only because James Senpai has been gone for the last few days," Yuto said with his usual smile. "Hey, Kiba, whose side are you on?" Issei asked in irritation. "We're supposed to be on the same team, right?" Before Kiba could respond, James flash-stepped away from the group he led into the living room. When he reappeared, he was standing on the other side of the group of 4 residents drinking tea. Then, he wrapped his arms around himself defensively before speaking. "You two play for the same team now?" James asked with mock fear in his tone. "I'll congratulate you on your new relationship, but I'll have to distance myself from you two a bit. I have nothing against homosexuality, but Issei's aggressive sexual nature makes me uncomfortable." With James' statement, the atmosphere in the room froze. At the same time, both Yuto and Issei's eyebrows were twitching furiously. Almost everyone else was trying their best not to laugh out loud at James' joke. The only exception was one of Sona's new recruits. Sona's new knight, Meguri Tomo, a beautiful girl with brown eyes and shoulder-length reddish-brown hair with bangs that cover her forehead and a strand of hair that sticks up on the top of her head, was thinking deeply about a certain prospect. "I wonder who's the giver and who's the receiver," Tomo thought to herself. At the same time, Yuto and Issei felt a chill down their spines. Looking around to find its source, they noticed that Tomo had a nosebleed. Eventually everyone else noticed Yuto and Issei's peculiarities. When they did, they also saw Tomo's state. Seeing her state, the girls of the student council could only sigh. "I'm really sorry she's acting like this." Sona's new bishop, Hanakai Momo, apologized for her friend. "She's kind of a fujoshi with a fetish for younger boys." Sona's rook, Yura Tsubasa, said, explaining for those who are unaware of her friend's nature. Then, Momo, a beautiful girl with long back-length white hair and blue-green eyes, and Tsubasa, a tall androgynous tomboy with shoulder-length blue hair and eyes, bowed simultaneously and spoke. "Please find it in your hearts to forgive her." Eventually, everyone decided whatever Tomo was into was her business. Then, Yuto decided replying to what James said was a bad idea. Acting as if James had said nothing at all, Yuto turned to Issei and replied to the last thing he said. "Of course, we're on the same team," Yuto said with a smile. "We're both members of Rias Peerage. And since Rias was the one who asked James Senpai to kick your ass, I'm not going against you, right?" "Ugh." Issei grunted, having nothing to argue back with. "Anyway, as much fun as this is, I'm sure you all aren't here just to hear me start making fun of people," James said with a smile. "I can keep going if that's what you're here for, though. Actually, we all just came back from the underworld," Sona said while she adjusted her glasses. "We just wanted to say hi before going home." "You must have really missed James after a week, huh, Sona?" Leona said, bringing a blush to the student council VP. That led to a round of laughter. After the laughter died down, Rias was the next to speak. "We came to support Kaneko," Rias said with a smile. "It seems she's made a big decision, but she wouldn't tell us what it was until she was able to tell you about it, James." It was easy to see that Rias was a little jealous that Kaneko had connected more with James than herself. However, more than anything she was happy that Kaneko was taking a step forward. Even though Kaneko had not told her what she wanted to tell James, James keeps Rias updated about any progress he makes in regard to the traumas the members of her peerage face. Hearing Rias' comment, James raised an eyebrow and looked at the little cat girl. "So, you've made your decision, huh?" James asked with a smile. In response, Kaneko nodded with determination in her eyes. Then, she spoke. I want to be strong enough to get answers from my Wani-sama the next time I see her. Kaneko said firmly. That's good to hear. James said with his smile widening. And it just so happens that I know someone who could help. I'm not sure if she will, though. Kaneko's eyes widened when she heard what James had to say. Before she could ask what he meant, James turned to Cheyenne and asked. Cheyenne, could you ask Shuna to come down here? Cheyenne nodded before making her way upstairs to call for Shuna. Then, James turned back to Kaneko and spoke once again. I'll introduce the two of you. James said with a stern expression. It will be up to you to convince her to teach you, though. Flashback end Ha ha ha. James laughed out loud as he remembered the looks on Yuto and Issei's faces when he made his joke. Especially Issei's. Either way, that girl really is lucky. Drake said while shaking his head. The Oni princess was eager to help, even if it was just to show off. True. It was obvious she cared more about appealing to me than helping Kaneko at first. James agreed with a nod. However, little by little, she's been getting more comfortable and dropping her guard. In turn, her mask has been slipping off more and more. Agreed. Drake said with a nod. She's not what I expected without her mask, though. Yeah, I know what you mean. James said with a wry smile. I thought she would be more manipulative or have control issues. But she's kinda childish. As it turned out, Shuna's facade was not to hide anything like princess syndrome, a manipulative personality, a personality that needs absolute control of everything and everyone around her. Instead, her mask hid the cute, naive, childish side that Shuna felt was a weakness. When James first saw that side of her, she got upset when Mocha took the last strawberry on a cake. Then, Shuna pouted and puffed her cheeks out like a chipmunk. James was unsure if he had been placed under an illusion or not when he saw it. Well, it's better than anything we were expecting to see. Drake said with a shrug. So, don't complain. I'm not complaining. James said, also with a shrug. Then he smiled wryly again. But it's hard to keep myself from patting her on the head when she acts like that. As a matter of fact, James has found himself patting Shuna on the head involuntarily more than once. When it happens, Shuna smiles blissfully first, and her mask begins to slip further. However, when she comes to her senses, she swipes James' hand off her head, then she fixes her mask. However, it is clear that her hold on it loosens each time. Well, whatever. James shrugged once again. At this point I've seen all I need to make my decision. I agree. Drake replied. Anyway, since you have some free time, I think you should use it to dive into the boosted gear and confront my former hosts again. Ugh, really? James said, clearly unwilling to comply. You know I hate dealing with all those angry motherfuckers, right? I know. Drake replied. But I'm certain you'll need that power if you want to complete your plans for the next summer break. I know. James said as his shoulders slumped. I really hate dealing with them, though. Chapter 90, A Sudden Change in Plans. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Today, the last day of the term, was filled with a relaxed atmosphere. As spring break started the next day, the students of Kyoto Academy were in a joyous mood. Outside the school gates, James, Rias, Sona, and their peerage members were gathered. Although most of them were traveling in the same direction, Issei had to go to his own home. So, instead of walking while talking like they usually do, the group decided to discuss plans for the break at the school gate before separating. Starting tomorrow, we'll be heading to the underworld to train. Ria said with a serious expression on her face. We'll return 2 days before the new school year starts. Ah. How am I supposed to get any girls for my harem if I never have the time to look for any? Issei shouted while pulling at his hair with both hands. ISE, buddy, I don't think the time to look is your issue. James said with a wry smile. Being honest with yourself is an admirable trait to have, but if you don't start acting more like a person and less like a dog in heat, it won't matter how much time you have to look for a second girlfriend. Everyone nodded in response to James' advice for Issei. However, when they heard him mention a second girlfriend they were thoroughly confused. Tilting her head to the side, Rias was the first to ask what everyone else was thinking. Even Issei had no idea who his first girlfriend could be. Second girlfriend? Rias asked in confusion. There's no way my lust incarnate of a servant could have even one girlfriend. Ouch! Issei exclaimed as he gripped his shirt above his heart. Club Prez, that was harsh. And don't you usually call us your adorable servants? Do you really think any part of you looks adorable? Mizore asked with disdain. You're more like the antithesis of the word. If it wasn't for your sacred gear. MMPH. Before she could finish, Mizore was interrupted when James, Flash stepped next to her, grabbed a fistful of her hair, and pulled her into a kiss that deepened with every passing second. After about 30 seconds, James released Mizore and broke the kiss. With her eyes clouded and her tongue sticking out of her mouth, it was easy to see that Mizore had long forgotten whatever it was she was talking about before the kiss. Mizore, I know you don't care much for the guy. James said while shaking his head. After a brief pause to lick his lips, he continued. But sometimes it's better to put your pretty mouth to a different use. Rias, Sona, Keno, Mocha, Rhea, Flora, Momo, and Tsubasa were all blushing furiously after seeing James' forceful kiss. Rias, Sona, Keno, Mocha, and Flora were hoping to be kissed like that themselves. Rhea, Momo, and Tsubasa, who all had crushes on Yuto, were taking feverish glances at the blonde boy. Tsubaki, who was not paying much attention to James' actions, was hoping this little meeting would end quicker, so she could see Yu chillin'. Meanwhile, the resident Shotokan, Tomo, was considering that older boys were not so bad from time to time. Seeing that everyone was lost in their own worlds, James decided to get everyone's attention in his favorite way. Clap. I wonder how Auntie Vanillana is doing. James thought to himself while the group's attention gathered. She was busy the last time I was down in the underworld. It feels like it's been a long time since the last time I saw her. Seeing that everyone was focused once again, James spoke. Anyway, Issei's first girlfriend is obviously his dominant hand. And my peerage and I will also be going to the underworld to train. James said with a smile. Rias, Sona, you are both welcome to join us, if you want. Issei felt he was about to cough up blood, while the rest of the group laughed at his expense. Then, Rias and Sona replied to the rest of James' statement. Of course, we will. Rias said with her chest puffed out and her left hand resting on her hip. We'll accept your offer, as well. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. It feels like we have been falling behind because of my duties as the heiress of House Citri. We can use this opportunity to play a bit of catch-up. Sounds good to me. James replied as he smiled and nodded at the two pillar house heiresses. With that out of the way, the group departed from the school. Shortly after they began walking, Issei separated from them as his house was in a different part of the town from the upper-class neighborhood the rest of the group lived in. While walking back to their houses, the group chatted happily. James, Yuto, and Tsubasa discussed sword combat. Keno, Mizore, Mocha, and Flora talked about some of the steamier nights they had spent with James. Rias, Sona, and Tsubaki discussed news from the underworld. Momo blushed heavily as she chatted with the smiling Yuto. Meanwhile, Tomo was still debating with herself between Shota and older boys while stealing glances at James. Eventually, the group entered their residential area. Shortly after they did, Flora separated from the group. Not before hugging and kissing James passionately, though. After Flora's departure, the group continued toward the three mansions of the three peerages. When they drew near, James raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, looks like someone is making good progress. James said with a smile. What do you mean? Rias asked in place of all the others. Follow me and you'll see. James said in a mysterious tone. Then, the group headed toward the Alaverus residence. However, instead of entering through the front door, they circled around the house and walked into the backyard. When they arrived, they were more than a little surprised at what they saw. Floating cross-legged in the middle of the training area behind the Alaverus mansion was a voluptuous, beautiful woman with long white hair, cat ears, and wearing a white kimono with two tails extending from her lower back. Floating around this gorgeous woman were several puffs of white flames. Who is that? Mocha asked with her head tilted cutely. No way, Senjutsu. Mizore asked, surprised. Is that Kaneko? Rias asked with a hand covering her mouth in surprise. Hearing that, everyone's eyes opened wide. Everyone except James, that is. He simply nodded his head in response. With his arms crossed, James spoke. I always knew the kitty cat was talented, but 3 months. James said with a smile. As his smile turned into something battle-hungry, he continued. She's gonna be really fun to fight in the future. At that, everyone shook their heads. Then, they looked back toward the floating Kaneko. Eventually, they noticed someone was walking toward them. When they turned their attention to the approaching presence, they saw the pink-haired Oni, Shuna. Welcome home, James-sama. Shuna said with a polite bow of her head, before greeting the rest of the group. It seems you've come back in time to see Kaneko's breakthrough. James smiled at the smiling Oni girl. Then almost subconsciously, he placed his hand on top of her head and began to pat it. You've done a great job training Kaneko, Shuna. James said with a smile, continuing the head pats. Also, I've decided to accept both you and Cheyenne into my peerage. If your desires have not changed, that is. Hearing that, Shuna was pulled out of her blissful state. She then bowed her head once again and spoke. Thank you, James-sama. I am honored. Shuna said with a beautiful smile on her face. Sigh how many times have I said it? It's okay to be more relaxed. James said with a sigh while shaking his head. Anyway, could you let Cheyenne know as well? Of course, James-sama. Shuna said with a nod. I'll inform her once Kaneko stabilizes. With that, Shuna received congratulations from everyone present. After the round of vigorous congratulations, Rhea asked the question that was on her mind. I understand that Kaneko-chan has unlocked her senjutsu. Rhea said with confusion in her tone. But why is she so much bigger? The group then turned their attention back to Kaneko. Then they noticed that she had grown quite a bit. Not only in height, but her breasts could now rival Tsubaki's in size. They might even be bigger. If I had to hazard a guess. Shuna said while contemplating the situation. Most likely, because she has been suppressing her natural senjutsu affinity, she stunted her own growth. So, in other words, it's kinda like when a malnourished child starts to eat properly. James said while stroking his chin. Does that mean we should expect a rapid growth spurt from the kitty cat? More or less. Shuna replied. The form you see in front of you is what she should look like after that rapid growth is complete. Ugh. Rias grunted while rubbing her head. What's the matter, Rias? Sona asked her friend curiously. When Issei sees this, that idiot is going to lose his mind. Rias said while shaking her head. Hearing that, everyone nodded in unison. Eventually, Kaneko stabilized and was lowered to the ground. Opening her eyes shortly after that, she noticed the white aura surrounding her body, then she saw the tufts of white flames floating around her. After that, she noticed that she now had 2 tails. Lastly, she noticed her new proportions. Is this really me? Kaneko questioned rhetorically. That's right, kitty cat. James said as he and the rest of the group approached. When they were close enough, James patted her head and continued. Congratulations, you've completely overcome the shadow that held you back from becoming stronger. Unlike her usual stoic expression, Kaneko was now smiling brightly after hearing James' congratulation. Then, she wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her face in his chest. Thank you, James Ni. Kaneko said quietly as she used James' chest to hide her tears. In response, James simply continued to smile while patting Kaneko's head. Eventually, Kaneko reverted to her normal size. At that moment, James realized that she had fallen asleep. I guess using that power really takes a lot out of her, huh? Rias said, also starting to pat the head of her adorable servant. Until her body adapts to her senjutsu, rather, until her body finishes its growth. Shuna explained. This transformation will put a lot of strain on her. She should have no issue using Tuki once she masters it, though. Rias nodded at the explanation. Meanwhile, James handed Kaneko to Yudo. Shuna then returned to the mansion in order to find Cheyenne. After that, Rias, Sona, and their peerages readied themselves to return to their own homes. "Well, I guess we'll see you again tomorrow morning, James," Rias said with a smile. "I'm looking forward to the training." "I bet you are," James said with a smile. "You're really close to breaking through to the ultimate rank, aren't you? If you work hard and have a little luck, you should be able to make it before you have to fight Riser." "That's what I'm aiming for," Rias said with a nod. "Just make sure you don't let it slip carelessly, if you do," Sona said with a serious expression on her face. "I know. I know," Rias said while waving her hand dismissively. "I hope so," Sona said with a shrug of her shoulders. Then, she turned her attention to James. "I'll see you tomorrow as well, James." Then, Sona closed the distance with James and planted a kiss on his cheek. Before Rias, Sona, and their peerages could leave, however, Dante and Lady appeared before them in the backyard of the mansion. "Dante, Lady, what's up?" James asked seriously, after noticing the serious expressions on the duo's faces. "James, we found them," Dante said without beating around the bush as he glanced at Mazor. With a savage, bloodthirsty smile on his face, James turned to the two-pillar house's heiresses and spoke. "There's been a change of plans," James said. "We've got a little revenge to enact. So, we'll probably see you a few days later than planned." Chapter 91, Two Pieces of News. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. After sending off Rias, Sona, and their respective peerages, James called for Flora, then the group convened in James' art studio. "What's going on, James?" Siyu Chilin asked curiously. "Take it easy, Lancer," James said while gesturing for everyone to calm down. "Flora should be here soon. I'll explain everything when she gets here." After waiting for a few minutes, Flora finally arrived. After she took a seat, James explained why he had gathered everyone. "I called everyone together like this for two reasons," James said as he raised his right hand to shoulder level. Curling his fingers into a fist, James raised his index finger as he continued. "First, I've decided to add Shuna and Cheyenne to my peerage." Hearing that, Shuna exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, she smiled brightly. Cheyenne on the other hand was happier for Shuna than herself. Not long ago, Cheyenne had finally understood that putting down her oath of fealty was different from betraying Shuna. Rather, it was closer to accepting more people into her circle of protection. And she had come to genuinely like the people in James' peerage in the 3 months since leaving Kyoto. "Congratulations, Shuna and Cheyenne," Mazor said while throwing herself at the two Oni girls before wrapping them in a hug. "Congratulations, and welcome to our family," Mocha said with a smile. Flora, without saying anything, joined Mazor in hugging the two new additions to the peerage. Everyone else nodded in acknowledgement. Then, James raised his hand, palm up, toward the Oni. Seeing that, the girls released the two from their hug. Then, Shuna and Cheyenne stepped forward. Once they were standing in front of him, James directed his hand toward Shuna. "Shuna, your talent with Jiu-Jitsu and healing, Senjutsu, makes you perfect for the second, bishop, role in my peerage." As James spoke, a bishop piece appeared floating above his outstretched palm. Then, without hesitation, James took hold of the evil piece and pressed it into Shuna's chest. Closing her eyes immediately after, Shuna felt the changes to her body in real time. After a few minutes, a pair of bat-like wings sprouted from her lower back. Opening her eyes shortly afterward, Shuna produced a ball of flames on her palm. Then, after extinguishing the flames, she covered her body with her tuki. After making sure everything was in order, she turned her attention to James, who was smiling at her. "Congratulations, Shuna," James said with a smile. "I'd like to welcome you into our family." "Thank you for accepting me, James-sama," Shuna said, returning a smile. "You shouldn't thank me, Shuna," James said with his smile turning gentle. "You've earned it with your actions." Seeing James' gentle smile, Shuna blushed and lowered her head. "Bum, bum, bum, another one bites the dust," Flora sang after seeing Shuna's reaction. Everyone in the room laughed after Flora's teasing. Shuna on the other hand blushed even harder. After a few moments, James cleared his throat and continued. "Ahem. Cheyenne, your raw physical strength and willingness to protect make you perfect for the role of rook in this peerage. James said as he extended his hand and a rook piece appeared floating above it. As she did with Shuna, James took hold of the evil piece and pressed it into Cheyenne's chest. And like Shuna, a few moments later, Cheyenne's devil wings sprouted from her lower back. After feeling the changes in her body, Cheyenne's smile was even bigger than the one Shuna showed. As a personal guard, even though she always held Shuna as someone dear to her, Cheyenne knew she could never truly be friends with Shuna. Now, however, they were equals. Not only did this not diminish her desire to keep Shuna safe, but instead Cheyenne's resolve increased. Protecting a friend was infinitely more important to her than protecting a protection target. And this new desire to protect extended to everyone in James' peerage as well. Congratulations, Cheyenne. James said with a smile, pulling Cheyenne's attention away from the changes to her body. Welcome to the family. With that, Cheyenne's smile was bright. The rest of the group also congratulated her as they did with Shuna. Then, after a few moments, James spoke once again. Shuna, I think it would be good for you to attend school. James said while turning his attention toward Shuna. If that's what you think is best, then I shall do so. Shuna said with a bow of her head. We're gonna have to work on that overly respectful attitude, though. James said while shaking his head. Then, after a moment he continued. I'll talk to Sona about having you transferred for the new school year after the break. Understood. Shuna replied with a nod. Cheyenne, I'd like you to help Lancer, Dante, and Lady keep an eye on supernatural beings entering the town while the rest of us are at school. Got it, James-sama. Cheyenne said excitedly with a hand raised. And we'll need to work on. Well, it probably won't do much good, anyway. James said exasperatedly after remembering how uncontrollable Cheyenne could be when she got excited. After a few more moments, Dante was showing obvious signs of impatience. Then, after not being able to hold back any longer, he spoke. Can we move on already? Dante said while leaning against a wall with his arms crossed. Yeah, I guess time for the happy news is over. James said with a savage smile. But this could be the perfect chance to kill two birds with one stone. James, what are you talking about? Mocha asked seriously. Yeah, stop trying to be all mysterious. See you chillin' added. Everyone else watched James, waiting to hear what the second matter he was referring to earlier was. Then, James turned his sight to Mizor. Well, Dante just brought some news that will help me keep my promise to you from 7 years ago, Mizor. James said in a serious tone of voice. Hearing that, Mizor's eyes opened wide. Then, her expression slowly morphed into one of pure rage and malice. Then, with tears falling from her wrath-filled eyes, Mizor spoke. Is that what Dante meant when he told you he found them? Mizor asked in a low, almost emotionless tone. Exactly. James said with a solemn expression on his face. After adding Dante to the peerage, I commissioned him to find out who it was that destroyed the Yukiana village. Hearing that, everyone in the room put on expressions similar to James. I am, Shuna, and Cheyenne's expressions also contained vast amounts of anger. The entire yokai community was outraged when they heard the news of one of their tribes being wiped out. One of my contacts from North America contacted me not long ago. Dante said calmly. They found evidence of a fallen angel-run facility in the northmost region of the Alaskan Peninsula. How do we know it was the facility we were looking for? I am asked, already thinking of infiltrating the facility to find out if it is the right place. Don't worry about that. Dante said, waving dismissively. Me and Lady already went to check it out over the last few days. There are still Yukiana alive in there. That's why we're so sure. Hearing this, Mizor was ecstatic. The other former yokai were overjoyed to hear that news as well. Mocha and Flora hugged Mizor, happy for the good news she received. James and Siyu Chillin, however, frowned while everyone else was rejoicing. You went without letting me know. James asked with an even more solemn expression. Yeah, is there a problem? Dante asked, noticing the change in James' mood. You're damn right there is. James said angrily. Dante, I'm not trying to downplay your abilities. But did you ever consider if shit went sideways? What are you talking about? Dante asked with a frown. Are you trying to say there was a chance we could get caught? Are you looking down on? Before Dante could finish, he was suddenly lifted off the ground by James, who appeared in front of him with a flash step. Looking Dante directly in the eye, the dusk-pink outlines around James' pupils glowed ominously. Dante, I know you're strong. Hell, I probably know better than most people in this world how strong you are. James said angrily. But are you strong enough to fight a fallen angel cadre and escape successfully? Of course, I am. Dante said without hesitation. So, you're saying you could escape from me if I were determined to keep you from leaving? James asked Dante while maintaining eye contact. Seeing all this, the rest of the group remained silent. C.U. Chillin even shook his head. Dante's overconfidence could have led to some horrible consequences this time. Ever since he broke through to ultimate rank, Dante's confidence was slowly transforming into conceit. All right, let's assume that's true. James said without giving Dante the chance to reply. Could you escape from a cadre with Lady? She's only in the high rank now, right? This time, Dante stayed silent, not because he was cut off but because he could not answer. Can't answer that one, huh? James asked condescendingly. Dante, Lady, not only did you put yourselves in unnecessary danger, but you could have sparked an all-out war between factions, if you had been caught. After that, James released Dante from his grasp. Dante fell to the floor. Because of the shock from James' words, he could only sit and hang his head. The rest of the peerage looked at him with concern. James, on the other hand, turned and addressed the rest of his peerage. It seems Lancer is no longer the dumbest member of my peerage. James said sternly. Hey! C.U. Chillin shouted in protest. It may be true that Dante brought back very valuable intel. James said, ignoring C.U. Chillin's protest. But I want all of you to remember, your safety is my top priority when it comes to missions like this. Throwing yourselves into danger unnecessarily will not be tolerated. Understood. Understood. Everyone replied seriously. James then turned back to Dante. Dante, I'm not telling you to not take any risks. James said while looking down at Dante, who was still sitting on the floor. But taking risks that put your comrades at risk, those won't be tolerated. If you understand, stand up. We've got plans to discuss and people to contact. Eventually, Dante picked himself up off the floor. Although he clearly was not back to his usual self. However, as a professional mercenary, he was still capable of handling a job. James then turned to the rest of the group. Mizor, I know you're anxious. But if we're going to do this, we're going to do this right. James said with a firm expression. I know. Mizor said while clenching her fists. Good. James said with a nod, then he started giving orders. Mocha, contact Rias. Relay the information Dante brought with him. Flora, do the same with Sona. Shuna, I need you to contact Yasaka with the same. Understood. Mocha replied before leaving the room to contact Rias. Okay. Flora said as she left to tell Sona. Would it not make more sense for you to contact Lady Yasaka, James-sama? Shuna asked curiously. Usually yes. James admitted with a nod. Unfortunately, I'm needed to help plan the infiltration, attack, and rescue once we reach the facility. Plus, we need 2 sets of plans. 2, why? Shuna asked curiously. We need plans for if we get permission to go on this mission or not. Understood. Shuna said in understanding. I'll contact Lady Yasaka now. Once Mocha, Flora, and Shuna left to contact Rias, Sona, and Yasaka, respectively, James turned to those remaining in the room. Before anything else, he called Mizor to come closer. Then, when she was close enough, James pulled her to sit in his lap and patted her head to calm her emotions. Mizor, we'll do everything we can to get those Yukiana out safely. James said in a soothing tone. I need you to remain calm and follow the plans we come up with for that to happen, though. I know. Mizor said while gritting her teeth. But it's been so many years since I escaped. I know. James said while continuing to pat Mizor's head. And I told you I'd put you in a position to take revenge with your own hands, right? I understand, James. Mizore said, hanging her head. I'll trust you and the rest of the peerage. Hearing that, James smiled and hugged Mizore tightly. Then, he turned his attention to the rest. Lancer, Dante, Lady, and we need to come up with plans for both the scenarios I mentioned earlier. James said in a much colder tone. If we get permission, we need to prepare to capture and rescue. If permission is not given, we need the most efficient way to wipe out the crows and their underlings before we rescue the surviving Yukiana. Hearing that, the group of 5 began making plans of action while Mizore sat in James' lap, trying to keep her emotions under control. Meanwhile, there was one person who was not assigned a task and just stood in the middle of James' studio. What should I do? Cheyenne thought to herself in Confusio Chapter 92, Storming the Facility. Human World, USA, Alaska. 4 days have passed since Dante and Lady passed on the location of the Fallen Angel facility where the Yukiana were being experimented on. Even though James instructed the members of his peerage to inform the higher-ups at the first possible moment, the Devil Council has yet to make a decision. At the same time, the Grigori has denied any involvement in the kidnapping of the Yukiana from the Yukiana village. What James and his peerage don't understand is, if the Grigori are denying involvement, then why is the council against helping the yokai? The unfortunate answer to that question is that the council does not want a half-demon to get credit for the act. Due to Yasaka's protests, James received credit for the mission of protecting Kenu instead of the heiresses of the Gremory and Citri houses. With another feat on that level, he would be eligible to be promoted into an ultimate class devil. That damn council. C.U. Chulin said with a scowl while James and Dante walked through a blizzard on their way to the Fallen Angel research facility. I wouldn't be surprised if they haven't given the go-ahead because they thought something stupid like they were weakening the fighting force of the yokai. Nah, it's probably because they'd like to see as many yokai wiped out as possible. Dante said spitefully. Shit like this is why Dad betrayed. You're probably right, Dante. C.U. Chulin said while tightening the hood on his cloak. Damn, this snow is getting everywhere. It's not like I'm feeling the cold or anything. But I'm tired of my hair getting wet. Whatever, no one wants to hear you bitch about it. Dante said with a frown. Then, he turned his attention to James, who has yet to speak. Anyway, why are you so damn quiet, James? Why do you think the council is dragging their feet on this? Oh, that's simple, James said with disdain, unaware that the guess he was about to make was actually the truth. They're probably against me, a half-devil, getting credit for rescuing the Yukiana. And even if they decide to give the credit to the one that found the facility, then they would have to give it to the half-devil son of the underworld's greatest traitor. Now that you mention it, that makes a lot of sense. C.U. Chulin said in amazement. Instead of making allies for their faction, they'd rather keep a couple of half-devils down. What are those idiots thinking? After C.U. Chulin finished his sentence, James and Dante froze and looked at him in astonishment. Why are you two looking at me like that? C.U. Chulin asked, feeling that he was subtly being insulted. Things must be really fucked up if C.U. Chulin can justifiably call someone an idiot. Dante said with mock amazement in his tone. I'm actually surprised he followed at all. James said with a wry smile. Usually, Lancer's the first one to zone out when we talk about political shit. Fuck you, Dante. C.U. Chulin roared angrily. Like that, the rest of the trip to the facility was filled with the sounds of the 3 young men joking around. Until they reached the facility, you would have thought they were just your average thrill-seeking trio. Unfortunately, the fun times did not last long. The trio, with their presences hidden, stopped just inside 164 feet, 50 meters, away from the front entrance to the facility. All right, boys, you remember the plan, right? James asked in a solemn tone. Yeah. Dante replied. How many times do you plan to ask? We put down the guards around the entrance as fast as we can, then we make room for the rest of the team to teleport in, C.U. Chulin responded while rolling his eyes in Dante's direction. Dante's impatience aside, that's right. James said, with a hand resting on the hilt of Okairu Sakura. Then, he drew the sword and continued. I'll make the first move, since I have the quietest ranged attack. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Once the trigger words were spoken, Okairu Sakura's blade was quickly broken down into cherry blossom petal-shaped blades. Mixing in with the fierce blizzard, the petal blades were mostly unseen. Then, one by one, the guards surrounding the entrance fell, never to rise again. Meanwhile, Siyu Chulin and Dante moved to take out the hidden guards around the facility. That was easier than I thought. Siyu Chulin said with a frown. Flag raised. James said nonchalantly. I guess it was. Siyu Chulin said with a shoulder shrug. If they were strong like you expected, it would have been harder to sneak in back then, right? Dante said in response. I guess you're right. Siyu Chulin said. Anyway, let's get inside. James said. Once we're inside, contact the others, Lancer. Got it. Siyu Chulin and Dante answered simultaneously. With that, Dante cut a hole in the obviously locked entrance. When the trio entered, the first thing they noticed was a blaring alarm. If they didn't know we were here before, I'm sure they know now. James said nonchalantly. After spreading his perception through the facility, James could feel all the presences throughout the facility. When he did, he frowned. At the same time, Siyu Chulin had already finished contacting the rest of the peerage. Shortly afterward, a teleportation magic circle appeared on the floor behind them. What's wrong, James? Mizor asked as soon as the magic circle was done with its task. Why is it so quiet? I can only sense a bunch of weaklings and a crow with 8 wings. James said curiously. On top of that, there are only 12 Yukiana here. Only 12? Shuna asked in shock. I don't know what's going on, but we should be able to find someone who does. James said while tracking the movements of everyone in the facility. We need to move, now. All the personnel in the facility are moving toward where the Yukiana are being held. With that, James disappeared from the spot using flash step. Knowing that the members of his peerage would be unable to keep up with his speed, James opted to not hide his presence any longer, which served 2 purposes. First, to make it easier for the rest of the group to follow him. Second, to put pressure on the fallen angels. Eventually, James reached the room where the Yukiana were being held at the same time the fallen angels opened the door. Using that to his advantage, James flash-stepped past the 8-winged fallen angel and appeared in the room standing between the Yukiana and the fallen angels with Okairu Sakura unsheathed once again. Seeing the intruder, both the fallen angels and the Yukiana were surprised. However, this young man seemed to be standing protectively in front of the Yukiana. This, of course, left the fallen angels furious. Who the hell are you, brat? A 6-winged fallen angel shouted after seeing James stopping them from reaching the Yukiana. Dude, why do you sound so angry? James replied with a smile. As a matter of fact, I've been requested to find these women. They've been missing for about 8 years, or so. Humph, that same 6-winged fallen angel only snorted in response. Just a half-breed. I guess your council wanted to get rid of another one by seemingly legitimate means, huh? Hearing that, James rose an eyebrow. Thinking he would like to hear more, James decided this moron may get to live a lit longer. Arendelt, shut up, the 8-winged fallen angel barked. Then, he turned his attention back to James and spoke. You should know your actions could spark a full-blown war between our factions, right? If you just leave, we won't report this back to the Grigori. ****, you're much more intelligent than that 6-winged idiot standing next to you. James said while pointing his sword at the fall angel who shouted at him earlier. However, you should know we've known what's going on in this facility for over a week by now. What? The 8-winged fallen angel exclaimed in horror. Then, does that mean? Yup, it sure does. James replied with a smile. We've already reported this to the Grigori. Guess what they said when we asked about you all? As James' smile grew wider while he stood before the group of fallen angels, the 8-winged fallen angel's face paled. What does any of that matter? The mouthy 6-winged fallen angel, Arendelt, shouted once again. He's alone and he's only a brat. If we kill him, then there's no problem. With that, the room fell silent. The other 19 fallen angels could only look at Arendelt as though he were any other idiot. Then, the 8-winged fallen angel felt a gaze on him. When he followed it back to its source, he found James gazing at him in pity. Without asking, the eight-winged fallen angel knew exactly what that pitiful gaze meant. Having a subordinate this stupid really does deserve a look of pity, the eight-winged fallen angel thought to himself. After a few more moments of uncomfortable silence, Argento finally realized something was wrong. Then, he figured out what it was. The strongest being in the room was not his superior, the eight-winged fallen angel, standing next to him. Instead it was the half-breed brat standing in front of him. It looks like he figured it out, James said with a teasing smile. Seeing that smile, the fallen angels felt despair. Then, they all heard footsteps approaching from behind. When they turned back, what they saw were a group of devils, all as strong if not stronger than their superior. So, here's the deal, James said in a sing-song tone. Some of you will live and be arrested. And some of you will die. Hearing that, all the fallen angels present gritted their teeth. Eventually, Argento could no longer hold back from shouting at James. And who are you to determine which of us lives or dies? Argento shouted hysterically. Oh, I think you've misunderstood. What was your name again? Era. James said, before giving up on the six-winged fallen angel's name. Then, James shrugged his shoulders and continued. Era, that should be good enough. Anyway, it won't be me that's deciding whether you live or die, but them. With that, James pointed over his shoulder with the thumb of his left hand. Behind him, of course, were the captured Yukiana. And now that they could feel freedom was close at hand, they were pissed and ready to see the blood of some fallen angels. But before that, Mizor, why don't you come over here? James said. Hearing the name James just said, the Yukiana behind him were surprised. Mizor. Shirayuki Mizor, said one of the Yukiana in the worst physical shape. Even though the voice was very faint, Mizor, who was already on her way to join James, was able to hear it. Ka-san? Mizora asked in disbelief. Then, Mizor quickened her steps. When she reached the group of Yukiana, she saw faces that were all familiar to her. Even if they looked a bit older and were worn down, they were still people she knew and cared about. Then, after scanning through the familiar faces for a moment, Mizor found the owner of the voice. When she did, tears began to fall from her eyes. Mizor-chan. The Yukiana with the appearance of a woman in her late 20s or early 30s sighed when she was able to see Mizor clearly. Before the reunion could go on for too long, James brought it to a stop. I'm sorry ladies, I really don't want to interrupt your reunion. Please believe me when I say this, James said with sincerity. However, we need to do what we came here to do before we get to that. Hearing James, Mizor stopped in her tracks and struggled for a moment. Then, she walked toward James and stopped when she stood next to him. After that, she looked at the group of fallen angels. Then, she started pointing out perpetrators. Him. Her. Him. Her. Him, and him. Mizor said with the flames of rage burning in her eyes. Then, she turned other eyes to the eight-winged fallen angel who led the group. And that son of a bitch was the leader of the bastard crows that either killed or kidnapped the members of my village. After Mizor pointed out those responsible for her and her village's misfortune, she turned and hugged James, unable to hold back the tears any longer. She cried into his embrace. Then in a tone colder than the tundra outside the facility, James spoke. Kill all those, Mizor pointed out. Oh, except for the leader and that guy, James said while pointing out Argento. I want him alive for information extraction. Put everyone else down non-lethally. We'll hand them over to the Kyoto yokai faction. With that, see-you Chillin, Mocha, Dante, Lady, Flora, and Cheyenne burst into action. Shuna, on the other hand, made her way to the Yukiana and did what she could to heal them. A few minutes later, all those who were marked for death were dead. And those wanted alive were unconscious, except for the leader of this research facility. Chapter 93, Putting Down a Burden. Human World, USA, Alaska. So, what do we do with this guy? Dante asked while pointing rebellion at the eight-winged fallen angel. Oh, him. James said while glancing at the remaining fallen angel. He's Mizor's prey. Hearing that, everyone looked at Mizore, then the group of Yukiana behind James, and finally the fallen angel. Then, as if they had agreed on it beforehand, they nodded simultaneously. "Now, Mizore," James said while placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. "I promised you, right? If you use what you have, you're definitely strong enough to take revenge yourself." Mizore looked at the eight-winged fallen angel while James spoke. When she heard his words, her furious expression turned into one of a warrior. Although she was still furious from what this fallen angel put her and her people through, fury was no longer controlling her. Instead, the only thing influencing her actions were the countless hours of training she put herself through since the day James saved her. As Mizore took her stance, James spoke once more before the battle began. "Hey, you," James said, drawing a forlorn look from the fallen angel. Then with a teasing smile, he continued. "If you manage to defeat her, you'll survive today. You won't get away, but at least you'll live." Hearing that, the fallen angel shot a skeptical look in James' direction. "But if she wins, I doubt there's a chance for that," James said with a devilish smile. "So, I'd suggest you give it all you got." Meanwhile, among the group of Yukiana, the woman being healed by Shuna, Mizore's mother, could not help but ask Shuna, "Why is he encouraging that fallen angel?" Mizore's mother asked with a mix of confusion and anger. "Shirayuki-san, please calm down," Shuna said with a reassuring smile. "If you could see his face, you would see that James-sama is taunting the fallen angel. Giving him false hope, if you would. You'll see, Mizore-san is very strong." "Has she truly grown so much?" Mizore's mother asked with wonder in her tone. Then, with everyone's attention on the two combatants, Mizore rushed toward her foe. At the same time, the fallen angel released his 4 pairs of black feathered wings and formed a spear of light that glowed in an eerie gray color. Once the spear was formed, he threw it at Mizore and repeated the process twice more. As the spears flew toward Mizore, she noticed that if she dodged, the spears would land among the group of Yukiana. Before she had time to worry, she heard James' voice behind her. "Scatter, Senbon Sakura." Then, shortly after Okairu Sakura broke down, the petal-shaped blades formed a barrier between the battle and the group of Yukiana. "Don't worry about their safety, Mizore," James said with confidence. "You can go all out, and I'll make sure no more Yukiana come to harm because of this douchebag." Being called a douchebag caused the fallen angel to twitch an eyebrow. However, he did not have the time to dwell on it. Instead, he had to prepare for close-quarter combat with the smiling reincarnated devil who was charging toward him. While the fallen angel was unhappy with James' statement, Mizore was ecstatic. Hearing that James would make sure her people remained safe, she was able to relax her tense nerves. Then, as she was unburdened, her demonic power was able to flow through her system more smoothly. Because of this, her speed increased. Then, Mizore created claws of ice to cover her hands and froze the floor of the large room instantaneously. Whistle well, damn, Dante said with a whistle. "She's gonna break through soon." "Makes sense," Siyu Chulin said with his spear, Gi-Balg, resting on his shoulder. "What do you mean?" Lady asked curiously. "Because there's nothing holding her back any longer. Her body can finally put to good use all the energy that was spent on worrying in the past." Siyu Chulin explained patiently while keeping an eye on the battle. At the same time, Mizore and the fallen angel were exchanging attacks, quickly. While dodging the fallen angel's light spears, Mizore would send projectiles made of ice when she was at a distance. And while using the ice on the floor to increase her speed, she would zip around the room, using her claws to inflict slash wounds at close range as she passed the fallen angel. And whenever the fallen angel took to the sky, Mizore began materializing large ice boulders above him. "You damn snow woman," the fallen angel roared in anger. "How could you have possibly become this strong?" Without responding the now mentally unstable fallen angel, Mizore continued her methodical attack and defense. Slowly, her opponent was covered in many wounds of varying sizes. Eventually, due to blood loss, he was too slow to avoid an incoming fatal strike. A moment later, Mizore found more than half of her arm impaled into the fallen angel before her. Held in the hand jutting out from his back was a bleeding heart. "Damn, how could a lowly reincarnated devil defeat me?" the fallen angel said while coughing blood. "That doesn't matter anymore. Mizore said calmly. You won't be hurting any more Yukiana, ever again. Then, Mizore pulled her arm from the fallen angel's chest while crushing his heart in the process. After that she turned away and began to walk calmly toward James. After Mizore took a few steps away from the still-standing corpse, slender ice spikes shot out from all over the body. Badass! Dante shouted excitedly. Not paying Dante any mind, the rest of the group made their way to James. You did a great job, Mizore. James said while patting her head. Instead of replying, Mizore wrapped her arms around James' waist and buried her head in his chest. Smiling gently, James continued patting her head. After a few moments, James spoke. I'm not complaining about the hug, but I think there's someone you should be hugging more than me, right now. James said with a smile. Hearing that, Mizore raised her head. When she did, she saw that James was looking at something. Following his line of sight, Mizore saw her mother, now mostly healed from her injuries. Seeing her mother's condition, Mizore began to cry even harder. Then, with her vision blurred with tears, she took shaky steps toward her mother. Ka-san. Mizore mumbled as she drew closer to her mother. Mizore-chan. Said Mizore's mother as her eyes were also overflowing with tears. Eventually, the two Yukiana hugged. When they did, tears of joy were shed. Then, the other Yukiana joined, turning the hug between mother and daughter into a group hug. Meanwhile, James discussed with the rest of his peerage. I'm so glad we got here before it was too late. Mocha said with her eyes beginning to water. Yeah, even though I'm still not happy with the risk Dante took infiltrating alone, I'm grateful for it. James said while glancing at Dante. Dante only snorted in return while turning his head away from James' grateful gaze. Damn, that's disgusting. See-you Chillin said with a frown. Sundara men are not cute, they give me the chills. In response to See-you Chillin's statement, everyone nodded simultaneously. The Tsundere son of Sparta really is an apt nickname. Shuna said in understanding. Cheyenne nodded along to Shuna's words. Meanwhile, Dante was visibly getting angrier at being referred to as a Tsundere. Damn you all! Dante shouted angrily, which caused them all to burst into laughter. Once the laughter died down, Dante spoke once again. We'll see if I do anything to help any of you out in the future. Oh! James exclaimed with a smile on his face. Since you were doing this just to help Mizore, I'll be holding on to the money for this raid. I'm expecting a refund for the mission to search for this location as well. Hearing that, Dante paled rapidly. Now. James, let's not say or do anything we might regret in the future. Dante said with the ugliest smile any of them had ever seen. Dante, do you really think I'll regret this in the slightest? James said with a friendly smile. Besides, I'm not sure, but it sounds like you're threatening me. Once again, James Peerage, minus Mizore, smiled at the misfortune that was about to befall Dante. Dante, on the other hand, was sweating nervously. Then, James spoke again. So, how close to paid off is the debt for the shop's repairs from 2 years ago? James asked with a smile. I think I'll have to ask Mom about it when we get back. James, old buddy, old pal, you know I was only joking about not helping any of you in the future, right? Dante said as he closed in at high speed and threw an arm around James' shoulders. And of course, I wouldn't charge for helping Mizore find her family. Nodding his head, James smiled. Of course, I knew that. James said. So, I'll be expecting that refund once we're back in Kyoto. Knowing that was the best he would get after his slip of the tongue, Dante exhaled a sigh and nodded. Shortly after that, Mizore and the rest of the Yukiana approached the group of young adult devils. When they came close, Mizore spoke with a beautiful smile on her face. Everyone, let me introduce you to my mother, Shirayuki Tsurara. Mizore said while holding her mother's hand. And Mom, let me introduce you to James and his peerage. Then, Mizore proceeded to introduce Tsurara to the members of James' peerage, starting with her best friend, Mocha. Then, once all the members were introduced by name and position, Mizore finally introduced James. And last but certainly not least, this is our king, James Alaverus. Mizore said as she released her mother's hand and rushed over to James' side. After wrapping her arms around James' left arm, Mizore continued. And the man I love and hope to spend the rest of my life with. Hearing that, all the Yuki-ana's eyes opened widely. Except for Tsurara's, that is. Instead of opening wide, her eyes narrowed as she scrutinized James from top to bottom. Not bad. Not bad at all. Tsurara said while licking her lips. He looks like great husband material. Feeling something seemed to be wrong, James was the first to speak. You know, as shameless as I might be, if you stare so intensely, even I'll blush. James said, trying to change the atmosphere. Oh, has Mizore-chan never told you about Yuki-ana culture? Tsurara asked with a smile. She told me that Yuki-ana are monogendered and they usually. Oh wait, shit. James said as he realized what was going on. As a matter of fact, the Yuki-ana tribe tend to share their men. If they find a man with good enough genes, that man could become a communal husband to the entire tribe. That may sound like a man's dream, however, most men do not survive long enough to enjoy it. Due to the cold and the number of women to satisfy, most men, usually normal humans, that the Yuki-ana encounter die from exhaustion after a few days. Seeing the panic on James' face, Tsurara finally dropped the act. Even though she would have gone through with it if James were willing. Without showing her disappointment and thinking about talking to her daughter about getting a chance, Tsurara laughed and spoke once again. I was just kidding. Tsurara said with a smile. I just wanted to see the look on your face when you realized what I was implying. Shooting a glare at Mizore after seeing the teasing smile on her face that matched Tsurara's, James put on a smile before speaking once again. Well, I'm glad to see you're all fine after what you've been through. James said as he shot a grateful glance at Shuna, who bowed politely. Now, we'll be relocating you to Kyoto Southwest. Lady Yasaka can place your tribe somewhere safe. Hopefully, you'll be able to expand once again. Are you offering your assistance? Tsurara asked, interrupting James with her eyes sparkling. Seeing James caught off guard that badly, his peerage tried with all their might to hold in their laughter. The exception being Dante, who laughed uproariously. Cough, James coughed violently. Then, with a mischievous sparkle in his eyes, he redirected the Yuki-ana's attention to one of his companions. I'll have to talk it over with my other women before I can give you an answer. However, I think Dante, the son of Sparta, would be a great choice to help in the repopulation efforts. With James' suggestion, all the Yuki-ana with the exception of Tsurara turned their heads toward Dante. Noticing this, Dante was shocked, then he shot a glare at James. After that, he hid behind Lady, who rolled her eyes at his actions without trying to make things worse. Snickering internally at the dilemma Dante had just found himself in large part to himself, James decided now was a good time to leave. Dante, Lady, look around the facility. Find as much evidence of these crows' crimes as you can, then head back home. James said, beginning to give orders to his peerage. Lancer, Mocha, Cheyenne, take these crows into custody and contact the underworld. They're gonna give us shit for this operation, but I'll talk to them when they do. Mizore, Flora, Shuna, make sure all the Yuki-ana are healthy enough to be moved via teleportation. Alright, let's go. I'm ready to get the hell out of here. Chapter 94, The Debriefing. After the raid on the Fallen Angel Research Facility, James had his peerage split into 3 groups. First, Dante, Lady, and searched the facility and found evidence of the Fallen Angel's crimes. On top of that, they found evidence that their inhumane research and the destruction of the Yuki-ana village were not sanctioned by the Grigori. In fact, they were working with another group. One that was unhappy with the current state of the realms. Second, Lancer, Mocha, and Cheyenne were tasked with rounding up all the unconscious fallen angels. After that, they were teleported to the underworld to be questioned once the first group completed their search of the facility. Then, with the gathered evidence and the prisoners, the first and second groups teleported it all to Satan territory. Then, they headed to the Devil Council's meeting hall. Third, Mizore, Flora, and Shuna checked on the health of all the Yuki-ana. Although most of them seemed fine, they had many unhealed internal injuries from experiments and abuse from the crueler fallen angels. Luckily, they found no evidence of sexual abuse. Which is surprising, considering most fallen angels seem to have fallen due to lust. Either way, Mizore and Shuna's group was the one who spent the most time in the facility after the battle ended. Lastly, James spent time contacting those who needed to be aware of their findings. Before they even set off, James had received permission from Serzex and Serafal. Not that the council were made aware of that. So, naturally, the first people James contacted were the Satans with whom he was best acquainted. After that, he instructed the first two groups to take the prisoners and evidence/information to the Satan territory. Then, James contacted Yasaka and let her know that they were able to find 12 Yukiana alive and that they would need a place to stay. Responding positively, Yasaka was happy to drop everything to welcome home some of her people who had been missing for 8 years. After all the medical checks were complete, James, Mizore, Flora, and Shuna gathered the surviving Yukiana and teleported to Kyoto. Human world, Japan, Kyoto. Outside the Torii gate that acted as the gate into the yokai subdimension, Yasaka, Sesshomaru, and the yokai council of elders were awaiting James' arrival. We've been searching for leads to the Yukiana village's destruction for almost 10 years. One of the yokai elders said wistfully. This boy must be quite impressive if he was able to do, with only his peerage, what we as a faction were unable to do. Hearing that, the professional smile Yasaka had been wearing in front of the council members turned into a genuine one. If we had put all our effort into finding them, we could have done it, too. Another elder, less tolerant of other species, spoke in opposition to the first. Once again, Yasaka's expression changed after hearing the words of an elder. This time, however, it was for the worse. I would suggest you think more before you speak. Yasaka said with a reprimanding tone. Are you suggesting that we did not do all that we could in our investigation of the destroyed village and the missing Yukiana? No, that's not what I. The second elder said, backpedaling quickly. And if you were to say something that's stupid in front of the returning Yukiana? Yasaka said while scowling at the offending elder. We may lose the loyalty of the species. It's bad enough that most Yukiana villages are in Nararihion's territory. My apologies, Yasakaheim, the elder replied while bowing his head politely. Before things could escalate any further, the conversation ended abruptly when a teleportation magic circle appeared in front of the Torii gate. Seeing the 16 figures who appeared on the magic circle, Yasaka wished to run forward and throw herself into the arms of the men who led the group of women. However, as this was an official meeting, she had to keep her urges and desires in check. Alaverus-san, allow us to welcome you back to Kyoto. Yasaka said elegantly as she looked into James' eyes. Also, we would like to extend our gratitude for the rescue of our citizens. If you wouldn't mind, we'd like to invite all those present to join us at a banquet to celebrate the return of the surviving Yukiana. Allow me to thank you for your intentions. James said while bowing politely. Unfortunately, I must excuse myself. The members of my peerage and I are expected to debrief in the underworld, shortly. Indeed, that news is quite unfortunate. Yasaka said, genuinely sad that James and his peerage were unable to stay. Then, please, when you have a free moment, come celebrate this joyous event with us. We would be honored to accept your invitation, Lady Yasaka. James said, bowing politely once again. Then, if you would excuse us. After a short farewell, between Mizore and her clan, we'll be on our way. And just as James said, after a few words and a round of hugs, James, Mizore, Flora, and Shuna teleported to the capital city, Lilith, of the Satan territory in the underworld. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. When James, Mizore, Flora, and Shuna arrived in Lilith, they quickly made their way to the Devil Council's meeting hall. After arriving, they found the rest of the peerage seated in the waiting room. Yo, how did your tasks go? James asked as he approached the rest of his peerage. Everything has been fine, so far. Mocha said as the representative of the group. I doubt things will be so simple in the meeting room, though. Don't worry about it. James said while waving dismissively. I'll handle it. Besides, all the heat will be pointed at me anyway. Yeah, but... Mocha said with worry in her tone. Mocha, you have to trust me. James said while taking Mocha's hands in his own. While looking into her eyes, he continued. I'll handle this. Okay. OH, and Cheyenne, you're forbidden from speaking once we enter the meeting hall. If you do speak, you'll have to cook your own meals for a week. Fine. Mocha said while averting her gaze with a bit of terror in her eyes. The rest of the group paled when they heard the penalty James threatened Cheyenne with. Cheyenne has been forbidden from cooking ever since the first time she tried after coming to the Alaverus mansion. Luckily, James was the only one who tasted the food. Unluckily, James lost consciousness for over 12 hours after eating the first bite. Since then, most punishments have been replaced with eating Cheyenne's cooking. It has been a remarkably effective deterrent. Even Dante's amount of collateral damage has reduced during his missions. Why does it sound like eating my food is a punishment? Cheyenne asked curiously while tilting her head cutely. Smiling in response, James began to pat Mocha's head. Then, he also took a seat. After approximately an hour, James and his peerage were summoned into the meeting hall. Upon entering the room, what the group saw was a large two-level room. On the lower level, there was a large open area with a large balcony hanging over the ground floor where the members of the Devil Council were already seated. They removed all the seats on the lower floor, huh? James thought to himself as he looked around the hall. They're really throwing their weight around, aren't they? Making a bunch of high-rank and higher beings stand just to stroke their overinflated egos. Not showing any of his thoughts on his face, however, James led his peerage to the center of the hall and stopped. Then, he announced himself. James Alaverus reporting. James said loudly and clearly. I and my peerage have answered to the council's summons. After James' announcement of his presence and reason for being there was a moment of silence before a member of the council spoke. Such a respectful entrance, the council member said condescendingly. So where was your respect when you took it upon yourself to attack those fallen angels? I'm sorry, sir, I'm not sure what it is that you're unhappy with. James said while tilting his head, seemingly in confusion. Bang. In response to James' reply, another member of the council stood from his seat and slammed his hand on the desk in front of him. We never gave permission for you to pursue those fallen angels, the second counselor shouted angrily. Your reckless actions could have led to an all-out war between the devils and the fallen angels. James, once again, tilted his head while responding to the counselor's words. Once again, I'm not sure what it is you're referring to. James said in reply. Since the Grigori said those fallen angels were acting without orders and could be treated as strays, how could my actions have led to an all-out war? Immediately, the Devil Council members froze. They did all they could to keep that information secret. They could only wonder how the half-breed in front of them could know about it. Even if that's true, you did not receive permission to pursue those fallen angels, young man. A third counselor stated. Yet again, James tilted his head in confusion. That's correct. James said with a nod. Then that means you admit to. That same counselor tried to continue reprimanding James. However, he was interrupted. I never received permission to pursue the fallen angels, but I did receive orders to rescue the kidnapped Yukiana. James said while tilting his head to the opposite side. Eventually, one of the other council members lost his patience. You dare to mock the Devil Council, half-breed. The counselor exploded. With heavy breaths and bloodshot eyes, he stared at James, waiting for him to speak another word of mockery. At least what he perceived as mockery. Sir, I apologize. James said while shifting his attention to the angry counselor. Hearing the apology, that counselor perceived it as fear for the members of the council. However, before he could bask in his feeling of superiority for too long, James continued. I have yet to speak any mockery, I've merely answered the questions that have been asked. With that counselor lost control of himself to his anger. Immediately after James finished speaking, the aura of an intermediate level, ultimate rank being swept over the room. However, other than causing Lady, Flora, and Shuna to flinch momentarily, nothing happened. Seeing this, the rest of the council seriously inspected the power of the young adult standing in the middle of the hall. Then, they realized that James was stronger than, if not the majority, many of the members of the council. Before any of the councillors could embarrass themselves any further, the leader of the council as well as the Great King faction, Zikram Bale, asked the most important question. So, who was it that gave you the order to rescue the kidnapped Yukiana, James Alaverus? Zikram said while showing no emotion. Seraphal Leviathan of the four great Satans. James replied respectfully. Damn it. Zikram thought to himself. She's actually the only one with the authority to supersede us on matters like these. How could we have allowed such an uncontrollable little girl to become the Satan in charge of foreign affairs? Not allowing any of his thoughts to show in his expression, Zekrom spoke once again. Very well, it seems our first questions were misplaced. If you would not mind, please give your report on the raid of the Fallen Angel Research Facility. Zekrom said without allowing his emotions to show in the slightest. Yes, sir. James replied respectfully. While James explained everything that happened after Dante brought back the news of the Fallen Angel Facility, until the last member of his peerage arrived in the waiting room, the members of the council felt as if they saw James sneering at them. However, whenever they took a second look and focused on him, all they saw was a serious young man reporting about his mission. After several hours reporting and answering questions, James and his peerage were allowed to leave the meeting hall. Wasting no time, James teleported everyone back to the Alaverus mansion in Kyoto. Human world, Japan, Kyoto. Seated in the Alaverus mansion's living room, Leona, Cassiel, Venelana, Zeoticus, Rhea, Dante, Cerzex, Graphia, Serafal, Rias, Sona, and the peerages of both Rias and Sona were present. As they chatted while waiting for James and his peerage to return, they came to a stop when a teleportation magic circle appeared into corner of the room. Once it vanished, James and his peerage were revealed. After a few moments of silence and exchanging glances, James and his peerage laughed uproariously at the constipated looks on the faces of the council when they mentioned that Serafal gave them the order to attack the Fallen Angel Facility. Judging by the expressions on your faces, I would have to guess everything went well. Cerzex asked with a smile. Oh, if only you could have seen their faces when I told them Saratan gave me the order to rescue the kidnapped Yukiana. There would be no reason to ask that question. James said happily. Then, he repeated everything that happened in the meeting hall with the Devil Council, Chapter 95, the new additions to Kyoto Academy. Human world, Japan, Kyoto. After the mission to rescue the Yukiana from the stray fallen angels, James and the group finished their spring break. Now, today is the first day of James, Rias, and Sona's final year of high school. On top of everyone else moving up a year, Kaneko, Gasper, and Shuna are also joining Kyoto Academy as students. Though, Shuna is joining as a second year like Mazor, Mocha, Yuto, and Issei. Because a new school year is upon them, James, Rias, and Sona decided to come to school earlier than usual. Why? The reason is simple, actually. They want to overlook the entrance from the school's roof. With James' soul sight, it is much easier to detect sacred gear wielders. Did you get the report Dante sent? James asked the two heiresses next to him on the roof. You mean the one about the two devils who entered the town last night? Rias asked while looking down at the crowd of students walking through the gates. Yup, that's the one. James replied while also watching the crowd. Yes, we both received it. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. I sent my familiar to observe our newcomers. So, what's their deal? James asked as he had yet to do his own investigation into the two. Well, if what I've seen is to be believed, one of the two girls didn't even know she was a devil until a couple of months ago. Sona said with a frown. How is that even possible? Rias asked in confusion. If she was separated from her parents for as long as she could remember. James replied with a frown. If they are who I think they are, shit's gonna hit the fan sooner rather than later. Oh, that's them, now. Rias said while pointing at two girls coming through the front gate. Damn, it really is them. James thought to himself after following the direction Rias was pointing. Seriously, what's up with this world? What James saw was a pair of beautiful girls. The first had crimson red hair that reached her waist, pink eyes, and a slim figure with extremely noticeable curves for her age. Her breasts and buttocks were very impressively sized. And the second was a petite girl with long silver hair and purple eyes. James hummed while he observed the two devils entering the school grounds. Do you want my opinion on how we should handle them, or do you girls want to handle this one yourselves? We'll handle it ourselves. Rias and Sona answered simultaneously. Sure thing. James said with a shrug. Then, he cocked an eyebrow. What's wrong, James? Rias asked after seeing his change in expression. Nothing really. James replied, then he turned his head towards Sona. But it looks like the guy Sona had her eyes on has awakened his sacred gear over spring break. That's a pleasant surprise, Sona said without much change on her expression. I guess I'll make contact with him soon. Yeah, you should probably hurry, James said with a wry smile. Supernatural stuff seems to be gathering in our little academy. You sound like you're expecting something big to happen, Ria said while tapping her chin with her right index finger. If it's anything like manga, when too many things that aren't supposed to be gathered gather, shit's about to go down, James said with a smile. Stop equating real life with manga, Sona said with a frown. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize, Sona, James said in a serious tone. But truth is often stranger than fiction. Shit could go real sideways, real fast if we're not careful. I guess you could be right, Sona said, not really believing in James' manga/anime logic. Anyway, it's getting late, Ria said with a smile. We should get to class. I'm sure the other girls are already waiting. Okay, let's go, James said with a smile. Then, before they left the roof, Sona's eyes sparkled mischievously. Then, she wrapped her arms around James' left arm and shot a playful glance at her best friend. Damn it, Ria said in frustration. Just wait till I beat Riser. You'll never see me without a hand on James. Oh, that's a pretty daring statement, James said with a smile. I don't know how the rest of my girlfriends will feel about that. Does that matter? Rias asked with her chin held high. I would be the strongest once I join anyway. That's inaccurate, Rias, Sona said with a slight smile. What do you mean? Rias asked in confusion. Well, lady, or rather, Yasaka is in the minor god rank, remember? Sona asked playfully. Damn it, I forgot about her, Ria said while stomping her foot frustratedly. Well, she's all the way in Kyoto, so it should be fine. Oh, and Mizore is only a step away from ultimate rank, too, James said with a proud smile. What? Ria shouted in surprise. Are you serious? As a heart attack, James replied. The trio continued their conversation as they made their way to Class 3A where their usual group of 7 will once again be classmates. Meanwhile, in Class 1A, Kaneko and Gasper were chatting quietly when they suddenly noticed 2 devil auras approaching their classroom. Kaneko, who is that? Gasper asked with some fear after noticing the 2 unfamiliar auras. Kaneko shook her head in response, then replied. We'll observe, then tell Bucho and James Ni. Okay, Gasper replied nervously. Shortly after their conversation ended, the classroom door opened. When it did, the same pair of beautiful girls entered the classroom, then looked around. When the crimson-haired girl noticed Kaneko and Gasper, her eyes narrowed slightly. However, she did not dwell on them for long. The silver-haired girl, on the other hand, kept a happy and friendly smile on her face the entire time. I definitely need to observe those 2 and report back to Riasne, Kaneko thought to herself as she watched the action of the 2 devils in her class. Not long after that little incident, the bell signifying the beginning of class rang. Shortly after that, the teacher for Class 1A entered the room. Like 2 years ago, Nikonomiya Shizuka was the homeroom teacher for this class. Like Kaneko and Gasper, she also noticed that 2 of her students were unknown devils. 2 unknowns, huh? Shizuka thought to herself. I should report this to Lady Yasaka. Outwardly, however, Shizuka showed no signs that she was suspicious of the 2 new girls. Now, I think it would be a good time to introduce yourselves to the class, Shizuka said as she interacted with her class enthusiastically. But first, I'll introduce myself. I'm your homeroom teacher, Nikonomiya Shizuka. It's nice to meet you all. After that, the class replied with, It's nice to meet you too, sensei. Then, Shizuka led the class into their own individual introductions. And just like it was when James and the gang were first years, the introductions were done in order of entrance exam rankings. First to introduce herself was the crimson-haired girl from before. It turns out the girl's name was Naruzmio, and she had just moved to Koa with her half-sister after her parents died in an accident. Something about that seemed suspicious. Kaneko and Shizuka thought simultaneously. After Mio's introduction, Gasper and Kaneko introduced themselves in that order. After them, there were two ordinary students. The sixth to introduce herself was the silver-haired girl who entered the room with Mio. She introduced herself as Naruse Maria, Mio's half-sister. I guess James Nee will commission Dante or Lady to investigate the real reason behind the two of them showing up here. Kaneko thought as she listened to the other students' introductions. At the same time, in Class 2A, Mizore, Mocha, Yuto, and Issei were in their assigned seats. Before the introductions began, their homeroom teacher, a balding middle-aged man, was telling them that there would be a transfer student in their class. "You can come in," the teacher said in the direction of the classroom door. Shortly after, the door was pulled open. Then, in walked a slender girl with pink hair, Shuna. When she reached the side of the teacher, she was prompted to introduce herself. Then with a polite bow, Shuna spoke to the class. "Good morning, everyone," Shuna said with a smile. "My name is Onigawara Shuna. It's a pleasure to meet you all, and I hope we all get along." With her introduction finished, the class clapped for her excitedly. At the same time, Mizore was the loudest among them. "Shuna-chan, I'm glad we ended up in the same class," Mizore shouted. "Mizore-san, so am I," Shuna replied with a smile. "Mocha-san, Yuto-kun, and Issei-kun, it's good to see you again as well. If I didn't know the truth, even I'd think we hadn't met just yesterday," Issei said while whispering to Yuto, who was seated in front of him. "Yeah, I guess all that training as the princess of a tribe comes in handy in all kinds of situations," Kiba whispered in return. At the same time, on the opposite side of the classroom, Tomo was watching Yuto and Issei whisper to each other. As she did, she pinched her nose as she began to breathe faster. Seeing that, Momo and Tsubasa could only sigh at their perverted classmate/friend. Eventually, the class made it through all the introductions, and the teacher talked to them about what would be expected of them as second-year students. Lunch break . In the Occult Research Club room, which was located in Kuo Academy's old school building, Rias and her peerage were having their lunches together. "So, Kaneko, Gasper, how is your first day going so far?" Rias asked her two youngest servants with a smile. "Is going to school like what you expected?" "It's a little scary," Gasper said nervously. "There are so many people who look at me. It's because they think Gaspy is cute," Kaneko said in a teasing tone. *I really need to thank James," Rias thought as she looked at the more expressive Kaneko. "No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get her to open up like this." While Rias was thinking of how she would thank James, Kaneko continued to tease Gasper while the rest of the peerage watched them with smiles on their faces. To an extent, everyone knew how devoid of expression Kaneko had been. Yet, in the 4 years since James returned from his first long-term training with Scathatch, he was able to return a smile to the cute cat girl's face. "Oh, yeah," Kaneko said as she remembered what she wanted to talk to Rias about. "Bucho, there are two unfamiliar devils in me and Gaspy's class." Hearing that, the rest of the ORC stopped what they were doing and turned their heads toward Rias, who calmly took a sip of the tea Keno had prepared. "I know," Rias replied calmly after setting her teacup on the saucer. "We noticed them when they entered the gates this morning." The group was impressed at how quickly the information had been gathered. As her peerage's admiration was building for Rias, her queen giggled mischievously and put an end to that. Fufufu. With her signature giggle, Keno shattered the illusion of wisdom Rias was building. "Why do I get the feeling that it was James that noticed and informed you?" For an instant, Rias showed an expression of shock. Then her expression returned to normal. However, the devils of her peerage all happened to notice the quick change in expression. And at that moment, they remembered that their king was a huge lump of pride that was slowly improving. Knowing that she had been seen through by her entire peerage, Rias exhaled a sigh and told the truth. Yes, it was James who found out about them first. Rias admitted without a fuss. He'll be commissioning Devil May Cry to investigate who they are and why they're in Kuo. Hearing that, everyone's expressions became solemn. As they did, Rias spoke to Kaneko and Gasper. "Kaneko, Gasper, since they are in your class, I want you to take the opportunity to befriend them if possible," Rias said seriously. Even if you can't become friends with them, I want you to try and understand as much as you can about their personalities, understood? Understood. Kaneko replied firmly. Understood. Gasper replied with a nervous stutter. But talking to new people is scary. I wish James could have fixed that, too. Ria said while resting her head in her hands. Chapter 96, Mio and Maria. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. During the lunch break, at the same time the Occult Research Club was meeting, two girls were eating their lunches on the roof of the school building. These girls, Naruse Mio and her half-sister Naruse Maria, were discussing what they noticed during the first half of their first day at this new school. Maria, why are there so many supernatural beings in this school? Mio asked in discontent. I thought we came to this town to hide from the people who killed our father. No, Mio. Maria replied with a smile. We came here to get protection from the people who killed our father. Is there a difference? Mio asked with a frown. Just hiding will leave us in danger, if anyone ever finds us. Maria said after chewing a mouthful of rice. What we need is someone to keep us safe if someone finds us. And why do you think anyone would help us? Mio asked skeptically. That's simple, sis, Maria said with a smile. Because he lives here. Who? Mio asked curiously. The half-devil who saved the survivors from the annihilated Yukiana village. Maria said while gesticulating with her hands. He's also the unofficial strongest member of the younger generation in the underworld. That sounds impressive and all. Mio said with a nod. But once again, why would he help us? With that, Maria froze. Then, while scratching her cheek, she answered sheepishly. I don't actually know. Maria replied while lowering her head. Then, Mio's expression turned menacing. Slowly she turned her head toward Maria, who was sitting next to her. Then, at lightning speed her hands shot toward Maria's cheeks. Grabbing and pulling them, Mio spoke with dissatisfaction filling her tone. So, you brought us here, to a place filled with devils and other supernatural beings, without a solid plan. I'm sorry. Maria replied in a distorted tone as her eyes began to tear up. Please, forgive me. Mio pulled and stretched Maria's cheeks for a few more moments. Then in a huff she released her and turned away. I should kill you 100 times for this. Mio shouted. Then in a huff, she turned away. I don't think it's as bad as you think. Maria said while rubbing her red cheeks. As long as we're not forced to leave Kyoto, we should be relatively safe. I have no choice but to trust you, Maria. Mio said with a sad tone. As it turns out, Mio and Maria may be half-sisters, however, they grew up in totally different circumstances. Maria with both parents grew up in the underworld. Mio, on the other hand, grew up as the child of two normal humans until halfway through the final term of middle school. Unfortunately, the humans she grew up with were killed by the enemies of her biological father while she was at school. When she returned home, all she found were the lifeless bodies of her foster parents. Shortly afterward, Maria showed up just as, if not more, panicked than Mio. However, she was tasked with bringing Mio away from the house and back to their father. A tall task when dealing with a hormonal teenager who just lost the only parents she knew. With great difficulty, Maria was able to make Mio believe that she was her sister. However, when Mio asked about her biological mother, Maria was unable to answer. Simply because she did not know. After deciding she would get the answers to all her questions from her father, just like that, Mio decided to follow Maria back to the underworld. Fortunately, or unfortunately, convincing Mio took much longer than Maria expected. By the time they returned to Maria's home, everyone living there was dead. Mio and Maria's father, Maria's mother, and all the servants living in the mansion, not one survived. Unable to understand the situation, Mio was ready to break down once again. However, Maria, who had been through more in her life as a devil, was able to get them away from the estate. Don't worry, sis. Maria said while wrapping her arms around Mio. I've heard a lot about this James Alaverus while I was living in the underworld. He really seems like a genuinely good person. And as a half-devil, he should be more sympathetic to our plight than most. I hope you're right. Mio said with a sigh. Anyway, let's finish our lunch. Maria said with a smile. We don't want to be late for class, right? With that, the sisters finished their lunch and returned to their classroom. At the same time, in a normal middle-class home not too far from the school, Dante and Lady were carefully searching the house for any clues as to who the Naruse sisters are and why they came to Kyoto without informing the rulers of the town. All right, Lady, remember we have to do this without leaving any traces. Dante said while looking through the drawers and cabinets in the kitchen. Don't talk to me like I'm some kind of amateur, Dante, Lady said discontentedly as she searched through the living room. Yeah. Dante said dismissively. After we finish with this floor, I'll search the second floor and you search the basement. I think it would be better if I search the upstairs and you search the basement. Lady said while looking at Dante suspiciously. What difference does it make? Dante asked with annoyance in his tone. What kind of creep are you? Lady asked with suspicion in her tone rising. Don't tell me you want to search through the drawers of high school girls that badly. Hearing this, Dante almost knocked over a glass that was left out on the kitchen counter. After catching the glass, Dante set it down in the exact spot it almost fell from. Then, he stepped away from the counter and looked at Lady with annoyance. Don't look at me like that, not with those creepy eyes, creep. Lady sighed while cracking a small smile. Sigh whatever. Dante said in resignation. It really doesn't matter to me. I'll search the basement and you search upstairs. Oh, I know it doesn't bother you in the slightest. Lady said with a sneer. But now I understand why James does this so much. It's fun. With that, Dante's eyes opened wide. Looking at the smirking Lady, Dante could only think to himself. Great, the last thing we need is another James. Dante thought to himself while rubbing his head. There are already too many as it is. After that, Dante and Lady continued their search through the Naruse household. Around the time the final bell of the school day would ring, they completed their search and found enough information to start piecing together the girls' circumstances. Around the same time Dante and Lady were wrapping up the investigation and withdrawing from their house, Mio and Maria were walking toward the MMA training hall. Why are we going to the training hall? Mio asked in confusion. Well, I think we should join the club, Maria said with a smile. Why should I join a fighting club? Mio asked angrily. If I don't like your answer, I'll kill you 100 times. Calm down, sis, Maria said while raising her hands disarmingly. I'm not saying you should join as a member. I think the role of manager would be more fitting for you. Hearing Maria's suggestion, Mio took some time to consider. Then, Maria continued. Besides, if we spend more time around him, we'll be able to figure out if he's someone we can trust, faster and more easily. And with that, Mio was convinced. She agreed to at least check out the club, reluctantly. When the girls reached the training hall's entrance, they saw James, Flora, and Shuna speaking together. While they spoke, James and Flora greeted the other members who entered the training hall. If my information is correct, the boy is James Alaverus, captain of the MMA club. Maria said while pointing a finger in James' direction. The brunette standing next to him should be Flora Nanadan, the vice-captain of the club. And who's the girl with the pink hair? Mio asked curiously. I'm not sure. Maria admitted honestly. I'm sure we'll find out if we ask, though. Meanwhile, while Mio and Maria were approaching the MMA hall, James, Flora, and Shuna were discussing her role in the club. Although Shuna had little talent in hand-to-hand combat, James' idea for her was similar to Maria's idea for Mio. Shuna would be entering the club as a manager. With the duty of handling a lot of the administrative work, her presence would free up more time for James and Flora to help the other members improve. It looks like the new Devil Sisters are coming. Flora said while glancing at Mio and Maria from the corner of her eye. I wonder why they're coming here, though. At the very least, they are coming to learn as much as they can about James Sa. I mean, senpai. Shuna said as she grew embarrassed with her verbal slip-up. Then, she noticed that James had lifted an eyebrow while his gaze fell on the sisters. James senpai, is there something wrong? Not really. James said while shaking his head in response. But the redhead is half devil, like me. Which makes this more interesting. On top of that, her hair looks a lot like Rias, doesn't it? Flora asked with a smile. Sure does. James replied with a smile similar to Flora's. Sona said I was letting all the manga I read get to my head. But I get the feeling big things really are going to happen soon. Hearing that, Flora and Shuna began to giggle. Even though they are aware that James has no issue distinguishing between fiction and reality, sometimes James does get a little too into his manga reading hobby. However, this time it seems like his hunch is most likely right. Anyway, we can talk about that later. James said with a smile. It's more important to greet the new students who are interested in joining the club. Right, X2. As they brought their conversation to an end, Mio and Maria had just reached a comfortable speaking distance. Well, what do we have here? James asked with a smile. A couple of fresh faces on the first day of the new year. How can I help you ladies? Hello, senpai. Maria said energetically. I'm Naruse Maria, a first year. And this is my sister, Naruse Mio, also a first year. It's nice to meet you, senpai. Mio said with a polite bow and a neutral tone. Hi, I'm James Alaverus, a third year and the captain of the Mixed Martial Arts Club. James also introduced himself in a friendly tone with a smile. And I'm Flora Nanadan, also a third year and the vice captain of the MMA Club. Flora said, also while smiling in a friendly manner. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Good afternoon. Shuna said with a polite bow. My name is Onigawara Shuna. I just transferred to Kyoto Academy and I'm a second year. I just applied to become the manager of this club. Hearing that Shuna was trying to be the manager of the club, Mio and Maria froze for a moment. Not missing the minute change in their body language, James asked the girls about it. What's wrong? James asked with concern in his tone. You two don't look so good all of a sudden. Hearing James' question, Mio and Maria glanced at each other for a moment. Then, Maria responded to James' question. Well, you see. Maria began with a slight blush. The whole reason we applied to this school is because I heard about the MMA club with state-of-the-art facilities. Understandable. James said with a nod while the other two also nodded in agreement. The thing is, my sister and I wanted to be in the same club, but Mio's not really into martial arts. Maria said while poking her index fingers together. I see. James said while nodding in understanding. So, she wanted to apply as a manager instead of a normal member, I take it. In response, Mio and Maria both nodded. But now you think that isn't possible because of Shuna being the new manager, right? James asked. That's right. Mio and Maria replied in unison. Well, I guess you ladies are in luck. James said with a smile. Because I finance this club almost single-handedly, I have a bit more freedom in how it operates. Does that mean? Maria asked with her eyes sparkling. Yes, it's exactly as you think. James said while maintaining his smile. Mio, Maria, do you mind if I call you two by name? No, not really, senpai. Mio replied. Nope. Maria said energetically. Since we're both surnamed Naruse, it makes it easier. Good. James said with a nod. Then Mio, Maria, welcome to the club. I'll have to get you to both fill out club applications. And Maria, I'll need you to get a parent to sign a permission slip since this is a sports club. Yay! Maria exclaimed excitedly. Thank you very much. Mio replied neutrally. Well, let's head inside. James said with a smile. Flora, would you mind getting them started? I have to instruct the underclassmen. Not at all. Flora replied with a smile. You two, follow me. Oh, and make sure you watch out for one of the second-year boys. He's kind of a pervert. Okay, that's wrong. He's a big pervert. But he's harmless. And if he goes too far, tell me or James. We'll put him in his place. With that, Mio and Maria followed James, Flora, and Shuna into the MMA training hall and the two-way character observation began. Chapter 97, Activity at the Abandoned Church. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. 2 weeks have passed since the new school year started. In those 2 weeks, nothing of significance occurred. James continued his observation of Mio and Maria along with the other members of his peerage during their club activities. Preliminary estimates suggest that they have no ill intentions against anyone in the town. However, James determined that more observation is necessary. During class hours, Kaneko and Gasper were responsible for observing the Naru's sisters. This duo actually formed a good observation team. Thanks to Kaneko's senses as a former yokai paired with her ability to sense emotions granted by training in senjutsu, and Gasper's unassuming cowardly nature, Mio and Maria were unaware they were being observed. They were wary of the 2 devils in their class, however. One thing that James took note of, however. Maria has a disproportionate amount of strength when compared to her petite body. Also, her hand-to-hand fighting skills are quite impressive. Nothing he could not handle, though. Today, however, something interesting did come up. After school, at the Alaverus mansion, the mansion's residents were visited by Lady. Not that receiving visits from Dante and Lady every now and then was unusual in any way. Rather, the information Lady brought with her was what James found interesting. "So, you're telling me that there are some fallen angels hiding in the town?" James asked with an eyebrow raised. Currently, Lady was reporting her latest findings to James in his art studio. While James was drawing sketches to decide which manga he would draw next, he was receiving the report calmly. "That's right," Lady said calmly. "Dante and I are unsure when they showed up. But we know they've made their base at the abandoned church on the outskirts of the town." "Damn, this could be tricky," James said with a slight frown. "We can't just storm a church. As devils, it would more than likely be seen as a provocation. I'll report this to Riri and Sona. I want you and Dante to keep an eye on them. I'll write up the commission and bring it over tomorrow after school." With a slight smile, Lady nodded. "No problem, over the years I've been able to see that you're good for it." James could only smile at the woman standing before him. "And don't worry, I'll drag Dante's lazy ass along with me," Lady said with her smile growing wider. That guy really is lazy when it comes to jobs he finds uninteresting," James said while shaking his head. "All right, go ahead. I'll take care of everything else." "Got it," replied Lady before she exited the room and left the house shortly afterward. "Damn it," James muttered to himself. "Why are all the problems we face lately from fallen angels?" After muttering to himself, James cleaned up his drawing tools and left the studio to report to Rias and Sona. The trio concluded that it would be best to report the activity of the fallen to Serafal and let her contact the Grigori about the intruders into their territory. After a couple of days, once again, the devils received word from the Grigori that they had not given any orders to their forces to infiltrate Kyoto. Not that they would admit to it if they had. In the end, the decision on how to deal with the 4 fallen angels, who made a base in Kyoto, was left up to Rias and Sona as a form of training. What the 2 heiresses decided to do was keep tabs on the fallen's activity and act after any ill intent was detected. After the decision was made, another 2 weeks passed before anything new occurred with the fallen angels. Or rather, before anything new happened regarding the church. On that day, Issei, on his way to school, came across a girl dressed in a nun's habit. Unsurprisingly, the nun, who could only speak in Italian, was lost in the town. Unable to communicate with any of the town's inhabitants, she was unable to ask anyone she came across for directions. Lucky for her, Issei happened to be passing by. Unfortunately, he arrived right after she tripped and fell face down. With her butt propped up in the air and her panties exposed, the perverted Issei was instantly drawn to the girl. "Excuse me, are you all right?" Issei said in fluent Italian. Thanks to the racial trait of devils, Issei, having never learned a word of Italian, was able to speak to the nun in her native tongue. The language ability that all devils possess allows them to naturally speak in all spoken languages and hear foreign languages in the most familiar language. Yes, I'm all right," the nun said in an embarrassed tone as she slowly climbed to her feet. When the girl stood and faced Issei, what he saw was a pretty girl with blonde hair that flowed down her back, split bangs over her forehead, a single strand that sticks up from the top of her head, and green eyes. On top of that, she had this innocent aura that everyone could feel. Something that could never be faked. "I'm so glad I found someone that can speak Italian," the nun said happily. Italian. Issei thought to himself in confusion. Then, he remembered the devil's inborn language understanding. Oh, that's right, Bucho mentioned something about being able to communicate in all languages. Haha, yeah, I bet it would be tough when you can't speak to anyone properly. Issei said with a wry smile. So, are you lost or something? As a matter of fact, I am. Asia said embarrassedly. I was trying to get to the church in this town. I was assigned there recently. The church? Bucho told me I should never go there, Issei thought to himself. You are a resident of this town, right? Asia asked hopefully. If you are, could you help me get to the church? Although Issei knew he should refuse the girl's request, being weak to pretty girls, Issei eventually agreed. Sure, Issei said awkwardly. But we'll have to hurry. I don't want to be late for school. As long as I don't get too close, it should be fine, right? Issei thought to himself before starting to lead the way. Oh, by the way, the nun said, causing Issei to halt his steps. Then, with a polite bow and an angelic smile, the girl introduced herself. My name is Asia Argento. Thank you for helping me. Don't worry about it. Issei said with a blush. My name is Hayadu Issei. Come on, let's go. Then, the pair of boy and girl began walking toward the church on the outskirts of the town. However, as they passed a small playground, Asia stopped when she heard a young boy crying. Shortly after, she turned and saw a young boy sitting on the ground with a scraped knee. Without hesitation, she rushed over to the boy and spoke. Knowing that the boy was unable to understand her, she simply extended a hand. Then, with her hand glowing in a gentle green light, the boy's wound began to heal. After healing the boy, he was whisked away by a woman whom Asia assumed to be his mother, and Asia returned to Issei's side. Wow, that was incredible! Issei exclaimed excitedly. You could help a lot of people with an ability like that. Hearing Issei's genuine praise, Asia was only able to smile sadly. Deciding not to comment, she urged Issei to keep moving toward the church. We should get going, Mr. Hayadu. Asia said while still wearing that sad smile. I wouldn't want you to be late to school. Issei, finally remembering that he had to go to school, panicked slightly. Then, he and Asia hurried their steps toward the church. Not too long later, the duo reached the church's vicinity and Issei stopped and pointed it out to Asia. Well, there's the church. Issei said while pointing a finger in the church's direction. Thank you so much, Mr. Hayadu. Asia said with her hands in a gesture of prayer. If you have the time, please allow me to offer you a cup of tea before you go. Hearing that, Issei's instincts warned him that that would be a bad idea. I'd love to, some other time, Argento-san. Issei said, trying to refuse as politely as possible. But if I don't hurry, I'll be late for the first bell. That's too bad. Asia said reluctantly. Hopefully, we'll get another chance in the future. I'll gladly accept your offer the next time we meet. Issei said energetically. Then, he turned around and waved his hand as he walked. I'll see you around, Argento-san. Hopefully, we'll meet again soon, Mr. Hayadu. Asia said happily while waving her hand energetically. And thank you again. As Issei distanced himself from the church, the heightened heart rate he had been experiencing while he was close to the church slowly returned to normal. I guess Bucho wasn't joking about the church being dangerous for devils, Issei thought to himself as he began to hurry to the school. I should probably tell Bucho about that nun, Asia, being assigned to the abandoned church. With that, Issei hurried back toward the school. Lucky for him, he arrived in his class no more than a few seconds before the bell rang, saving him from the headache that would follow being late. Lunch break . Are you an idiot? Rias shouted in frustration after hearing Issei's retelling of this morning's events. I thought I made myself clear. You should never go near the church. Issei could only lower his head. He knew he was wrong to approach the church. However, he knew he would do it again if it meant helping someone. Unfortunately, that would never be a good enough reason for Rias. All right, calm down. James said while patting Rias on the shoulder. At least your pawn isn't someone heartless, right? After hearing that Issei had met a nun who was assigned to the abandoned church, Rias asked him to stop his story. She then called for James and Sona so they could hear the latest news about the church. That way, they would be able to make any necessary countermeasures for any plans the fallen angels may have. Hearing James' words, Rias took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. She knew Issei only did it because underneath all that perversion, the boy had a kind heart. Unfortunately for Issei, all the sexual harassment mixed with the jealousy from not being able to be intimate with James like the other girls often makes her lose her cool. And more often than not, Issei is the outlet for that anger. I know, I'm just a little stressed, Rias said in response to James. Then, she turned to Issei and continued. What you did was a good thing, Issei. But I was just worried about your safety. Hearing that, Issei started to feel guilty about his actions. He knew Rias told him to stay away from the church for his own good. But he felt bad for the lost nun. Anyway, I've already got Dante and Lady keeping tabs on the fallen angels who are based in that church, James said nonchalantly. So, we'll know if they do anything stupid. What? Issei exclaimed in shock. There are fallen angels in that church. Does that mean Asia is in danger? Oh, it seems like someone has a crush on the cute little nun, James said playfully while raising an eyebrow. Issei blushed slightly at James' teasing, then his expression changed into something serious. I wouldn't say it's a crush or anything, Issei said while scratching the side of his head. But since I was the one who led her there, I kinda feel responsible. Hearing that, not only James, but everyone present was surprised. None of them ever expected to hear Issei say something so mature. And the looks on their faces showed it. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Issei said in annoyance after seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces. Era, they grow up so fast, Keno said while pretending to cry. It feels like just the other day that Issei was sexually harassing every girl around him. But now, he's worrying about a girl's safety. It probably feels like that, Keno-san, Kaneko said while nibbling on a cookie. Because it was just the other day that that perverted idiot was sexually harassing all the girls around him. Oh, now that you mention it, Keno said while pretending to contemplate Kaneko's statement. Hearing that, Issei blushed in embarrassment. Meanwhile, everyone else in the room, with the exception of Kaneko who stared at Issei like he was nothing more than filth, laughed uproariously. Chapter 98, The Psycho Priest. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. Shortly after Issei separated from Asia, Surzex was working on paperwork in his office. Then, Graphia entered with news that would undoubtedly make him unhappy. The interrogation on the stray fallen angels has concluded, Lord Lucifer, Graphia said as she took her position behind Surzex. It's been centuries and I'm still not used to that, Graphia, Surzex said as he put down the document he just finished reading. Anyway, what did you find out? Like James said, it seems that a lot of promising young devils and half-devils had been sent to that facility over the years, Graphia said without much change in her expression. However, her tone let anyone who could hear it know exactly how angry she was. And the group of fallen angels was always made aware beforehand. Did they provide names? Surzex said while rubbing his forehead. Because if they didn't, our investigation is probably going to stall right here. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get any names from them, Graphia said, frustration clear in her tone. Then there isn't much we can do, Surzex said as he picked up another document and began to read. At his response, Graphia could only look at Surzex with disappointment. Surzex, however, was unaware of his wife's feelings. Rias told me about the time James lost his temper and said that the four great Satans weren't worthy of their titles. Graphia thought to herself. Unfortunately, he's not far from the truth. Right now, most of them look like glorified figureheads. Unlike what most devils believe, the four great Satans are not the absolute rulers of devil society. Many of their policies never even see the light of day, as they must be screened and voted on by the council. The former Satans would have never abided by the council's decision like the current Satans do. If we want to do something about this, we'll need to gather some evidence, Graphia thought to herself while watching over Surzek so that he was unable to slack off with his duties. I guess I'll have to ask for their help again. Sigh. 11 p.m. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. At a location overlooking the abandoned church, Dante had been watching for any new movements from the fallen angels for the past few hours. Having switched shifts with Lady only 2 hours ago, Dante was already finding himself bored. Sitting with his back resting against Rebellion, which was impaled into the ground, Dante could not help but talk to himself a bit while maintaining one of his pistols. Damn, I hate stakeout missions. Dante muttered to himself while reassembling his pistol. I don't know how Lady does this without complaining. As he finished the reassembly of the pistol, Dante noticed 2 people leaving the church. Looks like a stray exorcist and... Oh, the little cutie that Issei met as well, if the physical description he gave us is correct. Dante said as he holstered the pistol on his waist. Then, he pulled Rebellion from the ground and placed it on his back. I guess I should follow them. While following Asia and the unknown stray exorcist, Dante contacted Lady and let her know that there was some movement. Requesting that she take over the stakeout once more, Dante followed his 2 marks before ending the transmission with Lady. Following the 2 from the church led Dante into a residential area of the town. As he followed, he began to feel a familiar aura coming from one of the houses. I guess one of the residents in that house is summoning a devil. Dante said while looking at the house he felt the magical signal from. That feels like the Gremory girl's pet cat. As Dante considered who was being summoned, he noticed that the stray exorcist and the blonde girl were also making their way to the same house. Oh, this could be interesting. Dante said to himself as he narrowed the distance. And narrowing the distance was a correct decision. Just after entering the house, the stray exorcist instructed Asia to set up a barrier around the house, one that would prevent devils from entering the premises via teleportation. Coincidentally, this barrier also somehow stopped magical communications from entering or exiting the barrier as well. At that moment, Kaneko was fulfilling her contract with a summoner. Wearing her school uniform, she was posing for a painting. Yes, she was summoned for no reason other than to be a model. However, at the moment the barrier was erected, Kaneko went on high alert. Then her nose picked up the smell of blood, a lot of blood. Then, before her mind could process, Kaneko's body reacted, and she moved to deflect the arm of a man who was attacking her summoner from behind with a sword made of light. Shing! Having positioned herself between the unsuspecting painter and the assailant, Kaneko placed the back of one of her small fists against the attacker's forearm and redirected the attack to the side. The errant attack completely missed the painter and split the table holding his art supplies in half. Now that she had the time to examine the assailant, Kaneko saw that it was a white-haired, red-eyed man dressed in the robes of a priest. Oh, not bad little devil girl. The stray exorcist said with a manic smile on his face. But like everyone else in this house, you and that filthy devil summoner are going to die. Kaneko could only frown at the insane glint in the stray exorcist's eyes. Then, she positioned herself protectively in front of the frightened artist. Did he just say we were going to die like everyone else in this house? The painter asked as he grew pale after processing the stray exorcist's words. That's right. The exorcist said in a sing-song tone. Those who associate with devils deserve nothing less than damnation. You bastard. You killed my wife and children. The painter shouted hysterically as he tried to rush toward the exorcist. Circling around Kaneko, the painter ran toward the exorcist with rage burning in his eyes. However, before he could swing his fist, he felt something cold pressed against his forehead. When he calmed down and looked more closely, he noticed a gun in the outstretched hand of the man who murdered his family. And that gun was the cold metal pressed against his forehead. After coming to this realization, the painter began to shudder in fear. You shouldn't be so angry or scared, the exorcist said while maintaining his manic smile. I'll be sending you to meet them in hell, after all. Just before the exorcist could pull the trigger, Kaneko arrived next to the painter and swept his legs out from under him. With his balance lost, the painter fell to the floor and the exorcist finally pulled the trigger. Bang! From the pistol a bullet emitting holy light was fired and left a hole in the wall the size of a doorknocker. The sword and pistol equipped by the stray exorcist are standard exorcism gear that the priests of the church and stray exorcists use when hunting supernatural beings. As exorcists primarily hunt dangerous devils, the holy light elements that make up the blade of their swords and emit from the bullets fired from their pistols are perfect weapons against them. "Oh, you're even better than I thought," the exorcist said while his smile began to transform into a frown. "But you're starting to get annoying. Why don't you just die?" Then, the exorcist began to fire on Kaneko. Unfortunately, she was unable to simply dodge the gunfire. Unable to leave the painter unprotected, she carried him with her. This, of course, made counterattacking much more difficult. Kia. Just as the exorcist was about to corner Kaneko and the painter she was protecting, the scream of a girl could be heard from another room. That damn girl is so annoying," the exorcist muttered to himself while scratching the side of his head with his pistol. "Father! Father Fried," the girl, Asia, shouted as she ran into the room. "What happened to those people in the—" "I punished those heathens," the exorcist, Fried, said with a manic smile returning to his face. "All those who would dare to collude with devils deserve damnation." "How could you just kill them?" Asia questioned tearfully. "You devil-sympathizing little bitch," Fried said as he rushed toward Asia and used the barrel of his gun to strike her across the face. "You're here to assist me. What makes you think you have the right to question my decisions? If those fallen angels didn't need you alive, I would punish you with these heathens and that devil." As he spoke, Fried raised Asia off the ground, pulling her up by the hair. With this action, the pain Asia felt was evident. Then, using his pistol, Fried began to caress Asia all over. And with lust in his eyes, Fried spoke once again. "Then again, those fallen angels never said I couldn't have some fun with you, though," Fried said while chuckling creepily. "Actually, I'd suggest you let her go, if you like having both hands attached, that is." Bang. Following the newcomer's warning, a gunshot was heard and the gun in Fried's hand was shot out of his grasp. Then, Fried quickly jumped away from Asia as a large western sword was swung from above. Following the blade of the greatsword that was now impaled into the floor, Fried saw that it led to the hand of a tall white-haired, blue-eyed man. "Damn bitch!" Fried shouted angrily at Asia. "Can't you even put up a barrier correctly? How did another devil get in here? Wow, it looks like someone needs some anger management therapy," Dante said nonchalantly. "You're just as much to blame for this one as she is." "What? She's the one who put up the fucking barrier, you fucking moron." Fried shouted angrily and thrashed his light sword around like an angry child. "How could any of this be my fucking fault? Well, if I hadn't been following the two of you since you left the church, you might be right," Dante said while scratching the side of his head. "And since I slipped into the house at the same time you two did, the barrier couldn't stop me." Hearing that, not only Fried but Asia was also shocked. Then, in a high-pitched tone, Fried shouted once again. "Someone! Help!" Fried shouted while wrapping his arms around himself protectively. "A perverted stalker has been following me." After hearing Fried's outburst, everyone in the room, except Asia, deadpanned. Asia, on the other hand, was still in shock from all the events of the evening. Just as everyone was caught slightly off guard by Fried's shouting, however, Fried took advantage of their slight lulls in concentration and dropped a flash grenade, which caused everyone to cover their eyes, reflexively. When they regained their vision, the psychotic former priest was gone. "Damn, that bastard got away," Dante said while placing Rebellion on his back. "Hey, kitty cat, can you contact your king and let her know what happened here?" "Don't call me that," Kaneko said as she turned her head away. "Huh, but James calls you that all the time," Dante said with confusion. "You aren't James Nee," Kaneko said matter-of-factly. Dante paused briefly at the blunt response. Shrugging it off, Dante turned to Asia, who was still in shock. Then, he spoke to the nun. "Hey, girl, do you think you could lower this barrier?" Dante asked. "We need to do something about the mess that psychopath made." Nodding mechanically in response, Asia completed Dante's request. Shortly afterward, Kaneko contacted Rias while Dante contacted James to make their reports. Eventually, Keno and Tsubaki arrived to take care of the follow-up. After erasing the painter's memories of the evening and planting false ones pertaining to his family's murder, the four devils and the nun left the house. Then, they called the authorities and brought Asia with them to the residential area where James, Rias, and Sona lived. Chapter 99, The Excommunicated Nun, Asia Argento. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. With Asia in tow, Keno, Tsubaki, Kaneko, and Dante made their way to the high-class residential district where James, Rias, and Sona's mansions were located. After the events with Fried Selzen, the stray exorcist Asia was assigned to work with by the fallen angels. When they arrived, the group were gathered in the living room of Rias' mansion. Shortly afterward, Asia was introduced to the three peerages. "It's nice to meet you, Miss Argento," James said with a friendly smile. Feeling the genuine friendliness the person in front of her was exuding, Asia was confused. She was already informed that everyone she would meet tonight was somehow devil in nature. But she never expected that they could be so friendly. From her early childhood, she was taught by the church that all devils were evil incarnate. Good evening, it's nice to meet you as well," Asia responded nervously. "Wow, this girl is really cute, just like Issei said," Rias said while observing the nun in front of her. Hearing Rias' comment, the name Issei made her remember the kind boy who helped her find her way to the church in the morning. Then, she looked around at the people present and found who she was looking for. Both in surprise and shock, she walked toward the only familiar face in the room. "Mr. Hayadu. Are you really a devil?" Asia asked unsurely. "How can someone as kind as you be a devil?" Hearing that, some of the newer members to the supernatural world were stumped. Which made sense, most of the devils they had met were in this room. And all of them showed kindness, among other emotions, like any human they had ever met. Seeing the confusion, mostly on the faces of her peerage, Sona decided to speak. "Miss Argento, I'm sure for most of your life, the church has preached that devils are evil, right?" Sona asked calmly. Yes," Asia answered nervously. As she did, she unconsciously moved closer to Issei. Seeing this, Rias' eyes began to shine. "If I play my cards right, I might be able to convince her to join my peerage," Rias thought to herself after seeing the signs of dependence Asia showed around Issei. While Rias was planning the acquisition of a new member to her peerage, Sona continued her explanation. "As it turns out, devils are not so different from humans," Sona said while adjusting her glasses. "With the exception of stronger bodies and being strengthened even further at night, there are no major differences. Just like humans, there are good and bad devils among our species." With Sona's explanation, Asia stopped for a second to think over what she had to say. After a few moments, she realized it was true. And contrary to most devout believers, Asia already had the belief that there was good in everyone, even if it was hidden. "I guess that makes sense," Asia said with a contemplative expression on her face. "However, the reason we brought you here is mostly because we were curious," Sona said, moving the conversation forward. "Curious? About me?" Asia asked while tilting her head cutely to the side. "Yes, curious about why a kind and good-natured girl like you was assigned to an abandoned church that had been taken over by fallen angels," James said with a smile. To James' question, Asia hesitated to answer. Turning her head after feeling a hand land on her shoulder, when she did, she caught sight of Issei who was smiling at her. "You don't have to worry," Issei said in a gentle tone. "Even though they're weird, they're all good people. You're the last person here that has any right to call anyone weird." Everyone screamed in their heads simultaneously. Hearing Issei's reassurance and seeing the gentle smile on his face, Asia calmed down. Then, she looked at the rest of the people in the room and began to speak. "My earliest memories are from my time in an orphanage," Asia said as she began her story. As it turns out, Asia was raised in a church-run orphanage during her early childhood. Raised to be a devout believer in the biblical God, Asia found peace in her time spent praying. And things would have probably continued in that manner, until one day when she came across an injured puppy on the orphanage grounds. Heartbroken at the pain the small animal was experiencing, she prayed for its salvation. However, to the surprise of Asia and everyone around her, a gentle green glow was emitted from her hands. Bathed in the gentle glow, the puppy's injuries began healing, visible to the naked eye. Shortly after that event, high-ranking members of the church came to bring Asia away. For the next few years, Asia was hailed as a holy maiden. And with the ability to heal any injuries, the title was quite fitting. Unfortunately, she was isolated due to her ability as well. A holy maiden needs nothing but her love for the Lord. Those were the words she was told to justify the isolation she was forced into. And for years, that is how she lived her life. However, one day while returning to her living space from her evening prayers, she came across an injured man. Without hesitation, Asia did all that she could to heal the injured man. After successfully healing him, he thanked her and left. However, not even an hour later, the higher-ups from the church received a report that Asia had healed a devil. Sounds like some kind of bullshit conspiracy to me. James thought to himself. What do you mean, partner? Drake asked curiously. First of all, how did the report make it to the church so quickly? James said while stroking his chin. Secondly, if that guy really was a devil, how the hell did he get so close to a holy maiden under the church's protection? Unaware of James' internal conversation with Drake, Asia continued her story. After the report that I healed a devil made its way to the church, I was excommunicated. Asia said sadly. However, there was nothing I could do about it, so I left the church. Shortly after that, I was approached by a woman who introduced herself as a fallen angel. She told me that if I followed her, I would have a purpose again. And then you ended up here, in Kyoto, and paired up with the nut job Keno and Dante dealt with earlier, right? James asked with a frown on his face. Seeing James frowning, Asia became nervous. Everyone else in the room, however, knew that James was deep in thought. After a few moments of silence, James spoke once again. Dante, lady is still surveilling the church, right? James asked. Yeah, she should be. Dante replied. As long as nothing's happened. Contact her and find out if the psycho priest has returned yet. With James giving the order, Dante left to contact Lady. Noticing that something seemed to be wrong, Sona asked what was on everyone's mind. James, do you think there is more to this? Sona asked while trying to figure what it was that James was thinking. That's right. James affirmed. Shortly after James' reply, Dante came back into the room and confirmed that Lady was still overseeing the church. Also, that Freed had yet to return. All right, I am. James said to no one in particular. A moment later, I am appeared in front of James on one knee, startling Asia in the process. James-sama, what are your orders? I am asked, free of any of her perverted antics. I need you to infiltrate that church. James said solemnly. Find out exactly what those fallen angels are planning. Find out who gave them the orders to set up shop in Kyoto, and find out what it is they want with Miss Argento. Don't let anyone discover you. Understood. I am said, then she vanished just as quickly as she appeared. How did she? Asia mumbled in surprise. Well, she's a ninja. Issei said with a wry smile. So, she pops up and disappears like that a lot. A ninja? Asia asked in surprise. Then, her eyes lit up as she continued. Like the stealth core in Bleach. Hearing Asia's question, everyone was taken aback. Then, they all looked at James with smiles on their faces. Well, well, well. It looks like you have another fan, James. Ria said in a teasing tone. Well, I am pretty awesome. James said with a smug smile. Huh? What are they talking about? Asia asked in confusion. The author of that Bleach manga you just mentioned. Issei said in reply to Asia's question. Then, when she turned to look at Issei, he pointed a finger and continued. Is James senpai? It took a few seconds for Asia to process what Issei just told her. However, when she did, her eyes lit up like high-powered torchlights. Then, as if her nervousness were a lie, she rushed in front of James. When she arrived, there were stacks of Bleach manga in each of her hands. She's just a normal human, right? Tsubasa asked after seeing the instantaneous burst of speed Asia exhibited. I think so. Momo replied unsurely. Where did she get those manga from? Gasper asked curiously. I don't know. Kaneko replied while shaking her head. Not paying attention to any of the conversations around her, Asia stared at James with a starstruck expression. If it isn't too much trouble, could I have your autograph? Asia asked both nervously and expectantly. With a smile, James agreed to her request. While signing the books, James asked the question in everyone's mind. Hey, Asia. You don't mind if I call you that, do you? James asked while signing the copies of Bleach. After Asia nodded to show that she did not mind, James continued with his question. Asia, where did you get these copies from? You're not carrying a bag other than that little satchel, right? Oh, Asia fidgeted nervously after hearing the question. The truth is, I keep them strapped to my body under this habit. They are my most prized possessions, and I don't want to lose them. Hearing the girl's response, everyone was dumbstruck. James, too, was caught off guard by that answer. However, he never stopped signing the manga in front of him. While James signed Asia's copies of Bleach, however, Rias made her way next to Sona and asked a question. Doesn't that scene feel kind of familiar? Rias asked in a whisper. Yeah, it's a lot like what happened with Yasaka in Kyoto before she showed us around the city. Sona replied while scrutinizing Asia. Does that mean there will be another girl looking for James' attention? Rias asked with a pout. I don't know. Sona replied. We'll have to wait and see. While Rias and Sona discussed the possibility of Asia also falling for James, the boy in question finished signing Asia's copies of Bleach. Then, after thanking James profusely, she turned around and rushed in front of Issei. Look, I got them all autographed. Asia said excitedly while showing off her treasures to Issei. Seeing that, Rias and Sona could only smile wryly. I guess we don't have to worry about her. The two said simultaneously. It's not like every girl he meets is going to fall for him. Rias said with a small smile. That's true. Sona agreed with a nod. But he's so outstanding that it's always unbelievable when it doesn't happen. Shortly after that, the group dispersed for the evening. Asia was given a room to sleep in Rias' mansion as a form of protection. For now, all the group could do is wait for the results of IAM's investigation. Until they heard something new, Cheyenne would be responsible for keeping Asia safe during the day while everyone else went about their usual duties. Chapter 100, before the raid on the church. Human world, Japan, Kyoto. The next day, the gang went to school as usual. At the same time, Dante and Lady kept up their surveillance of the church. They did notice that a female fallen angel had left for some reason. Deciding it was worth it to follow her, Lady tailed her secretly. Meanwhile, IAM had yet to return from her mission. While the rest were busy, Cheyenne and Asia were out exploring the town. While Asia marveled at all the new things she never saw as a member of the church, Cheyenne walked with her. Finding the former nun next to her adorable, a smile was always present on Cheyenne's face as they traveled around the town. Eventually, Cheyenne noticed a presence was watching them. Frowning slightly, Cheyenne decided not to make a move on the one stalking them. If they took any hostile actions, though, that would be a different story. However, not long after sensing the stalker, Cheyenne also felt Lady's presence. To be honest, with Lady's level of stealth, that would be impossible in most cases. However, Lady allowed her presence to leak for a moment. This way, Cheyenne would know not to act recklessly. As a bonus, the fallen angel, who would have also felt there was someone else nearby, might think twice about doing anything stupid. Damn it. The black-haired fallen angel woman thought to herself. Why is that girl with a devil? Shouldn't she want to be as far away from them as possible after the incident that led to her being excommunicated? Although the fallen angel was upset, she was not dumb enough to try and take Asia back while a devil that strong was next to her. Although the fallen angel knew she was strong in comparison to most humans, she was fully aware of how weak she was when compared to the beings of the supernatural world as a whole. She was not suicidal, after all. A two-winged fallen angel like her was only in the low rank of supernatural beings. However, she could not even tell how strong the woman, Cheyenne, walking with Asia was. Which means, her strength fell far short of the woman. Like that, for the rest of the day, until sunset, the fallen angel stalked Asia. At the same time, Lady followed the fallen angel. At the end of the day, everyone returned to their own bases of operations. Shortly after Cheyenne and Asia returned to the residential district, the rest of the group arrived. Not long after that, While Asia talked to Rias and the members of her peerage that lived with her about her day, Lady met with James in his art studio. "So, you're telling me that the fallen angels followed Asia around all day?" James asked with a raised eyebrow. "Does that mean she's integral to their plans?" "I'm not sure," Lady replied while shaking her head. "It could be that she knows more than we think. And they're afraid of that information leaking, huh?" James said, finishing Lady's line of thought. Then, he shook his head and spoke once again. "Although that's possible, it's improbable." "Why is that?" Lady asked curiously. "Because if Asia had any vital information, they would have never paired her with that psycho priest," James said in a confident tone. "I mean, according to Dante and Kaniko's reports, that guy pistol whipped her just because she got on his nerves." "That makes sense," Lady said, nodding in agreement. "Then why do they seem so interested in her?" "No idea," James said with a shrug. "Hopefully, Iam will be able to find something that can answer that question." Shortly after that conversation, Lady left to relieve Dante of his stakeout duties. Then, the night continued without incident. The next day The following day was another uneventful day for the students in the group. At the same time, Cheyenne once again accompanied Asia to explore the town. Meanwhile, their fallen angel stalker kept on following them. Things changed that evening, however. While James was once again sketching in his art studio, Iam appeared suddenly. Kneeling on one knee with her head lowered, she spoke once James lowered his pencil. "James-sama, I've completed my investigation," Iam stated respectfully. "Oh, that was faster than I expected," James said with a smile. "So, what were you able to find?" "I found out why the fallen angels came to Kyoto," Iam said while raising her head to make eye contact with James. "And I know why they had Argento-san brought here as well." "Oh, that's more than I expected in such a short time," James said with a slight smile. "You're really good at what you do, Iam." "Thank you for the praise, James-sama," Iam said while lowering her head. "First, why don't you tell me about why the crows are here?" James said while leaning back in his chair. "From what I gathered, they were sent here to kill any unawakened, sacred gear wielders they could find," Iam said in response. "Luckily, there aren't any new, sacred gear wielders ever since that boy, Saji Genchuru awakened his, sacred gear, absorption line." "Yeah, lucky for them," James said in a frosty tone. "If they had gone around killing innocents who were not connected to the supernatural yet, I would have wiped them out with no questions asked." Hearing the coldness in James' tone, Iam could not help but blush and begin to shiver. Noticing this, James reined in his emotions and put on a gentle smile that he directed toward Iam. Once Iam calmed down from her masochism-induced stupor, James asked his next question. "So, why did they have Asia sent to this town?" James asked curiously. "The two don't seem to have anything to do with each other." "That's correct, they aren't directly or even indirectly connected," Iam said with a nod of agreement. "The reason Argento-san was brought here was so that the leader of their group of 4 fallen angels, Rainier, could extract her sacred gear, Twilight Healing, and take it as her own." "Damn, that's cruel," James said as he clenched his fists. "Separating a sacred gear from its host ends in death, more often than not." "Indeed," Iam said in agreement. "Well, you've done a great job, Iam," James said after taking a few moments to think. "We'll have to get this information to Riri and Sona. They will decide where we go from here." "Understood. I'll inform them immediately," Iam said as she vanished from where she knelt. After that, James was no longer in the mood to draw. So, he left his studio and walked down the stairs. In the living room, Leona, Mizor, Mocha, Shuna, and Cheyenne were watching TV and chatting happily. The first to notice James' entrance was Mizor, who was sitting closest. When she did, she stood and waved him over. Following her instructions, James made his way over to Mizor's side. Once he was there, she took his arm and made him sit in the seat she was previously occupying. Then, she sat on his lap. After getting comfortable, her lips curled into a satisfied smile, and she nodded her head happily. "No luck with choosing your next manga yet?" Leona asked once James was seated and Mizor was comfortable on his lap. Nope, didn't really have much time to consider, though. James replied nonchalantly. Did something happen? Mocha asked with a serious expression on her face. You could say that. James said while shrugging his shoulders. Ayam came back and reported her findings. Then, she went to inform Riri and Sona, as well. Damn. Leona said with annoyance. I still don't know how she gets in and out of here without anyone noticing. Just chalk it up to ninja tricks and call it a day. James said with a smile. Actually, I think I'll draw that this time. Hearing that James had decided his next work, Mizor was the most excited. As his assistant, she loved working on manga with James. It was alone time for just them, after all. Which one is it? Mizor asked excitedly. The one I took the idea for your ice mirror technique from. James said, smiling at the enthusiastic girl in his lap. I think we're getting off topic. Mocha said sternly. You're worrying too much, Mocha. James said as he waved dismissively. According to Ayam's report, the fallen angel forces consist of 4 two-winged angels and about 30 stray exorcists that could probably put up a fight against an intermediate level, low-ranked being at the very most. Rias and Keno could probably wipe out the lot of them by themselves. That psycho priest is an exception, though. We should capture instead of wiping out though, right? Shuna asked quietly. Information extraction would be a good idea, right? That's right. James said with a nod. But if Rias brought her whole peerage, that wouldn't be much of a problem, I think. And what do you mean that the psycho priest is an exception? Mocha asked curiously. According to Dante, he should be able to put up a fight against an intermediate level, middle rank being. James explained what he knew about the priest, based on Dante's report. So, if he put everything he had into running away, I'm not sure if anyone in Rias' peerage would be able to stop him. How? Even the weakest member of her peerage is at the intermediate level of the middle rank, right? Cheyenne asked with confusion evident in her tone. Simple, actually. James said nonchalantly. Freed has much more experience in life-or-death battles. Oh. Cheyenne replied, quickly understanding the simple explanation. Anyway, Riri and Sona will probably show up after they've reported to Surzex and Saratan. James said with a smile. Anyone want to catch an Ashupin in Street Fighter while we wait? Hearing that, Leona and the girls, excluding Shuna, narrowed their eyes at the provocation. Shuna on the other hand, smiled gently as she looked at the others. Considering how powerful they were, it always amazed her to see how fired up they all got over a video game that depicted humans fighting each other. Either way, she enjoyed watching her competitive friends play and have fun. Contrary to what one might think, James was not a dominant force in terms of fighting games in the Alaverus household. His mother, Leona, actually maintained the highest winning percentage of everyone who played. It was not an overwhelming difference, however. In fact, it seemed as if she was making sure that everyone's win-loss records were close enough to keep everyone interested in playing together. Or at least, that is what James thought. He had no way to prove it, though. Ring, ring. About an hour after the group started playing, the doorbell rang. When it did, Shuna, who was not involved in the mini-tournament going on, offered to answer the door. When she came back into the living room, Rias, Sona, and their peerages were following her. Flora and Ayam were with them as well. And, of course, the current protection target, Asia, was with them too. Since you're all here, I guess you've received your orders. James said while setting down the game controller. That's right. Sona said with a nod. Elder sister informed us that heaven responded positively to the reason we were forced to raid the church. We're to capture as many of the fallen angels and stray exorcists alive as possible. Ria said with a solemn expression. And those we're unable to take alive, must not be allowed to escape. Sona said, continuing from where Rias left off. So, what do you want us to do? James asked with a raised eyebrow. Nothing, X2. Rias and Sona both replied to James' question in a serious tone of voice, which confused James. With his confusion showing in his expression, Sona decided to explain their decision. Although I hate to admit it, Rias and I rely on you too much, James. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. You're only supposed to be our guard. But you handle everything from guarding us to guarding the entire town. If things continue like this, we're not going to grow much from this territory management training task we've been given by our families. Rias said, adding more to Sona's explanation. Seeing the conviction in both Rias and Sona's gazes, James scratched his head and spoke with resignation. Fine, I understand. James said. After a brief pause, James continued. We'll be coming with you, though. And before you start to complain about that, I'm supposed to be your guard, so my peerage and I will come along to make sure nothing goes wrong. We'll only act in a life-or-death situation, okay? Hearing that, Rias and Sona had a brief conversation via eye contact, then, they agreed to James' proposal, if that is what you could call it. With that, James smiled and asked his last question. So, when does the operation start? Right now, X2.